Predicciones. Yo le voy a Miami. Me eliminaron a Face. Ellos van a ganar. Ellos van a ganar. Ahora viene Ultra. Vamos para allá. Vamos ready. Juego por el juego. Ok. Miami, yo siento que Miami tiene la ventaja de Search and Destroy. Es un equipo completo. Su strat, su estrategia las tienen al pie de la letra. Creo que Ultra es su mayor falla por obvias razones. Tienen uno nuevo. No van a saber todas las estrategias, los plays que ellos hacen en Search. So, yo creo que Ultra va a llevarse se va a llevar los hardpoints y Miami va a cuadrar todo esto con Search and Destroy y control. Esa es mi predicción. So, va a ser Miami, juego número 5. ¿Qué dice? Escucha el juego, me escucho yo. ¿Y no se escucha bien, Tito? Tú dices Ultra 3-1. Puede ser que gane. Yo sé por dónde tú vas. Tú dices que ellos ganen hardpoint, control y otro hardpoint. Esa es la otra probabilidad que yo tengo también. Pero si lo vamos para juego 5, Miami. Al menos que Miami se trolee. ¡Ya madre, cabrón! Perdió Facey. Te lo juro que si nos íbamos para ronda 11 ganábamos. Por lo más santo. Pero es que Rencor seguí yo en ese último juego. Mató a Celion. Ay, lo vio como por un segundo. Tipo un duro. ¡Ya la madre! Vamos para allá. Pero vamos, vamos. Siendo que JDC va a irse crazy, debería. JDC se los debería llevar a todos. Pero todo dependerá de este caballito, Metal. Si Metal está en su tope, ganan los hardpoints. Uy, mira el Joe. Joe deceives. If there's faltering on the roster, you got to pick up some slack, and he has done exactly that. Ya lo loco. 1.19 KD y el más que tiene tiempo en el punto. So, está haciendo todo el hombre. Mira, por eso te estoy diciendo. Tiene 1.20 KD y también está en el punto. Él lo está haciendo todo. Todo. Qué animal. Pensar que este era el pana de Avicii. Pensar. Yo digo que este chamaquito, si de verdad tiene un buen año, bueno, si tiene un buen año pues se queda en Ultra, pero si tiene un año como que de segundo, tercero, cuarto, yo creo que Optic debería, mira, hello, se lo debe llevar. Él y Chossi serían un dúo imposible. Pues hay que ser sincero, Optic ya tiene que estar planificando. De verdad, Optic ya tiene que estar planificando. Optic ya sabe que Sky y Hugh no son. Y no van a dropear a Dachi y a Chossi. En la vida. Me sorprendería. Bueno, vamos para allá, gente. Hardpoint.
Fan of the kill feed metals yesterday. He was more magnesium, very soft, easy to break, but when he burns bright, my goodness,
mira lo dice, ¿ve? Él lo ve.
Man on the outside, helping keep the Heretics in time and helping keep Ultra out of the fight. And they're doing a great job. Hercules the only one able to get the
no, yo no soltaría a Dachi.
Every single other gunfight has been won by the Heretics, so a little bit of a lead.
Tú sueltas a Dachi, tú tienes un grave problema. Yo estoy seguro que Dachi va a querer unirse con Pred y eso va a ser otro equipo peligroso. Sería bueno para la liga, ¿verdad? Porque va a haber más equipos competitivos, pero eso sería un dúo difícil. Y yo siento que Dachi está jugando como si estuviese amajado. Pero ese tipo yo lo he visto cuando jugaba por hacer kill como si fuese un scrappy. El tipo tiene una pegada estúpida.
try and keep away as well. It is the emergency spawns rolling through, so Real's sort of on an island. He just wants to be a distraction, but Jodeci deals with him. So Jodeci is
Es que yo siento que Optic tendría más que perder si lo suelta. Yo entiendo lo que tú dices, ¿verdad? Que no está funcionando el dúo. Pero yo siento que tú coges el riesgo de conseguir dos más. A los metals. Kleenex hizo la play. Qué lindo.
I love that where he uses his aims at close range like that. So dangerous. Be able to compete with the subs. Few assault rifle players are right now, and Ultra starting to develop a little bit of a lead here. This P2 is looking good for the last man left alive.
Qué buena, loco.
It brought down. So opportunity for the Heretics to get a little bit here, but Scrap
Si me hago los últimos 10, se lo tienen que jotar y es ya.
Well, Insight does make the cross, and Heretics for the moment not making this read. Mercury's next man in line.
Oh, Mercury.
Second time charm there. It even has the jackal for it. So hey, he's flexing as well. He can do it all.
Towards the back, left-hand side of the minimap we now go, and this is a difficult hard point again. You want to get as much time as possible, and then if you're in control, vacate the back. Let the enemy team spawn there. Let's see if Ultra can do that right now. Rencor making his way towards time. Mercury's on the early soak here, as we're going to start to get towards that 50-point mark.
El chamaquito de verdad está jugando brutal. Si a él no le tiran un contrato después de este evento, no sé qué está pasando. ¡Uy, Dios mío! Por poco te explotan, super. Nah, ok. Ok, rompieron, se van a correr estos últimos 20. Ay, Rencor, si tú te la juegas bien, oh, sí se la jugó, se la jugó, se la jugó.
That's not what they want to be. Over to what stage we now go. So Heretics, good job. You don't get a lot of time, but you manage to maintain the sort of course of the
No,
game.
mataron a Rencor. Ah, loco.
Can you get over towards the new time? Can you start to get some of the score?
Yeah, ultimately this is the first rotation. Heretics.
Qué buena, Super.
One. Now Super getting the 2 kills, but that means the spawns are
Ah, diablo.
Pinches all over the place. Insight. He's gonna be working one pinch, super up pop, gonna be staring down the barrel.
¿Vieron el trófico a él? Ah, qué buena, ¿qué fue ese Insight? Rencor con 3. No, mira, Metal se lo llevó.
You lose the first 3 heals a little bit, but this one's going your way so far. Super in the middle of the map. Shots are in, tags are up, damage is on. You've got full line of sight of where everyone from Ultra is coming from.
Yeah, this is gorgeous stuff so far, but now Real's gonna have a lot of pressure on side the time. Metals can help him out on the cross, but the players are gonna get nearby. Well, Kleenex wins the gunfight, and funnily enough, it is Mercules that goes on the 3 spree and makes him back in time. Frankly, Merc right now might be the MVP of the team.
11-7.
¡Ay, lo viste!
Bueno. Time, folks. Here we go. Over to the bleachers, over to the final hard point.
Ok, tienen rotación, van a coger esto. Sí, Mercury mató ese.
Still maintaining a slight lead going into the last one.
If you want to break the BS&D spawns, Metals will be the first man in line. Real, the next
Real
one
va a
to
morir.
follow. But obviously, heads up there, clear out ticket, the stuns land perfect.
Ah, qué buena, mano, sacaron de Headglitch. Rencor, nos vemos. Super. No.
For Toronto, it is step A through C. They do everything, and Merc back in his home might even be able to get a Hellstorm. He is Mr. Do-It-All.
One more kill is going to do
Loco, el
it.
chamaquito va 15-7. 7 corridos. ¡No!
Streaks now for Ultra. Hard point in their hand, still 25.
Denle el MVP del evento, ya. No me importa si désenlo ya. Que el MVP cuente con un contrato. Ya, lo Ultra va a tener que pensarlo mucho. Vince tiene que estar en la casa sudando bloques. Decir, diablo, le di el break a este chamaquito que jugara por mí. Ahora posiblemente me quite el trabajo. Buena. Oye, aún. Ya lo como. Exacto, yo me quedé perdido. Como Miami está con este punto completo. Oh, buena. Qué buena, Pucho. Ah, qué buena, Joe. Uy, Insight. Todo real con 2. Con 3. Kleenex. Ya, lo mataste, lo mataste. Sí. Oh, exponió afuera. Miami flipió en el mejor momento. Yo creo que Mercury va a tener que tirar el streak. ¡Uy, Kleenex! ¡Ay, por poco se lleva a los 3! La granada. Ya, diablo, yo está calentando. ¿No va a llamar la racha? Qué buena. Yo juego con 2. Yo no sé, porque recuérdate que la química influye mucho, Tito. Si ellos ganan es que tienen buena química. Y si te fijas bien. Si te fijas bien, Inside ha estado jugando bien todo este evento y es por este chamaquito. No sé si ese chamaquito es más vocal que Vince. Es más, él es bien, qué sé yo. Juega bien pasivo, juega bien inteligente. Yo digo que Vince tiene como que mejor Goni, pero Vince yo siento que a veces se pone loco. Que eso es bueno y malo. Y sin joder, hasta Kleenex está jugando mejor, loco, si lo piensas bien. Válgame, Kleenex. ¡Boom! Ah. Necesito un listening de Miami ahora. Rencor contra el 21, ¿qué le habrá pasado, loco? Con Face estaba... Sí, no, yo no estoy seguro si con Face estaba partiendo.
An absolutely phenomenal listening there from Toronto Ultra. It is championship
puerco.
Sunday.
Puerco.
Mercury's his first. It's his first land, his first Sunday. He's going against a lethal threat in the Heretics, and they sound like they're in a scrim. No nerves, completely calm. The most professional team we have.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And right now the scoreline
Nos vemos.
is relatively even, so the Heretics are still keeping this one alive and kicking for Ultra. They have not relinquished the lead. They have not.
Ay, Metal, pero está ahí al aire libre.
24 and 16, 3 spree, holding down stage once again. Ultra. What a
Ay, este chamaquito es la ópera, de verdad.
red hot. Well, the comms are cool.
And seizing the moment, man. Another spree coming out from Hercules. He's doubling up on his Hellstorms in this moment. He's got all the hill time in the world. Finally, he gets taken down, and so does
Necesitan
Inside.
estos 20, hermano.
A punch. You get the 4-man wipe.
Ay,
You get the
Rencor.
break for this scrap time, and if they can win the rotation as well, and they have the pieces there, they can make the comeback. Metals has to make the play.
It's not been enough on the scrap, though. You have to start getting better holds here for the Heretics if you want a chance of staying alive.
Qué buena.
That's a moment
A mí, viste, lo viste de espalda, pero el timing fue perfecto. Ay, Metal. Ay, Metal.
Damage is dealt. The pickup from Mercules on the old 1-2 punch, and this could be the knockout here on red card.
Yeah, survival mode right now from Heretics.
Oh, ¿de dónde vino Joe? Yo no me di cuenta.
Delivers 2 of them to the grave, and it is the dagger spawn trap rolling through. Ultra, they're setting themselves up for the win right here.
Here we go. One last good break. Heretics to stay alive. Nades are over there. Joe DeCease has got himself some intel. Fighting now forward. Huge damage in a ring call. The second man should get him as well. So now pressuring through Ticket. You've got the members of Ultra out of time.
bien,
It's
se lo
still
llevó.
25 for the win.
And they're looking for it. Mercules knows, get the kills, get
diablo.
their balls, take some heads
Chamaquito en
along
la
the
ópera.
way. Ripping him through and back in the hill. The best map of this man's
Loco,
career.
tiene 2 minutos en el punto. 28-19.
There is a little bit of a
MVP.
break still. Heretics with again another late break. It is still not enough to survive here in the map. We go back to P1. Ultra full control once again.
P1 though, it's so scrappy. Right now, Joe DeCease, you just played for the kills, and Ultra always on top of this situation. It's Miami that are forced to make the move. Joe DeCease, the man keeping him contained. Take your time, slay him out, and then you hop it.
Inside out with again the covering fire across time. And here we go, the final soak, folks. After this will be all pruny. Here we go. Joe DeCease pushing out the right flank. Over towards mid, nearly the double. Here we go. Over towards time again. Mercules can't get any more. Is it another late break? It might be from the Heretics.
Mira,
it's
sí.
5 for the win.
Well, big 2 there from Real, just trying to keep him honest. If we've learned
Bueno, ahora
anything
a
about
calentar,
this
¿verdad?
Heretics
Porque
squad, they got the dog in 'em. They're
están a 5
looking
para
to
ganar.
claw their way out, if nothing, but for a little bit of momentum. But they got the Storm doubled up in Ticket is Toronto, and you're forcing them off the time. They're getting the kills, and Real back down, but you got to get to the point, or else game 1 falls.
Game 1, we're a few seconds
Ay,
away,
qué
folks.
buena,
Joe
Joe.
DeCease, there it is. It took a minute.
Un chamaquito dándole duro. Vamos a dar los push-ups, me cago en nada. Mira las gafas, que cool.
And look at that. I mean, just icy about their business, and you practice how you play. Ultra might be the very finest at being able to replicate that scrim success. In that listening, it's a team that is clearly on the same page. Every comm is perfect. The second a player spawns out, he communicates. You're reading the spawns of the other team, you got it. When you're losing the gunfights, you hear Insight trying to restabilize them. Hey, we're just playing for kills. We're going to be in a hole for a bit. We dig ourselves out. I mean, perfectly coordinated across the board, heavy on rotations, and anytime they hold a loss in game, they just restabilize. They bailed themselves out. Now a 6-win spree in hardpoint from Ultra. How about that from Kleenex? A quiet 33 kills and 4,400 damage. He was dominant in this lobby.
He wasn't that quiet in the listening. He was letting them know. But yeah, again, wonderful work across the assists there, non-traders as well. So Ultra winning their ones, and the teamwork was absolutely on point as well. A delightful bit of work there from Mercules. 2 minutes and 5 in the
Si dice más,
finding a lot of kills.
deja estos 5 al próximo.
Good stuff once again from Ultra. The lower bracket gauntlet has forged
Diablo.
the team into something fierce. S&D has been one of the deciding factors from a lot of success there for the Heretics. So this is going to be a tough one. But highlights, folks, here from Red Card. And again, a lot of them for the boys and Heretics. A couple of pieces, but just a little too slow to the draw here in map one.
¿Le choco qué? ¿Qué hice?
Be very dialed in to like the little things. Every single time there's a rotation to this B4,
Ay,
the emphasis always put on the BS&D spawn, and they'll take their time to get them. They're losing out on like the P3 garage build towards the end, but then they take their time.
¿Por qué lechón? ¿Cuánto hice?
They die at the right times. They get the kills at the right times. Just an incredibly efficient team, and again, that's why it's very.
Si Face estuviese ganando, Face hubiera ganado. Como en la otra. Qué bueno, estoy mordido todavía.
Not a sight to behold, but the wins, they have been so incredibly consistent getting it.
That's funny to say. I mean, one of the times we've seen Ultra play this map again against Thieves, what feels like a lifetime ago, Joe to Thieves dropping, what, 50 to throw the L. Because, again, they weren't necessarily as well-versed. They didn't have the greatest understanding of what they needed to do together. Those days are long gone.
Toma,
Big pieces across
diablo.
the board here is the young Mercules. Who knows, folks? By the end of this weekend, he could go from a 0 to a hero here in the COD League. Maps like that certainly help. In we go to the Search and Destroy. So, Ultra. Got to be feeling good after that one. Calm, cool, very, very collected.
Yeah, and I think whatever happens in Mercules' future, it's really going to show off the distinction of like different styles of teams and
the
how
north.
they operate, because Ultra, the perfect squad to have to bring in a new player. This is just for the hardcore. We saw Kleenex yesterday on the desk sort of touching on it for the respawns. It feels like Mercules is slotting in perfectly for the team. Don't have to make too many adjustments. In S&D, that's where they're having the big problems. They played against Miami Heretics on a dealership, and they got throttled. So much so that we're looking at Miami's S&D and that they might be untouchable. Now, that has not been the case. The Heretics have been defeated in the game mode, but obviously they're still incredibly good. And this is where Ultra have to problem solve, and Red Card is where their first puzzle is going to be.
A victory here for Ultra would be incredible in their run towards the dub.
Oh,
again, young Mercules, welcome to the COD League. Joining the squad here at last minute notice. Being asked to do us a favor, can you come help us out versus can you come and save us in a dire situation we find ourselves in? And this young Challengers player absolutely doing just that, giving the boys a hand.
Yeah, and now you get to play with absolutely nothing to lose, right? For Ultra, the tournament already considered a success given the hand they've been dealt. Now the question is, how high can he go? It was Heretics that put them in the losers bracket. Now they're looking to get that back.
Próximo juego de S&D. El chamaquito de verdad está sorprendiendo. Si ellos ganan este evento.
This is a full Spanish roster. They've been making all the roster moves, making these incremental adjustments, incremental improvements. They're just trying to outperform what they did in Spain. Depending on how the bounce back comes on this red card, they will be very well on their way.
This is basically how it went against FaZe. Search and Destroy is the saviors for them, of course. A game 5 against our mighty Red Terrors last night. And now against Ultra. We're going to see how this red card treats the Heretics. Bounce back here before we get into the double vault. Rewind S&D for game 5. The double vault will be a fun one indeed. Again, both squads raring to get this one going. But already, Ultra have got themselves off to a much better start here. Here we go. Map 2.
No trophies in these early rounds. How aggressive would you like to get if you're Ultra? They're soaring through Ticket and Heretics. I mean, aggressive over towards B. Insight needs to be careful. They're flying.
Ya, diablo, están volando, sí.
All ready for Heretics working the flank.
Yeah, gloves are off early. We're going for it, but he's read this. Eyes on one, eyes on two. Gets at least one out of this tactical retreat. Next gunfight is going to be at Insight's behest.
And in the meanwhile, Real gets run over. He gets one kill before he falls, but Insight is just dancing around the remaining players, and this is where Insight is at his absolute best. The bomb's down, you got a 2v2, but he's bought you so much time. You get the setup you want around the site.
Talk about taking the aggression there. 2v2 now, a clean battle to go. No trophies. Still a nade there for Mercules to work with. Well, he timed this right.
Qué buena, Joe.
Rencor and Super now making their way into the inside of the site. Joe deceives on a bit of a pinch here, and Mercules once again, the bait is set.
Oh, qué buena, Super. Como tú. Ah, lo vete pa'l carajo.
Shots.
Diablo, Mercules.
Takes round one.
So fresh and so clean. Get the sweat off your hands and get ready for round two. A calculated 1 versus 2, and I feel like the moment Joe deceives slide in and sees nobody on bomb, and there's 21 seconds left, you feel like you get it done. Puts himself in the perfect spot, and unfortunately for Super staring at the game clock in that moment. He's
Chamaquito ahí
viene nearby. Where could Mercules be? And you just get caught off guard. Keep in mind, even just to backtrack, Insight buying them that much time. Everything helps with the Ultra team. They do the little things right. Every second matters.
Round two, Heretics now over towards A. Metals with bomb in the hand, leading the charge very much forward.
Real.
Joe bites off way more than he can chew with a Real, who digests him quite happily there for the first blood.
It's a great catch. Maybe Real being able to dodge some of the stuns is going to pay off long term, and now you just need a hold in this.
Ay, loco, ¿qué pasó? ¿El 5 dónde está?
You're in a good spot.
They whiz past Metal's head. Is this a coordinated nade attempt? It might be. Insight has managed to fight his way forward. Mercules a teammate onto himself, and that round is gone.
Diablo, qué rápido. La granada llegó, o yo creo que él tirando la granada, él estaba arriba, no estoy seguro. Me vi la explosión de la granada del enemigo, pero explotó la granada de él, si él la estaba tirando. Pop, pop, pop.
Round where Heretics, every single player doing their job, a perfectly efficient offensive round.
Claro, también lo está haciendo. Parece que las pantallas no son tan buenas porque no me acuerdo Ghosty también siempre estaba limpiando la pantalla.
A nade, or if it's just left your hand, it will detonate in your face and it will give you that mistakes were made call, but you never quite know what happened there. This time though, Heretics, a wonderful bounce back and a lethal attack towards A, which they make the most of. Here we go, Ultra. Joey D, man with the bomb.
They're just going right through Ticket again, potentially, or just maybe sort of baiting the same strat. And look, they bait the same strat, and they get information on Real and Super. So they were trying to square up towards Ticket, but now Ultra know they don't have that map pressure. You got to sniff these players out.
The big bada boom through the middle of the map.
Uh-oh.
Real gets away with his life, gets away with absolutely no damage whatsoever. So now, oh my word, look at that big old hit from Ultra. All 4 arrows towards B.
Yeah, and he's feeling the nerves. He's giving up the pressure. Now Metals knows he has a huge responsibility. Heretics are wrapping back towards the site, but they might get overwhelmed.
Oh, he's managed to let 2 players inside. Kleenex, damage in, trades are out. Real up close. The slide through Mail. The battle with Joe Deceives continues.
Oh, qué buena.
Meanwhile, Mercules is getting knifed, so we got a 2 versus 2. Looking at the minimap, they have backed out of the site. They might want to give up the B-bomb plan, but Ultra, they're not feeling comfortable in the situation either. They've backed down, but they're running out of time.
No, ellos van a regresar a ver, no les da tiempo para parar.
Either his controller broke or they're so concerned about the pinch.
Yeah, they think Super's made a move, but he has not either.
They're terrified. They have no idea what's going on.
No intel. They've got to get in towards the site ASAP and go for that one. And Renkor's going to know something's up as well. So here we go. Insight on the coverage. Nades up either side, not enough for the kill, enough for the damage, and the plant will be successful. So here we go, folks. Anybody still wounded on this opening fight?
Unbelievable. And they're going to be going for the wrap as well. They want to retake through Ticket. Ultra, can you sniff it out?
They've done it quite fast. Joe spotted, tags. Here we go. The 2-man firing
squad.
The aims at the ready for the Heretics, up close and personal, and another change of position. Inside. He's Joe on the outside. Only one Sorg in this fight. Shots in from Joe. Still keeping him back. Time ticking. You got to start thinking about the defuse. 1v1 and not enough time to get it done.
Buena.
Young Joe Deceives.
El Joe.
gives Ultra the lead.
Dude, and what a freaky crowd.
pompeado
Yeah,
está,
Joe
loco.
is bouncing now on the main stage. I can't believe Heretics actually allowed the bomb to get planted. I legitimately thought Joe DeCease might have broken his controller. I missed out on the minimap. I don't know if Rancor got his kill on the pinch, and that's why they were so worried about someone flanking, but they get the bomb down with only 3 seconds to spare and clutch out the round. A massive moment there from Ultra. Only up 2-1 right now in the S&D, but that's one that puts a little bit of wind in your sails.
It's crazy. Joe was the furthest player away as well. They had a 3-second window of failure there to get that bomb planted, and they managed to get it done. Crazy stuff. In towards the middle of the map we go once again, and the Heretics, they're going to be rocking their way forward. A lot of glass breaks and a lot of shots in. Joe catches a headshot on the way out. A little parting gift from his friends from the Heretics. We're all in on B.
Well, you bullied him out of the sight, but you didn't get any extra kills, so you're happy maybe to get the bomb down, but unsatisfied with the 4v4.
No trophies, no problem right now. And, oh, there we go. Finally, so Mercury's his lethal was eaten alive there. Bomb planted by B. We're winding up for the 4v4.
Yeah, and we're squaring up as well. And RC.
Oh!
Yeah, diablo.
Hit the goal button.
Here we go. Try to capitalize on the damage dealt. Yeah, you get at least one out of it. So Inside finds the first. In now towards the site. Left flank, Real. Stacked up. Kleenex gets dropped by that one. Mercury's nowhere to be found on the trade. Oh, and it's all the Heretics.
Ooh,
a
loco.
2v1 now. All down to the young Mercury's.
And he doesn't have a lot of time. You're going to have to gun 2 different players. Good luck. Have fun.
Here we go through the buffet. Is he going to be eating good? No, he's been tagged.
Buena.
The Heretics.
Coño, este juego está bueno, loco.
Fortress on the inside of the B bomb site.
And that's the type of round is where the natural chemistry is going to roll through. The comms and those types of moment, incredibly mixy. That is 8 people in a 50 square foot sort of area. It is absolutely chaos, but Heretics come out on top. And this has just been like efficiency on offense as well. Heretics have now attacked both sites, and I mean, both rounds have been very clean.
Yeah, it's a New York apartment and a family of 8 all in there trying to eat from the same bomb. Here we go. All tied up 2-2. This is a red card that we are thoroughly enjoying, folks.
Heretics back to the round 1 strat. I mean, they're just as a unit.
Yeah, diablo.
Aggressive up past A, and Insight already back down. Ultra, once again, very stagnant in their spawn. Oh, they're going to read this. Yeah, 2 players out there. You open the doors, you run into a firing squad.
Yeah, but Metals tries to get back into the fight immediately, goes for the reach.
Bueno.
Super holds his iron and makes sure that Kleenex cannot get there on the push. A lovely first blood.
Yeah, they have nulled Kleenex so far in this game at 1-5. That's an important man to shut down.
Ah, qué buena, loco.
Insight finds a pick. The minimap gets a little bit weird. Real made a punch on the pinch, and he got to go through the bomb, and Real sets up Metals, and now Merc another 1v2 he is left in.
This time around, though, he has to recover bomb, so a 2-step process here. All the while, Metals has not given up that target. He knows the bomb is down by the window.
He can easily isolate this gunfight, though. Win the 50-50.
Timing.
Got him. He's going to get him.
1v1.
Now you need to get active. These are the moments for Rookie. Difficult calls to make. You collect the bomb. I don't know if you have time to go for this rotation. And in the meantime, Real, it's a guessing game on where he is.
15
No, el
seconds.
tiempo.
Real stagnant. 10 seconds. Bomb recovered.
Ah,
The young Spaniard holds his nerve.
diablo, mano. Uy.
Plays the 50-50 down the middle of the map and manages to not let him cross it. Well played.
Had a cheeky laugh there out of Rancor. That could have been horrific Call of Duty timing, but Real at least had his gun up, and Mercury's very tough situation. 1v2, 35 seconds. Got to get the bomb and cross the map, but ultimately just a little bit too slow in the moment. That's the first defensive round 1 as well. And Heretics doing it with the Swarm. That is so much pressure on defense they're putting out. Heretics on red card, happy to fly.
Only 1 round advantage for now. Again, we are feeling like this one's going to go the distance, ladies and gents. 3 in a row now for Real, 7-2 overall. Mercury's up top, is going to catch Real in this position, but under a bit of covering fire there. Yeah, you got the window. Go, 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 go. Sends it forward. And what a spot to be in. Oh, can he get the first blood?
Ah,
They
qué
cannot.
mierda.
Kleenex there to the rescue.
A little too aggressive. And you get punished for it, trying to reposition out in the 3v4. They're near the A bomb, but now they're just getting swarmed and trapped in.
They've taken up so much space in that tiny little bomb site. Insight's
Ah, qué buena, loco.
Now a little bit of space to breathe.
Ah, pero Kleenex lo va a esperar.
Trying to
Kleenex
pick
los
up
va a
what Jamie
esperar.
Craven felt.
And they just want to stop these players from going towards B. They're going to allow Joe DeCease to sort of handle the A site, and as long as they don't rotate through Ultra, know where everybody is. Trades, though, rolling through for a 2v2. Joe DeCease, though, the mystery man has found himself in the perfect spot to break this down.
Just stay there, Joe. You sneaky devil. Here it goes.
Qué buena, loco.
You're going to know those players are going to flood to as soon as it's time, and that's it. Joe strikes.
Oh, super ganó.
Turns it into a 1v1.
Yeah, Joe Deceives maybe a little bit slow. Didn't know if he was going to get caught, so now it's a 50-50.
Ah, no podías levantarte tanto.
And the young Joe laughing away at that one. Ultra tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, and I think Super's thinking Joe Deceives just got the kill 10 feet away from bomb. I have to go and make sure he's not on it. And Joe Deceives, meanwhile, I mean, he's just picking up weapons, ready for the fight and just getting the intel first. So Heretics made that a lot mixier than Ultra might have wanted it, but ultimately sealing the deal. You see Joe Deceives making sure he goes up and picks that, aims, ready for the long-range gunfight. Joe is having himself a map.
And there's nothing quite like it as a player when you jump up. The very first thing that you pre-aim, the player walks right into that one. That is such a beautiful moment. So there you go. Good stuff out of Joe. 2 there to end the round out. And now we go up squared in towards A again.
Yeah, finally trying to match a defensive aggression with offensive aggression. Now it's Merc being left on an island. And a weird stack on defense as well from Heretics. Much more aggressive than we're used to seeing 2 players through ticket. Joe Deceives not yet comfortable. Cheeky players nearby. He's checking everything, but hasn't found them just yet.
Very diligent, but now he knows the fight's on. He has the advantage for now in the damage department.
Super chivo. Ah, diablo, espérate, sí. Ahora el flank está... No, Reando, no puedes morir. Oh, qué buena, loco.
Yeah, just completely uncomfortable. Free damage. No free kills.
Qué buena, Clean, te desapareciste. Ah, creo que te están buscando. Creo que te vieron. Hey. Oh, Miami, vamos. Tienes que cerrar este Search and Destroy. No tienes break.
Mercury's overwhelmed. If there's one player on CleanX's screen, there's 3. And even Joe Deceives having a dance battle over by the site, but Real gives him nothing to work with. Heretics applying pace, applying pressure, and from a team that does not have the natural chem in S&D, that's the theme to break them down.
It's amazing they've got this sort of perfect instinct on where the weakness might lie, and they apply it really well. Good stuff, Heretics. A 1-round advantage for now, folks. It's 1st to 6 for you who may be unaware, and we're getting real close to it, but the way things have been going, we're trading rounds back to back. Here we go, over by A. 2-2 split here for the Heretics.
And Ultra trying to get out, trying to isolate Super.
Oh, qué buena, loco.
The extra one. How about that gunfight from Joe Deceives?
Rencor yo creo que overheated ahí.
Oh, I know, we human beings are pretty good at pattern recognition, so you know how this one's going, folks. It's 4-3. Now it's 4-4.
Ay, ay, ay.
You get one good guess as to who wins the next round.
A very snappy round, though. Most aggression, or most amount of aggression Ultra has brought so far, at least in this map. And CleanX, who has been struggling, able to get 2 in the round. Let his impact be known, and despite the fact he only has 4 kills, he does have 3 first bloods.
Se va a poner feo.
And wants to get active.
Heretics defense round coming up now, folks.
Este es Search and Destroy. Los Search and Destroy de sábado, de domingo y de finales de sábado siempre están súper buenos, mano. Lo único que aprendía fue el de Miami contra LA Thief.
On the attack, though, all in the great outdoors go the Toronto boys.
Oh, we're soaring. We're flying. We are making moves. CleanX, he is hungry for it, taking so much space. And right now, it's only man in the top window. Super. Can't do anything here as long as you live your happy.
Todo va a estar en manos de Real. Todo. Todo va a estar en manos de Real. ¿Qué van a hacer? Si van a ir para Stadium o van a puchar.
You test the chem now of Ultra on this hold. Post-plant position now, not as spread out as they like to be, so it's going to be a war of trades.
Yo creo que dio la puerta a moverse.
Such a tight setup from Ultra. This is so tricky to
Ay, loco.
Yeah, you get one, you're never going to get the other. So, whoa, big win there out of Metals. Doesn't take too much damage. He's able to take another gunfight now.
Qué buena, loco.
Stage side of the map.
And it's the game clock. You're going to have to go.
Ay, Dios, el timing.
20 seconds to go. 3v3. Got to clear out the usual spots. Metals now crosses the threshold into Doom. Real finds another opening now, and he finds himself in a 1v2.
And there's just no time. I mean, this is the thing from Ultra. Players I've seen almost starting to turn on guys like Insight criticizing him. I think just don't understand that controlling the pace of the game has so much value. Merc there for the final kill, but the round was won off the game clock. Ultra control it. It's the same thing on red card. You're always going to be playing their game. And that is 3 different rounds now on this map that Ultra have won because Heretics simply do not have enough time.
And if you guessed a Heretics win in the previous one, you were wrong, folks. Ultra break the cycle. Map point. Going to see a big change now from the Heretics. Confidence is going to be key. They've been caught out on these aggressive attacks from Ultra, no matter what position they're in. 2 straight rounds the Heretics need. Bomb in the hands of Metals.
Ay, ay, ay. Heretics, tienes que hacer algo. Tienes que ganar.
Efficient offensive rounds. That's where Heretics have shined in this game. They're going back to the standard. That's the spot Real played where he caught Joe Deceives getting a little too aggressive. Ultra not making any mistakes now. They're happy for the
Sí, están echando para atrás, bien brutal.
And it's Real,
Lo
actually.
Real
He's on an
está.
island, so there is no pressure on him in this moment. His teammates can make the noise. You watch the catch.
Ahí lo van a ver. Cleaners lo va a ver. Cleaners lo va a ver.
He's trying to pull some aggression, trying to find any information, maybe get a kill or 2.
And because the tags came his way, again, he's just switching things up. But his teammates, the A site is now completely
Es
open
verdad,
for his
loco.
team. Real's already done his job.
Yeah, done it, absolutely. Mercury's in the top spot.
Si Real se queda ahí y simplemente espera que bomba plante.
No intel. You're about to get a very strong indicator of what's about to happen. That's right. Bomb planted. 4v4. Heretics, here we go. Hold it together.
The Metals hasn't moved. So again, they're just giving him very little information now on the
Ay,
pitch.
loco,
He's got
Real.
the timing perfect.
Hacho, Real la jugó perfecto, brother.
Perfect. Still trying to find another one.
Qué buena, vamos para ronda 11. Qué buena la jugó Real, loco. Yo pensé que se jodió cuando Cleaners lo vio, pero Cleaners maybe no lo vio. Yo pensé que lo vio. No pensaría que le diera la espalda a ese punto sabiendo que Real estaba ahí cerca. Posiblemente pensó que se fue o se fue por medio o algo así. Pero esa ronda fue todo real, todo real. Valga la redundancia.
The rest of his teammates know the A site's open. You get the bomb down, and Real had the perfect timing on that pinch to catch Joe. 12 kills. Real's thrown up in this game. None of them matter now. It's round 11.
It's gong time. Woohoo! Well, both of them good round 11 records, so we test the ice. Heretics not willing to give anything a chance here. They are sending it down the middle of the map, and once again, Ultra, we've slowed down just a smidge.
Yeah, they're trying to calculate. They want to get the intel before they make a move, but Metals, he's playing the cheeky spot inside a ticket. I mean, Heretics leaving the B side open. It looks crazy on the minimap. That's just because they're much more aggressive. It's so hard to read.
I mean, Mercules could crawl his way through this one. If he plays it closer, he will not be spotted, but this time, gunfight.
Qué buena medal.
Metals gets away with his
Y se
life.
va.
It's the perfect strat. Now someone for Ultra has to make the big play. And they're all isolated.
Hacho, Real.
Oh, you just
12-6,
find
loco.
corner right now. Can Metals find another? Players are so close, he can feel it.
Si mataron a Mercury. No, el chiquilín. Bueno, el rookie.
2 out of the 4 members of the Heretics are now pro. Kleenex now trying to make the commando roll all the way over towards
Commando.
the site. Lauer in the red. 25
The snake.
seconds to go.
Now, who's the game clock going to hurt more? It's Ultra that have to go.
Hold your nerve, Real. Hold your nerve. Any second now, another towards the bomb site. Metals now gets active. Finds his second on the right.
Vamos, qué buena, loco.
Miami Heretics.
Vamos.
They don't leave anything to fate. They take the search and destroy.
En verdad, todo fue Real en la ronda pasada. La jugó perfecto, de bizcochito.
Dios mío. We're going the distance.
Vamos, cabrón, qué buena.
Balls as well from Heretics, so perfect. The way that they were setting themselves up on
Sí,
defense.
en verdad la
always
jugaron
applying
súper
the
bien.
pressure, being so much more aggressive on the defensive end.
Tucu,
In so
tucu,
many rounds when they're
tum,
getting
tucu,
inside a
tucu,
ticket,
tum, tum.
never pays off. Just Ultra going to the A side, not really dealing with it. Well, the first time Metals had the opportunity to get the first blood, he does, and he seals the deal. Ultra cooked up a few good rounds here and there, but ultimately guys like Real feasted. And I just think as a team, if credit goes to Super, they talked about him a lot in the interviews about he's the man making the play calls in S&D. Well, give him his flowers. Popped off there for that round 11.
Big confidence game there from Real 13 and
Nah,
7.
Real.
Talked to him briefly last night.
Posiblemente Super el que, papi, el mastermind, el que planifica todo. Pero Real fue que hizo la jugada que ganó. Porque la jugada que extendió para ronda 11.
You're going to back me up. We're going to get that done. That's exactly what we saw in that final round. Wow, 1-1 at the half, boys and girls. Now we go into a vault control and How you feeling about this one? Real quick before we throw it to the player.
Well, we're going to speed the game up. The red card is very calculated. It's about the mind games. Now it's going to be a blitzkrieg over by that A zone.
Take me to the beach. Take me to the beach. Chance. You
Voy a ir
look
para acá.
good, bro. You look good. That's a fire fit.
I missed the ugly purple sweater though.
Dude, he's looking good.
What if we
Backs, I
cut
do
the sleeves off the ugly purple sweater?
I'm in.
Ooh,
I like
make it
that,
like a
yeah.
muscle shirt or something.
We're on to something.
Yeah.
Sounds hot.
We're also on to a game 4 guaranteed after that round 11 goes to Miami Heretics. But can we talk about the finish here, Al? How does Miami steal this away? Because I was ready for Toronto 2-0.
Bueno, no ven nada, qué bueno. Que estoy haciendo los thumbnails. Yo sé que dice, exacto, dice LAG Ultra, ¿verdad? No me equivoco.
Let's
No,
dive
a eso
deeper
voy.
into the first
Exacto.
respawn though, because we saw a hard point and you got your drawing board ready.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, this is, you know, Miami's
LAG Ultra. Si tengo LAG. Yo creo que yo no tengo Ultra.
Last minute, we'll jump to this rotation over towards P5. I mean, this is beautifully played. Every step just perfect. You're going to see both the ARs. This is Mercules number 5. He's going to find this kill on super. And then what happens here is you're going to get Insight Mercules going on through for the BS and D.
¿Cuál era?
This is where you want to spawn.
Ah, loco, yo no creo que tenga esos
Mercules gonna win a
locones.
massive gunfight, rip somebody off of the heady.
No.
But this is just poetry in motion. The SMGs, Joe
Está
and
nuevo.
Phoenix, both going to go into ticket, just take their time while Mercules is finding this kill in here, right? So let's care a little bit. We're going to jump back into it, into the minimap here in a moment. But I want you guys to first just watch how they group. They take their time on rotation here. Mercules with the first kill on the super.
¿Verdad? El Search quedó brutal.
This push. I have to kill the guy BSD.
Me
to
encantó
secure
cómo lo
those
jugaron.
spawns because we want the advantage going into this hill. I mean, just beautiful. This is just beautiful shots. Rips the guy off of the heady. Step 1's down. Now, what do we want to happen in this situation? We just secured the spawns. We see both his teammates spawn here, BS and D. We know that they're going to be coming here, right? So it's so quick. He's currently on a 7 streak. He's going to find this kill. After he gets that kill, he's going to soak time, turn around, watch inside. And he's got an AR behind him, holding the outer edge, watching over top if anybody tries to peek through. And then your teammates are going to remain in ticket. Like, this is execution.
Ok, tenemos LAG Minnesota contra Raven.
As you're watching him just gun people, take a look at the minimap as well. Everybody assumes their positions. You got Kleenex applying a little bit of pressure. You got inside
Minnesota.
Overwatch from the
A
outside.
los Ravens.
There is nothing Miami could do.
Carolina.
They thought they had a perfect setup. What happens? Toronto gets a nice 45 points.
And unfortunately, the fans could not see it, but I love when you describe Toronto's gameplay. The sub just keeps getting bigger.
Carolina contra
Killed
Minnesota.
that, man. You
Thanks,
killed
guys.
that, man.
Appreciate it.
Locked into that.
Locked
Brutal.
in, ladies and gentlemen. We are done
They
though
were
on the
throwing
beach.
things at
Why?
him the
Because
whole
we
time.
have some treasure out on the floor with Guy Blaze.
Entonces,
we do,
Face
Chris. We got a
contra
lot of
Optic.
treasure out on the floor as we have this amazing crowd today. You guys are the treasure. Can you make some noise for yourself? You know,
Optic
and another treasure here at the Call of
contra
Duty League
Face.
is one of our partners, Scuff Gaming. Do we all love Scuff Gaming, everybody? Yeah? Scuff always
Vamos a ver a Optic para acá. Vamos a apagar.
showing out at events and supporting
Estoy haciendo los
fans,
thumbnails de los canales de voz, por eso estoy por acá envuelto.
Scuff Gaming Lucky Row right here. Make some noise for him.
Optic, nos
Scum
vemos.
hooked them all up. But it's time to get plugged back up into this matchup. But one more time, everybody, can we get a Scuff Gaming on 3? 1, 2, 3.
Esto es diado, loco, qué bello.
Let's go. Miles, Chance, let's plug it back in.
Plug back in, restarted, blew the cartridge, you name it. Ready to rock and roll. It's an old one for the N64 games.
I'm aware.
Oh, sorry,
El
you looked at me
día
like you
dos.
didn't know. Sorry, I'm just saying. We're going to control, folks. Double dose of Vault. And if that
El
doesn't
día
cure your
tres.
ailments, I think we've got to rewind to brighten up everyone's Sunday morning.
I want a game 5 so bad, but if the past 2 tournaments have told me anything, we're not actually going to get there.
No.
So maybe whoever wins map 3 wins the entire thing. The respawns have been delivering for these squads.
Yeah, both teams pretty good at it. Of course, the first one goes the way of Toronto Ultra.
Entonces ahora,
Nearly wound up in a 2-0 scenario here. It just goes to show, folks, the old saying, it's very
Sí,
difficult
Dios.
to beat the same team twice in the same tournament. Vault control, though, ew.
yo
And
creo que
what's interesting
tengo. A
about
ver.
Vault control is that Heretics used to dominate this map at the start of the year. So much so that before we actually had a third control map in the set, Heretics were unstoppable, a massive reason for their stage 1 success. Once we had a third map in the rotation, they fell off because everyone just vetoed it against them. Now, though, with a brand new roster, they have not been able to replicate that same success. They have lost that element of danger. And on the flip side there from Ultra, especially on the defensive rounds, the attacking record 5-9, it's good. Middle pack of the league, like they're certainly solid at it, but their defense has been unreal. When they have the opportunity to set up the spawn trap, Ultra, maybe the finest team in the league at executing off the back of it. Gotta watch out for Heretics. You can never afford a 4 down.
Yeah, 3s and 4 downs, we'll try to call them out as best we can for the newcomers at home, but those are the very decisive moments. Those are the dangerous moments in the game of control. Can't lose those fights as a team. You've got to stagger the play, because if you come off spawn 1 by 1, things are going to be ugly as well. So a very delicate game mode where a lot can go right and even more can go wrong.
Este control va a ser clave.
Winners round 1 chance back on Thursday. Hacienda going the way of Toronto, and after that, an absolute smacking.
Absolutely, and they sort of dodged the fate of the vault control, right? Able to get the 3-1 victory, able to actually win one of those attacking rounds.
Entonces esto sería...
Potential play there for Heretics, absolutely available. Problem is, I don't know if you can necessarily bank on it, but either way, 2 respawns back to back. Heretics, once you get the S&D under your
Uy,
belt,
empezó, espérate.
a lot more comfortable. Looking for the deja vu.
Yeah, don't forget, I mean, this is a different Ultra than we saw on day
Uy,
1.
Volt.
They've seen a lot. They've seen things you people
Miami, tienes que ganar esto si quieres sobrevivir.
Tough loss against Miami on day 1. See if they can right that all around, push this series a little further. A lead going into the hard point, ideal.
Yeah, and as far as like a revenge series goes for the vault control for Ultra, they want to beat Heretics to get theirs back. But even on this map, it is the only sort of dent in their record. Revenge, again, a dish best served on a champion.
Vamos para allá. Viene. Control.
Here we go. Nobody home. Off the open and rip, but a slower attack now from the Heretics on defense. You catch Ultra unaware and they don't get anywhere near the zone, so a lot of time being passed. Mercury's set to pump the brakes and just try to maintain some presence towards the middle of the map.
And again, just a small idea, but the AR players at least keeping things slow enough that you dodge most of the fate of the spawn trap. Metal's still opportunity to go on the pinch, and Ultra, well, now you got to reposition, try to eliminate him, but he's dancing around the pillars.
Ah, qué buena.
Guys like Rancor still in position, getting the kills off the cross, but that's it. 3 players near the A zone now from Ultra. Unfortunately, though, only a single stack.
A single man. Take care of that in a moment. Rancor still trying to maintain this balance between objective-minded and making sure that no one hits them from behind out of spawn. Right now, just keeping an eye on these players and keeping that pressure on. Still, though,
todavía Joe sigue partiendo.
Still getting it done alone.
Yeah, and listen, they're not even trying to kill Rancor, right? They're just making sure you sort of pin them back, pin them away. Ultra, they had 3 players near the A zone, only a single stack, but they controlled that area so effectively, and now it's secured. 2 minutes.
Uy, no.
We're now super 3 dead immediately, though. Again, all 4 dead. This is a bad time to die right now for the Heretics to push forward.
Ah, qué buena. No, corre Metal. Ah,
but Metals, unfortunately, they all spawn on top of him. Other side of the flank, though, Rancor now picking up the pinch.
Yeah, and Rancor is going to be able to get at least 1 freebie. They're shoot cleaners in the back, and Joe Deceives wants them dead. Problem is, now more teammates are falling, and that's extra pressure on the map from Heretics. This is where you burn the time off the clock for Miami. You had a minute and 50 seconds to play with. Well, it takes them 30 seconds to get out of spawn.
Diligent Joe cleans the plate, makes sure there is nothing left there before they make their way over towards B. And again, set up now for the Heretics. They're ready to take on anything. Great timing on the attack from Mercury. He's not able to get the kill, and Metals finds 2.
I mean, that's aggression right there. So all that effort to get out of your spawn, and now you're just welcome back. That is half the game clock time. Burn there.
Qué buena, real. Oh, Mercury se lleva 2.
Trying to bail you out. He gets the 2-piece, but now Real, I mean, he's soaring, he's flying, and he is the nuisance, the thorn in your side.
He's still roaring, man. Absolutely spinning around. Static gameplay leads to death here in the COD League. And Real, how smooth is this?
Yeah, look at that route too. Those arrows for Ultra just spinning in circles looking for him. He takes the long route, and this is just undeniable how efficient this is.
Buena, loco.
Defensive end. Real, the route man, getting paid.
Yeah, he's still going. 25 seconds to go. And still, Real still keeping Ultra in their spawn.
Yeah, this should be the round 1. Ultra would have to pull off a miracle to get this one through. Now, top ammo with the Jackal, not the easiest thing in the world.
Uy, espérate. Pero Super se va a llevar esos 2.
That one up. The A zone gets captured, but after that, Heretics are perfect. Real on a 6 as well. That is a defensive round of beauty.
Que bien la jugó, loco.
Heretics like clockwork, getting it done, and Real understood the value of his life.
Absolutely perfect. Outside of one blip, one opening where they couldn't quite get Joe Deceives off the time, and he managed to capture A. Not a lot of signs of life there, not a lot of creativity out of Toronto Ultra. They had too much to deal with, and the Heretics kept them dancing the whole map.
And this is the opportunity now from Heretics, right? You win the first defensive round. You know Ultra have that elite defensive capability on this map. It's just an opportunity. If you steal one of those offensive rounds away, you're feeling incredibly confident about the map. And at the very least for Miami, you just want to get 3 ticks.
These one zones.
Cómo le cayó encima de la cara.
Not a lot of nades found here. Real spree done.
Recline con 3. Mira, no.
So far it's looking nice. Super shouldn't walk out of this one with his life, and he does not. On a Rancor, last man up for the Heretics on this side of the map, and he's doing his very best to keep the pressure.
Coño, mano.
This is where Ultra at their best, though. This is where problems might get out of control. Ultra, when they put you in their base, they slam you.
Oh yeah, here we go. Inside left flank. Opened up for a second, so Real can escape from that position. Joe,
Qué buena, super.
there we go. Heretics stabilized.
Yeah, I saw the look out of CleanX. The second he died, it's just that grimace. We dropped that one. So yeah, Heretics now able to get out. The problem solved. And CleanX, by the way, 1 in 9. Uncharacteristic. 1 in 10 now, maybe. He's got to figure it out.
3 dead again. 4 dead once again. Now the A zone, a big old stack, folks. We are fully loaded on A. Real's going to push out, try to buy some space. The capture is absolutely a successful one. Second progress. You wanted one segment at the very least, and you're tied up now. And that's it. A gone. 138 to play, and a lot of lives.
Yeah, Real's so smooth, but so was the teamwork there from Ultra. CleanX might not be able to buy a kill, but he can at least set his teammates up. Now though, Super getting the pressure over towards line, 2 players to deal with. His life is more valuable than a random kill he might.
Uy, Metal, yo creo que tú puedes molestar aquí un montón. No, todos murieron. Mira, y sobrevivió Super. Metal está en la mejor. ¡Ay, mataron al de Ark! ¿Se jodió? ¿Toma un punto? Sí, lo cogieron. No hay break. Sí, si no matan, si no mueren por Joe, también.
And now, I mean, the second or extra segment already gone. Rancor still in prime position. And even though it gets traded, you still got a little life lead and a good chunk of time to work with.
That's great production again, just out of that one life. You still, Metal's on that front line. He's not relinquishing whatsoever.
Ay, mamá. Ay, Metal.
14 and 8. And the stack, second segment. Real gets a kill. That's going to be the round. Heretics taking the lead.
Qué buena, loco.
2-0.
Qué buena, qué buena. Uy.
In that offensive round, that's your opportunity. And again, that moment in my mind for CleanX where he dies outer palms and his head snaps back and he knows, oh, they're gonna get out. We just lost the control of this round. And the second they lost it, Heretics never gave it back. Applying pressure, applying pace, and Rancor continues to be elite. 11 and 7, but clean shots rolling through. Massive advantage for Miami.
Yeah, Rancor's gameplay is very, very position-based. He gets himself into a great spot where he has a fantastic field of view, able to identify the attack from Ultra, and if he's not getting the kills, he's dealing a huge amount of damage as well.
Yeah, and 3 and 17 from CleanX. Zuma might start celebrating.
No, it's a little early for that still, but great start.
Right,
Speak of the man, we speak it into existence. He and Joe now on the attack towards B insight, gets his as well. So a nice attack here. That's technically 3 down. So spawners out over towards B for Heretics.
Yeah, and Mercules continues to just be a menace. By the way, the second #2 super spawns, everybody turns around. So that is instantaneous recognition. But you know Mercules is coming, doesn't mean you can stop him.
Oh, he's very strong indeed. The young demigod now.
Cogieron la B de primera.
See you later, B. We're going away, boys and girls. CleanX now. He's starting to get things rolling. Can we find two?
Uy, diablo. Ese snapcito.
Single kill and you capture the B zone. That is the name of the game now from Ultra. Just help Mercules out.
Here we go. Inside 10-12, fighting for their lives, trying to get some positioning here on Vault. Heretics have still got a fantastic iron grip across the map. Joe dancing. Joe dicing. Can Joe find any more out of this life?
It is beautiful. They already know. Name of the game, control the A space. You don't have to kill the guy in the catwalk, but as long as he's not killing you, you're happy. Joe Deceives, ready for the pressure. Knows the right side's going to be open, and his teammates have at least made you to him until Super cuts you down. Ultra might lose the thread. CleanX, though, showing up in the feed. He might get traded, but Joe Deceives is doing everything he can to buy his team some space.
It's just doing the right thing, slowly, sensibly. Wait for the lad, see if you can't make a play now of your own.
Ah, lo vieron.
Hello. Shoots a little early.
¿Quién se lo llevó?
And now Real is going to know the fight is on. Heretics.
Ah, mira, no, espérate, ¿qué?
Battle for the life count.
Qué
It's
buena,
plays
Joe.
like that are doing it.
Joe deceives is a monster, and he's just getting out of dodge. He disappears, looking for a little bit extra, and finally gets
Oh, qué buena.
Now you're back
Ay,
in your
Kleenex.
spawn. This is the problem.
Oh,
Big
qué
win
buena.
from Kleenex saves it for his boys. Now they all spawn in the same position, able to fight out together. But they're going to do their due diligence, make sure that no one is here in ammo as well. Or are they going to run by? They're going to let Real get away with this. Real's going to get some damage in. Joe, toe to toe. High ground for Real.
Ay, por poquito.
Over towards A.
58 seconds to work with as well.
Qué buena está hablando el-
About the pitches coming through. Rancor
Me creo que lo va a
makes his
buscar.
impact, and then he disappears. Couple trades rolling through, but Ultra continuously with the man down. The slaying has not been there.
Speaking of the man down, it's through the hole we find these kills. Insight holding the front line down together.
3.
Beautiful shots into the back of there.
GG.
with Rancor.
And last man standing is Metals. Has to get a
Ah,
kill.
mira, el
Does
por lo menos
so.
cogió a
His team
uno.
now have a little bit of time.
Slow catch. Trying to make the play.
No, no lo.
Can't win it. Insight once again. The bastion of defense right now on the back line for Ultra. 2 segments gone. This is the last chance.
Yo creo que cogen
The contest
puntos.
on the
Al menos
hop.
que.
Super down. Insight. Looking nice
Sí.
out there. Ultra still
Mira, no
alive.
podía Hacho venderse ahí.
And it wasn't the defense. It was the
I mean, si lo ganaba durísimo, pero Hacho podía ir para acá a molestar.
3 in 17. Kleenex got an 8-kill round, and that's the difference from Ultra. They had to play 2 rounds, virtually a man down, but he's back. We got ourselves a map.
Highlights across the board here.
Pop,
It's
pop,
just such
pop.
a difficult thing to do against teams who are so slippery. The way Heretics play this map, they're so well spread. It's difficult to get 2s and 3s down at a time. And Kleenex, he's been on the receiving end of so many difficult gunfights.
Yeah, but found a little bit of flow. The stat line, well, we can forget about it now. It's only about the next round or 2. Heretics gonna have to battle, and where Kleenex has struggled, Metals has thrived. 20 kills he has. The scoreboard, very difficult to keep track of. I know it's April, but
It is difficult. Doing our best. That can't go boom.
Oh,
Back and Kleenex. Start things off
no
nicely.
está metal.
Again, going
Ay,
towards
Scorpio
that
está
A zone.
jodido.
Is where you want to be heading now for the Heretics. Down low though, this gives you the option of both the A and B here. And I love that for
Ah,
Real.
Mercury's con
Hot
dos.
check, gets the contest there on A, and now straight to B. An agent of chaos right now.
yeah, Inside, I think, assumed that the A zone was being touched, not B. By the time he figured it out, Real already shooting you in the back. And now there's 2 players on the minimap from Ultra worried about the B zone. He's trying to keep the pressure at A, but ultimately, no one's really stopping the clock for an extended period of time. Heretics, you're doing a lot of dancing, not a lot of capping.
Uy, super.
And this is a
Esconderte,
painful
papi.
moment. Super being in art is huge long term, but not if you had 0 presence over towards A, where those white arrows crawling around the objective.
Yeah, they're stacked up. But wait, Metals finds 1 out of that, so not necessarily entirely nullified. He keeps sending these players to
Ay, ay, ay.
yeah, Mercules picks him out of position. Metals still keeping his spree going.
Echa para atrás,
too.
echa para atrás, echa para atrás.
Rancor again.
Uy,
They're
te van a
just trying to
buscar.
tap these zones. He's going to toe it. He's trying to cause some discourse between the Ultra Boys on this lineup, but their defense has been resolute. Metals on the capture.
I mean, you need a set of kills here soon, and the con timing is not on their side for the moment. At least 2 players around A, but yeah, they just have no pressure, no presence. This has been so scattered. Super for 2, but now he's tagged up 1 HP, has the support, but the support is
No,
falling.
Joe está
Seeds,
absoluto.
knocking them all down.
He does that basically alone. Teammates now sharp. They're never 10 seconds to go here. Ultra forcing the round 5.
Real lo llevó. Oh, no puede ser.
We're on the zones. Both of them.
Ah, Real va a ir para el otro punto. Real, tienes que ir para el otro
Now,
punto.
number 4
Qué
Real, he's
embuste.
just being annoying, but he's giving you something extra. But still, not a lot of progress on these zones. And only
Ah,
5
loco, qué
seconds.
buena. Miami trajo este juego para atrás. Y Real sigue matando
He's
gente.
dragging everybody to him. He just bought his teammates all the time in the world, and the
Qué
A zone
buena.
has fallen.
2 segments remaining at B. Insight now posted up. This is where he wants to be. Kleenex on the front line. Ultra are doing what they can. This is the defense we wanted to talk about. The legendary holds of Ultra. Let's see one now.
Heretics, though, they get space on the map. They get opportunities to work with. You're trying to be sneaky. Maybe a battle against Rancor. Well, they're not sniffing out outer palms. Mercules has the opportunity to make the impact, but his teammates in the meantime are losing gunfights. Line them up. There's one.
Ah, qué buena, Rencor. Como que no lo mataron, pero macho, con solo matarlo, parar el reloj, suficiente ya.
Oh, he opens the window. Send in Joe for the kills. Send in Joe for the damage. Still getting the capture. Second segment contest. Cleaned out. And that's it. Last man down for the Heretics. 30 seconds to go. Metal's got to stay alive.
Oh, and Insight lets him live. So Metal's down low because he's looking for a little bit extra. Cutting off the reinforcements. Now you're worried about Art. You're worried about everything. You got to be worried about that zone.
Turns his back. They run through the front line. Over to Joe. Can you save this now? There's the contest. Dancing for the kills. You get it.
Oh, qué buena, Joe.
Ultra. That should be the map.
No, no digas eso. No digas eso, quedan 20. No, papá. No, ¿qué va a hacer? ¿Qué? No te creo. Vete pa'l carajo. Loco. Vete pa'l carajo.
What an effort from Toronto Ultra. But in the end, Miami Magic here at the Major.
Pressure makes diamonds.
Diablo, loco. El caster dijo, se acabó. Y yo, vi, quedan 20 segundos, 5 vidas. Diablo, y todo se fue al carajo después de ahí. Dímelo, Robert. Que mucho tú sos ese pingüinito, ¿ah? ¿Cómo estaba, pato? ¿Bien? Vete pa'l carajo, loco. Real sí hizo la jugada. Real de verdad está haciendo como que jugadas que prácticamente acaba el juego. Se quedó en la B. Yo pensaba que iba a molestar en la B y rápido ir para la A para ayudar a sus compañeros, pero se quedó en la B y se llevó como 2 personas más. Se molestó con cojones. Diablo, brother, qué cosa más brutal. Yo amo los juegos de domingo, loco, siempre están intensos. Más vale que Heratic gane todo esto. Hacho, ¿viste ese juego, Fufo? Vete pa'l carajo, loco. Ya lo, brother, so, lo que yo dije puede ser que sea cierto. La que Miami si gana va a ganar con Neslo. O sea, a través de un Neslo. Neslo no está jugando. Porque es que yo siento que el hardpoint de Ultra está muy salvaje. Y el último mapa de Search and Destroy es Dealership, que es el mapa de Miami. Aunque el ATIF le dio un 6-0 para que se vayan a dormir. So, quién sabe hay unos cracks en la estrategia. Ya lo, pero qué juegazo, loco.
Still, that pulls those players. That forces them to deal with something, even if it is just Real being annoying, infuriating to play against. The Heretics, a wonderful mastery, back at it.
Nah, esa fue la jugada.
Vault controls. Charles, we're staying on Vault. The final few moments here across the highlights.
Ah, cholo, que cogieron allá a Mercury. Ya ahí estuviese cogiendo, de verdad. Ya ahí estuviese cogiendo a tirarme de pecho el punto.
A beautiful game of control. Lungs on that man.
Yeah, check on his blood vessels too. He might pop one. That is a roar for that dub. But getting it done in this
Vamos!
event,
Vamos!
I remember Trey Zero talking about this last year. He was like, they run it down. They play so unbelievably fast at all times. You have to make adjustments on the fly to get used to it. And that was the thing from Ultra. They're having to problem solve. There's, instead of maybe 3 or 4 set plays in an offensive round of control, it's just non-stop.
Diablo, qué cosa más brutal.
You do not have a moment to breathe.
Qué duro fue este control. Nadie disfruta un control como este.
On red card, they were able to slow him down on that vault. Not at all. They got run over. Now back against the wall. Maybe another 3-1 victory against Ultra from the Heretics, and for a top 3 placement, the best Spanish squad we have ever seen, replicating now their success.
Vamos. ¿Verdad que yo creo que Herati va a llevar a la final, de verdad? Y si ganan, bizcocho.
7-second long scream he had at the end of that match, John. 7 seconds. Not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of metal singers out there who are counting it.
Yeah, and I know there's some players out there, or people out there, I should say, on the Ultra camp that don't even know what Metals looks like. But Metals is the one that sits at the normal distance.
Mira, diablo, la cámara, el temblequeo. Hasta el camarógrafo está nervioso. Hardpoint. Ay, vamos para Volt otra vez. Ay, mamá. Este debe ser el hardpoint de Miami. Son Miami. Puede molestar. ¿Este es el hardpoint de Miami? No. No, no es dealership Search and Destroy. Oh, shit. Espérate. No vi los mapas, loco. Yo no sé quién. Yo creo que Miami fue que cogió Red Card. So, este hardpoint es de Ultra. Y Rewind los cogió Miami. Posiblemente banearon a dealership.
You gotta be at your Sunday best, and if I'm CleanX, I know I gotta bounce back after that control.
Here we have Tobias Yul Johnson.
Este es el hardpoint de Ultra.
Very right indeed. Even gets a team damage in. Not enough for any kills, so 3 off the rip. Gets his boys inside.
Vaya.
And if that's any theme right there, CleanX starting off with a triple kill punch. That's what Ultra need. And now when they get control, so clean, so efficient, and they get to control the pace. Insight, even with the Jackal, just slowing these players down. 2 on the flank, though, they break them. And long term on the spawns, Heretics not
creo que cambiaron spawns.
You see they're flipping out.
Ay, Mercury salvó el spawn. Diablo, qué duro el chamaquito. Ay, super. Si tú te llevas a uno nada más, con eso estás más que bien. Uy, no, CleanX está endiablado, alto odio. No muera. Diablo, no, CleanX está. Ahora yo lo mató.
Shots like that are incredible. CleanX on 4, and by the way, Mercury's 5-0. Ultra looking good.
5 sprees, 3 sprees, all across the board now, right now for the Ultra boys. They are here and they are.
Que mucho molesta este chamaquito, ¿ah?
P2 impregnable so far. No one from the
loco.
Take to get in there, and if they do, they're down on the outside now. Super. Global list from Mercury, still 6-0.
And I'm loving this gameplay, man. It's just right spot. Don't give away your life. Don't ever challenge. Know when you need to help your teammates. Know when they need to help you. 7-0 from
Chamaquito es la ópera. Chamaquito es la ópera.
His first championship Sunday at the professional level. He has been a spectacle this weekend.
Bless my soul. Merc is on a roll. Over towards the new hardpoint we go. And CleanX again playing patient, playing smart. 82 as we go in a third hardpoint.
Yeah, even those little things from CleanX, that like just to not lose the spawns for
Record.
the P2 is why they have a 70-point lead. A 6-win spree in hardpoint from Ultra, in the little plays like that give you so much time. They don't have this.
Qué buena, real.
Insight finally gets dropped, and finally an opportunity for
Metal.
to seize
Cuidado, que CleanX está.
They got the map the way they want it. Can they get boys in?
Ese jodió ese.
They
Oh, mataron al Dark también. Y a diablo, espérate, Rencor está ahí. Rencor se lleva a 2. Rencor. Oh, Rencor se llevó a 2, qué buena. Ah, bueno, murió por la granada. Se hizo la jugada, pero como no cogieron 20 puntos aquí. Va con estos últimos 10, pero tiene rotación. Bueno, espérate. Nah. Metal, espérate, Metal.
He's trying to stay alive right now. Fast moves, reinforcements have arrived. Here comes the next attack. Heretics.
Qué bueno, Metal. Ay, Metal. Pero ¿por qué miraste para allá?
Joe gets it.
And that's instantaneous. You had one guy behind.
Dímelo, mono.
Heretics that could have blocked those spawns. The 2 arrows on Ultra snapped into position and hunted him down. Ultra, a team that always does the little things right.
Yeah, still holding time, still holding the front line as well. CleanX there getting his. On the other side of the map now, it's going to be Joe. 4 spree, 11-5. And 30 seconds to go on this time. In the first hard point, Heretics got the late breaks. They were living off a scrap, but it was not enough to
12-5 Joe, 11-8 CleanX, Mercury 11-5 también. 6-12 Rencor, 5-11 Real. Lo único que está bastante bien es Metal. Necesitan bajarlo, están a 200 millas.
First set of rotations and 110-second lead from Ultra. Their teamwork in this game mode is phenomenal.
Oh, Joe gets another kill, and he's getting himself a Hellstorm.
Touch the time.
Touch the time, Joe. Get in there, mate. Go on, Joe. Get in the time.
Not anymore. Now the timing's not there.
Teammates are there for it, though.
Ah, loco.
Old moment of I should have done this, should have done that, should have got your ass to the time, boy. There we go. Heretics there trying to get themselves into time, but Mercury's once again denying that. So sprees across the board once again.
Pero Mercury ya tiene un Hellstorm.
Jodeci's on a 7 there. Very, very strong opener here on Vol. They won that game 5.
Yeah, and now Mercury's going to be dancing around time. There's 2 in the feed for subside there, and of course Mercury's already with the Hellstorm. They got all the toys to play with. Still 110-second lead. Still winning.
Qué buena, super.
Super those strikes for 2. Heretics looking to try to soak up the P1 time because this rotation is going to be tough. And Jodeci is taking a route to try to make the impact. He doesn't want to give away the scrap, and they're not going to get it. That's a gunfight right there that takes away so much time.
Vamos a perder. No, todavía está el número 2 y número 1 ahí. Buena, la jugaron para el spawn. Kleenex. Tú lo tienes, papá. Tienes que llevarte el del frente y el del lado. Oh. Ah, lo vieron. ¿Por qué aquí? A mí, todos tienen techo si lo piensas bien. Boom. Buena.
That's not what he wanted. And this is not what you want if you're an Ultra fan.
A rare, nervy moment from the Ultra camp in that regard. Again, they had 110
Anda el diablo.
Heretics. Well, they've chopped that down to 60. Still, though, a long way to go.
And they got a constant reinforcements right now from the Heretics. Absolutely smashing forward. Metals there on time. Rencor as well getting his. Hardpoint still very much in their hand. And a P2 that they can look back on very, very happily. Super trying to make the play towards the P3 spawns. And let's go for a listening with the Miami Heretics.
Vamos allá. Esto es bueno. Tira granada, papi, tiene una Centex. Casi, mano. Qué buena real. Inside con el read. Buena metal. Oh, qué buena, Joe. Buena, mataron al de atrás. Van a traer este juego, loco. Oh, qué buena, Joe. Joe, se lleva el tercero. Ay, por poco, super. Por carajo, no puedo creer que estuviste tan cerca de matarlo. ¿Tienes stun? Bueno, fue el mejor, pero... Buena, metal. Con estos últimos 5, olvídate de eso.
P4 has been a problem from Heretics. They get more time on that hill, but ultimately Ultra take it away because they didn't have the rotation. But that might be one of the only things Heretics have done wrong. The 110-point lead now chopped down to 30. They've made some progress.
Oh, what a hard point. That game 5 was looking so certain. Now, very much
Ooh.
up in the air. Jodeci continuing to be an absolute monster. Titan in the lobby at 24 and 20. Real still on time.
Qué buena, loco.
Kills Kleenex on time again, and Super with another big win for the Heretics.
And a little bit of time. I mean, that lead has been
Sí, se jodió el lead.
They're working on it. 3 in the feed, and they're applying some pressure. You win these gunfights, you get these spawns.
Sí, loco, tienes que matar a Inside y ya.
In prime position. Insight's the last man they have to kill.
You've heard that trophy.
No explota el trophy, no lo explote.
Teammates has to make a play happen. Subsite spots him out. No. Metal's now finding kills. Insight still in play towards the new time, and this is going to get awkward very quickly.
Ay, no. Loco, tienen spawn también. Se van a coger estos primeros 20 puntos mínimos.
110-point lead Ultra had. It is almost gone. It's starting to fall apart.
Qué buena. Lo viste, si lo estás leyendo, lo estás... Ah, está bien.
The hard point is still Heretics though. Rencor keeping the back doors safe. All towards pool we go.
Yeah, because of the team.
Cuidado.
All that pressure. The lead exchange. Ultra trying to pierce it and even least get amount of time. So now you're playing chip away. Now it's a desperation effort. Now Hercules wants to get him away, but he's gone.
Qué buena, loco.
In Heretics, it has been a takeover. But I'm thinking long term, Miles. They have the lead.
Necesitan rotar ahora.
This game might very well come down
Vete.
P4. For the moment, Ultra have the left side.
Tienen Arc y tienen Street. Ay, Rencor. Yo no creo que tú... Sí.
You see what the idea is. Everything they can to try to flip these spawns. They got 60 seconds to make it happen.
204 to 177. Eyes on
that ahí.
This hard point, not necessarily the difference maker.
Sí, loco. Todavía no se acaba el juego, ¿verdad? Porque esto cambia cada jato. Pero estaban abajo como por 100 puntos, 110, 120. Ah, pero Joe está haciendo fiesta. Joe está haciendo fiesta. Joe está haciendo fiesta. No saben dónde está el número 4, que ese va a ser el clave. Real tiene que jugar. No pasa exactamente este punto. No. Oh, bueno, estaba one shot. Bueno.
Yeah, but his teammates are losing the gunfights. But when his teammates win them, that means you get the P3 time. Jodeci is playing keep away in a standoff battle between Insight and Real. This is where the money is made.
¡Ay, Lee! ¡Qué buena se la hizo! Ah, ya sabe. Él sabe.
They're trying to get themselves in on towards time, but again, a very dangerous moment. Joe cut them down on the approach.
Yeah, how about this 5-spree? You lose this.
Este es el juego, literal. El que gane aquí, gana el juego.
Here we go. Through the side door.
El número 1 es ponido afuera.
Breach and clear Heretics. Can they do it together as a team?
Joe still holding down from upstairs.
All the boys of the Heretics have not made any entry down.
Buena.
It is still a good hold. One more hit from Super.
No puede. Oh, Rencor con 2. ¿Cómo? ¿De dónde?
Last man standing. His teammates have fallen. Now you're losing the time, and they just know he can't make the play. Jodeci.
Lo van a dejar arriba. Literalmente lo van a dejar arriba.
Found an opening through the front though, and we're able to get some reinforcements going here. The time is still ticking. Joe, a gut check, a big decision, a backline kill. Over towards time.
Ay, por poco.
They get the kills.
Son como 10 ahí.
20 seconds. This is worth fighting for. Ultra to get back in the game, or Heretics to get the advantage.
Rencor.
P1, pinching from the side door. Super making moves. Get Ultra out of time. Get Kleenex.
Qué buena Kleenex con 2.
He gives you 2 a 10-second gunfight. We're going to new. P1.
Buena Real. ¿Viste el Dolphin Dive le quedó en la madre? Oh, Kleenex con 2 otra vez. Ojo. Ojo.
Blocking the spawns now. Everybody else is going to be forward. Once 8 spawns up, you know, look forward. It's the P4 in the arch spawns. 20
no, el que haga first blood ahora gana el juego. Oh, yo lo pillaron. Kleenex. Kleenex está jugando en la madre, loco. Mercury. Ya. Sí, ya, se acabó. Yo no creo que ellos... Ahí está. Diablo, brother. Vete pa'l carajo. ¡Ave María, qué juegazo! Todo está en el P4, hermano. El hecho de que yo... Es que yo no sabría ni qué hacer. ¿Tú crees que le hubieran hecho un gunfight allá arriba a él? Estaban en el punto y uno afuera. Entre 2 podían como que asomarse, pero yo estaba mirando la puerta todo el tiempo. Si lograba matar el de la puerta a las millas y matar el que sube la escalera, se jodió. Yo creo que es Real lo que tenía que... Real que se metió para Ball, que se tiró de lado. Yo creo que lo hubiera salido por la parte afuera y se hubiera metido por una de las puertas, pues ya era alguien cogiendo. Ay. Hacho, que eso está intenso. ¿Ese es el de Gref? Sí. Lo más brutal es que, según lo que he escuchado de este mono, obviamente Heretic es de Gref, Ultra es de Koi, no sé qué, pero es de, creo que tienen algunas cosas de España o algo así. So, hay una riña. Hay una riña entre ellos.
Well, we got it. Another game 5 here at Major 3. Heretics now fighting for their lives. Ultra
Diablo,
fighting for
brother.
their lives. The mythology.
Sí, no sé de qué, no sé si es de un creador de contenido, o no sé si es de, ¿verdad? Si es un equipo gigante allá. Y entiendo yo que es gigante, pero tiene un equipo de Call of Duty y eso cuesta dinero con cojones. Pero no sé si ellos tienen como que el investment completo de Ultra. Yo no sé si es... No sé si me entiende, ¿verdad? No sé si ellos son parte, como que tres cuartas partes dueños de Ultra o una cuarta parte de Ultra. No sé cómo es el negocio, pero tienen algo. Diablo, brother, qué juego.
Miami Heretics, Toronto Ultra. Loser gets top 3.
Qué juego, me cago en la ópera. Ok, día 3, estamos haciendo los thumbnails del canal de bot. Este día tenemos Boston contra Search. Anda el diablo. Espérate. LAT.
is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller.
Miami contra Herati, yo puse aquí, yo estoy loco. Era LAT contra Herati, que ese es uno. Esto está en el día 3 también. Qué juegazo, loco. Los eventos están en la madre. Okay, tenemos LAT contra Herati, Boston contra Ultra. Boston contra Ultra. Tenemos Boston contra Search.
In the water, in the water.
Go, boys. Nice. Good DK 16. I got it, boys.
Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it.
Boston contra Herati. ¿A quién tú le vas, Fufo? Ya Opti se fue. Estás como yo, ya Face se fue. Yo quiero que gane Miami, de verdad. Yo quiero que gane a mí Miami. Le tengo como que un cariño extra por simplemente hablar español. Quiero que ganen. El Face contra Miami. Ese fue el juego que más me dolió ayer. Sí, mano. Yo sé que el Aitif. Yo siento que el Aitif va a estompear a todo el mundo allá arriba, pero quiero que Miami gane. Y siento que Miami tiene que ganar por los Search. Ellos tienen que jugar Search perfecto. Ok, so tenemos... Y hoy es importante también. Esta foto se ve en la madre. Yo espero, de verdad. Estaría brutal, de verdad, que ganen.
2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is
Esta era la
available
foto que
now.
quería.
Each pack includes home and away
Oh, sí.
operators, as well as this
La
weapon
tenemos
charm to bless
disponible.
your
Sí,
aim
señor,
with
sí,
powers
señor.
of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
One final map to decide who advances
No,
to the
Miami, en verdad quiero que ganen.
Will it be our hosts or will it be our young heroes battling
¿Verdad? Ambas historias tan duras.
all the way from
Ultra con un chamaquito, prácticamente 9 paquetes. Y Miami que están haciendo historia técnicamente para su organización.
They have had a nearly perfect S&D record throughout the entire stage. And this is where it matters the absolute most. Very happy to see Rewind, and I think, at least for the neutral COD fans, we're eating good for this series. It
Empezó.
Lights out, a spectacle of a hard point.
Voy ahora.
I feel like it's been thematic for the Heretics, even when they're down. They never die.
Vamos para allá.
But Ultra on the map 5s, we haven't seen a ton in this tournament, but typically when Ultra get there, they have the new man on the roster at a level of difficulty. Mercules has had an incredible debut, but all that matters now is this final map.
Explosive start, but no kills, no damage. Prying eyes towards the A-bomb site. Once again, not a lot shown, a little bit of intel.
Echa esa para atrás, porque te van a empujar los tres.
A lot of movement there.
Él lo sabe, él lo sabe. Él lo sabe.
Yeah, I mean, a double flank coming through. Actually, Ultra have a really good positioning on the minimap.
Ella, diablo, el flank es por completo, el mapa completo.
Heretics in a 4v4. This is anybody's round.
Great stuff. 2-2 split right now, the Ultra boys.
Hacho, el número 3 no va a saber ni la hora que es.
But Ultra are actually taking the time to clear it out. Super gets the first blood, but they've at least isolated that player. Problem is, that took a long time to make it happen.
Classic corner spots right now for Metals. Great timing on the inside.
¿Va a puchar?
A red dot for the feet.
Opa, qué buena Metal, miraste para allá. Porque si salías cogiendo te mataban.
Great damage.
Oh, pillaron este rotando, mataron a...
Look at the calculation on the round. Super for the 1v3.
Uy, Dios mío, se lo llegase a matar.
Kleenex closes the door. And Kleenex, 3 kills in the round. A tough vault control. Since then, Kleenex has been a man on a mission. And I love that moment from Metals when he gets tags on insight for a, like he hesitates for a moment. Do I go and chase that kill? And he says, I know the teamwork from Ultra. He turns the cross already covered. Ultra, they're always dialed in on the teamwork front. So difficult to play against. And Ultra, strike first.
A frustrating round for the Heretics as well. 2 of them shot in the back that round. You think you got everything covered, you think you got a good spot. Ultra just peel you apart. A tasty onion. We'll take the first bite.
B-bomb site completely undefended. Heretics very aggressive through the middle of the map. Heretics, I mean, they're always playing so aggressive. These slight variations compared to what we're used to from the majority of teams, Ultra have to make sure they adjust for it, because the pinch could happen at any moment.
Our resident door kickers are going to have to get things going soon. Kleenex. It's dry in cleaning.
Oh, loco.
Another shot in the back. Super now taking the gunfight at the very least. Gets away with his life. And what a reposition.
Qué buena, sí.
Shuts down Kleenex as well. It was 4-0 and had a bomb defuse.
Rancor se va a dar cuenta.
And, well, Joe didn't see
Va a
him.
rodar.
Rancor spotted him. He's playing the outer wing for the control.
Rancor. 1.
Qué buena, loco.
Save. The bomb does get planted. Super fighting forward. Stun. Inside, what a magnificent.
Ay, 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 yo no sé cómo. Es que, mano, lo dejaron guancho. Yo no sé quién fue el que mató primero. Yo creo que era Joe. Hey, Joe.
We're playing on old patch because Hybrid broken in the current one, and Hybrid got Joe to seize out of dodge.
The literal dive, perfect stun out of insight. Here's that moment again, Joe. Planted, tagged. Look at this. Oh, left.
Estaba guancho, hermano.
9 HP. Could not believe it.
Es que yo creo que él pensó, él literalmente creo que dudó si matar el de la bomba primero. De verdad jugó bien. ¿De qué fue? Not enough. Diablo. Miami, con calma.
Look at that, Heretics, when they're at their best, it's when they're flying. You lose a round like that, painful to try to adjust for. Down 3-0, and this has been a quick one.
15 seconds, start to finish. Ultra, no prisoners whatsoever there. Joe yet to drop, 5-0. Unbelievable scenes. The Heretics need a change of pace and quick.
And I didn't bother checking Team A or Team B, but I know Kleenex on the desk mentioned yesterday they wanted the Game 5 because it was their map pick. They just haven't seen many Game 5s. Well, here they are looking good. But for Heretics, I've said it multiple times already in this series, they can be down, they are never out.
Never. No, not yet, anyway. A decent spread here towards A and B, so they're cutting their losses from the previous rounds. No more of this island play. It's very concerted.
And they are so worried about these pinches. Again, Real got too aggressive in the previous defensive round. They're clearing out everything before they make their move. They know these players get squirrely. Kleenex, well, he goes out. You know there's players by Elephant.
Pressure. What a gunfight. Kleenex just runs shy of ammunition there. He may have been able to find it, but Mercury's perfect coverage.
Now Insight's taking a little bit of space up towards the empty street. Ultra still waiting to make their move. 35 seconds left in the round. You're gonna have to do something soon.
If he gets any show from the outside of the map, he's gonna be able to send his boys in with good intel. But so
El número 2. Esto va a ser entre 3 y 7.
Renkor's opening battle's gonna get things going. Real finds another, and the trades are there.
No, 5 va a matar a uno.
But no bomb in hand. Recovered.
Sí.
Another shot in the back. 2v2.
Yeah, Super's been the mystery man. The only man they don't have any intel on, and the man that could break this round down. Get the time and catch him off. Super has it dialed in.
Qué buena, loco, lo mató a tiempo. A ver, huye, papi, huye. Huye. Qué buena, loco. Por un segundo podían haber matado a Super antes de que matara el de la bomba.
Yeah, in Super especially. I mean, the timing absolutely perfect. The teamwork from Ultra, how close you absolutely were. But he had it absolutely dialed in.
Oye, Rencor estaba en el carajo.
Unbelievable. You could have been looking at the 1v1 there. Both those arrows.
Espérate, ¿quién mató? Ah, fue Mercury. Así que Joe se le fue el streak. Aunque yo creo que había muerto al principio o no. Estoy seguro. Es que el scoreboard está jodido. Ay, mamá.
It's a good old-fashioned hit on A. Metals. Oh, he aims wrong. Joe goes for it. And Super, slight suppression here. But Joe is ready for this fight.
Yeah, what a play. Match aggression with aggression. Joe Deceives just walked it down.
Rencor.
Kleenex, though, gets caught. And a mistake being made there from Ultra. Atypical, but now you got some opportunities. As Rencor, he is pinching all the way through Burger. His other two teammates by Elephant and Zig.
Oh no.
Unfortunately need the bomb, and how about that spot from Joe? S&D mastermind. Rencor for a 1v3 where the trade from Ultra instant. Joe Deceives masterclass there in that round. Just a stalker walking him down.
It's simple, it's effective, but he can only do that because he wins a ridiculous gunfight to start things off. Stays alive. Beautiful positioning. If you see that bomb in play, it is one of the most important elements on the map. Keeps an eye on it, gets a freebie.
Fun fact, Mercules is older than Joe Deceives.
What?
Yeah, actually.
Nice. 4-1, Ultra walking away with it here in Game 5.
What do you do if you're Heretics? Ultra have been so incredibly patient on the attacking rounds. Do you want to try to make a move? Do you want to get a little bit active? Well, Real is taking a great deal of space. And Mercules, I mean, he's just there. He's getting tags in everybody. Standing his ground, has Insight there for the support. Insight's tracking Real the entire way through. In the meantime, Bomb moving towards B. Rancor posted up, though, behind the, I don't know what it's called. Bulldozery thing.
Be a forklift?
Yes, thank you.
Gotcha, bro. RC car eliminated. Not going to be worrying about that too much. Joe still has his to work with. Super has not given up this streak once yet.
Yeah, and if Heretics aren't giving him anything to work with, Ultra forced to make the play. You'll want to do it sooner rather than later, because now only 40 seconds left. They lost the last offensive round because they just did not have the time.
B-bomb's out of the question. They're going to have to make their way towards A, but they've got a lot of corners to clear out here. Check them. Watch out for those VHS boxes flying around, folks. They'll poke your eye out. Here we go, right onto the site. And it's an exchange of gunfire, and the Heretics coming out on top. Joe with a corner. Not a lot left in it.
¡Ave María, diablo!
The X-ray vision.
Yeah, great damage. No kills.
Oh, le va el carajo.
Anytime again. He's going to be able to get the bomb down, though, so the clutch potential is here. Long time doing Kleenex and Insight, and Kleenex got out.
Oh, he got out with his life. Insight. Trades, though.
Diablo, le va el carajo. Si Kleenex gana esto, se acaba el juego. De verdad.
Did they know where he is? He managed to escape them. The elusive Dane. Now making his way round.
Ya están nerviosos.
And an opportunity now for Kleenex to check it, and he manages to get the kill. Is he going to check the bomb in there? Kleenex! What a round!
Chacho.
The elusive Dave.
Le hubieran, no sé yo siento que le hubieran hecho el challenge, son dos.
Steel puts Ultra on match point.
Ay, mamá.
Devastating. Rancor, how close. So many of these rounds have been decided by the thinnest of margins, but Insight and Kleenex, one of the longest duos we have had in Call of Duty history, give us.
El hecho que Insight se haya llevado a uno.
And Insight doing it with the movement as well. A 5-1 lead in a team with a substitute on half a day's notice could get to top 3.
Ponió el panadel.
Unfortunate start here.
¿O no?
Maybe over the top. Hard to tell there. 2-2 split. Ultra. Diners full of players. Kleenex wide out in the open there, looking for the intel. Joe stuns Real back. So again, B-bomb site presence here, very, very strong. A is technically wide open.
And once again, just in spots where Ultra are tracking all the information. They got eyes on so many players.
And Joe could make a real splash here with his RC car at close range. If he's got an avenue to do it, it might be the way, but it's going to be a two-man stack now towards the back. Here comes the RC.
Yeah, and Kleenex is moving though. Rancor shot. Kleenex is moving on the pinch, looking for that first blood. Joe Deceives gets it on the bottom side of the map, and now Kleenex is going to be on the chase. Bomb down, but a 3v4.
Yeah, man down, not a good idea. Not an ideal situation.
Súper como bueno, qué bueno.
3v3.
Ahí lo
Kleenex
cogieron.
looking for the immediate trade.
Lo
There
pillaron,
it is. Ultra up by 1. They've taken control of a small
Ahí tienen que
portion of the
asomarse.
room.
Uy.
Shots.
Ah, qué buena, se pudo escapar.
Mercury's trying to make the play.
Metal lo van a matar ahora.
You've still got the numbers. Medals from
Metal mató a uno.
No trade. No trade. Heretics. It's down to Rancor.
Chapatero.
It's done.
Diablo. Mira.
Continues and birds are flying through Florida. Vengeance found here on Sunday.
Mierda. Mierda. Vete pa'l carajo. Qué duro. Ay, vete pa'l carajo. Qué mierda. Bueno, se acabó el Cinderella Story de Miami.
Hercules has solidified his place in the CDL.
Tenemos...
We know we're going to be seeing more of them.
0 to hero right there, game 5. What a victory.
Qué duro, brother. Qué fucking duro el juego.
Heartbreak for them, our hosts of the major. And on
No pegamos una. Fufo. Se fue a Miami. Yo le voy a Ultra entonces. Voy a creerle al chamaquito que va a entrar como rookie y va a ganar. Qué historia. Qué historia va a ser.
They got their lick back.
Yeah, they rewound indeed, folks. Well, we've only seen a few scenarios like this where
explotó. Loco, Joe. Mierda.
In purple-clad armor makes his way to a championship Sunday. We know how that fable ended, but this one is still.
Tiff gana cómodo. Yo siento que sí, brother. Yo siento que Tiff tiene que estar ahora mismo, mira, saboreándose los labios. Ya reviva la victoria. Mano, porque tiene a un Ultra que hasta ahora no podemos decir si está mejor con Vince o no. Contra Seattle siempre lo han ganado. Nunca han perdido contra Seattle. So Seattle tiene que partir ahí. Pero diablo, brother. Si el Tiff no gana.
Talk to me about how does it feel to get that win against a team that knocked you guys down to the losers bracket?
I mean, it feels great. They talked a lot of shit in the first one, so it felt great to get back there. But you know, last map always feels nice to get a map 5 win for sure. But
yeah, it does feel nice to get a map 5.
Talk shit.
It's just any fashion, and in a way in which you and your duo Insight clutches up. I believe it was 2v3 for you to be able to come out with that. How did that round feel for you?
Felt a bit hectic, but we've been doing that for years, so nothing new, right?
Nothing new
Pilla,
at all.
confiado el pana.
One thing about this Toronto Ultra team is the foundations of it, how composed you guys are. What was going on through the comms when you find yourself down 2-1 against the home team and you got to go play some perfect hard point?
I mean, our hard point so far has been pretty much perfect. So I think after the control, we just had a rough one. I think we just instantly regained that. We knew Vault hard point is by far our best map. So quick bounce back.
Quick bounce back indeed, okay? And now as you guys continue to bounce on through this tournament, it's a lot of Ultra fans here wearing purple in the venue. It's a lot right now in the chat, chanting Strength of the North. What do you want to say to them as you guys continue to move forward?
We see you every single event we go to. There's always some Ultra fans in the crowd, and we love you guys. So see the Strength of the North. We love it. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
One more time for
Kleenex. The issue with the tissue.
Let's get it going.
Ay, Dios mío, Vince tiene que estar sudando. La bichuela tiene que estar sudando. Ay, papá Dios. Esa bichuela, ay, ay, ay. Porque hay que ser sincero. No sabemos si individualmente Mercury es mejor que Vince. Pero hay que ser sincero que con Mercury, Inside ha jugado mejor y Kleenex ha jugado mejor. Joe sigue siendo la ópera, eso no ha cambiado. Pero ellos dos han jugado mucho mejor con este chamaquito de con Vince. Y yo no sé si es como jugar el chamaquito, pero el chamaquito se ve que juega bien pasivo, bien metódico. Juega como que bien inteligente. Es como que una persona que es duro. ¿Sabes? Tienes que joderte para matarlo. Así que Vince tiene que estar, mira. Diablo, el chamaquito me va a quitar el trabajo. Pero vamos a seguir haciendo los thumbnails.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really hard series for Miami to prepare for, right? Because you go into it and you're like, okay, we've done well on, you know, red card, hard point in the past. And Toronto don't have a lot of reps on it. Well, what happens is you get the series, you're like thinking, okay, we're gonna win.
Qué buena, mano, qué buena la jugaron.
And then we get to the rewind where, you know, the one rep Miami had.
Mira, mira, mira. Ah, yo quiero escuchar que digan mierda, mierda.
Oh. Well, they're fantastic at the map, right? So you couldn't really prepare for it.
Mierda, mierda.
That's kind of the benefit of having a villain if you're the Toronto Ultra. Things like red card got better and your rewind feels good.
Joe deceives, giggling at the end of another match. I'm starting to love it. Ali, Toronto Ultra vibing after this win. Could you identify one MVP, though, if you had to select one?
Kleenex.
Honestly, you could give to a lot of them. My personal MVP is going to be Kleenex,
Sí.
because those last two maps, I believe that he was everything, and he was the reason that they won that map 5. And he had a huge turnaround. He was 17 and 31 at some point, and it was kind of like, if Toby just starts finding some kills, like Toronto Ultra can close this out. A big turnaround from him.
He won them the hard point at the
Big
end.
turnaround.
So many multi-kills. Yeah.
Hold that thought. It's your Scuff Play of the Game featuring Toby. Well done, Allen, and walk me through the end of this hard point, because this is when you know
lo que
you have a
tenemos.
chance to go deep.
Ay, tengo que esperar el resultado de Tiff, no puedo terminarlo. Puedo hacer el de Heretic y Ultra. Call of Duty me tiene las bolas bien explotadas. Anda el diablo, brother, cuéntame. Sabemos que no es de la buena manera. Cuéntame, Space. Desahógate. ¿Qué está pasando con COD?
And that's what set them up for success during the rest of this vault, because I was actually upstairs sitting there and I was like, this might end on a P1, and if it does, this is Toronto Ultra in their bag, because they've been playing it so well.
And I mean, listen, I think Miami here, they had a chance, but you just take a lot of long routes. And well, they end up just getting caught. The timing is a little bit off. You get pieced up by Mercules, the subs are on point. I mean, it was a mental battle, this vault hard point, because on one side you start down 110 points, on the other, in the moment you're like, we might blow this, but they're able to clutch on up, and Ultra.
Ayer no podía entrar al juego y me salía la carga de Mongolfar 2. No sé por qué carajo, y tuve que borrar el juego para volver a bajar la puñeta. No, loco, Space, tenés que le das que como que cancela la carga y lo bojas y ya. Solamente tienes que bojar el juego Black Ops 6 y algo más, y el multiplayer, si no me equivoco.
Walk me through the storylines. We didn't get any game 5s until the end of last night.
Well, I think, listen, if you're like a Miami fan, if you just take a step back, obviously it sucks to lose this, but if we tell you you're going to bring in Super and then you're going to get another top 4, you'd be very happy.
And
This
on that
Heritage
¿Lo dejaba? Tú estás en Airborne Play.
And on that run, run, you take down Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe, like nobody probably would have believed you.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
You replay that series, vetoes back and forth 10 times, it's probably split 5-5. Like
100%.
that's how evenly matched those guys are. But yeah, if you're Miami, you should be excited for the future of this team.
And we got one more thing to do. Miami goes on ice. We go to break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, winners bracket finals.
No, se eliminaron, pero ese no van a hacer cambio. Oye, tienen el mejor equipo en español que he visto. El AT tiene que ganar este evento. No hay break. Space. ¿Ya lo bajaste? Sí, estás configurándolo todo ahora.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Uy. Ya está, ya está. Adiós, ¿verdad? No, este juego lo puedo... Yo puedo hacer el thumbnail de este juego. Carajo. Sí, sí, me dormí ahí. El AT. ¿Dónde está LA? LA contra Seattle. Este thumbnail lo puedo hacer.
On match day, everything matters.
Ya tengo el AT de esto, lo que me falta son dos, que sabemos que es ultra.
Players gather in the arena, ready
Y no
to
sabemos
go
más nada.
fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport.
Ya está jugando entonces.
Focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scarf has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to...
Mi gente, mi sueño es un día de esto, ir a un evento de esto. Yo esperaría que eso sea el mejor.
It's more than a moment.
Yeah,
it's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Qué duro esa animación. Ya, yo pensaría que no, mano, pero triste. Tengo agua. Qué mierda, Miami se eliminó, no quería que se eliminaran. No, un punto para ir en corillo. Hacho, en verdad que sí, eso sería lo mejor. Traemos la bandera a Puerto Rico aunque no haya un equipo. Ay, ay, ay. Tú te pones la camisa de Optic, yo de Face. Tengo que buscar dos personas con diferentes equipos. Vamos a hacer el corillo más diferente entre todos nosotros. ¿Traemos pandereta? No, chacho, nos botan. Storage Town, TV Station, el Wilson. Tiempo de transición de la mira era instante. De la mira. No estoy seguro. Fufo, ¿eso va así? Ay, es que como lo tienen en español. Es que yo no miro mucho. Yo no miro mucho eso, Space. So, quién sabe, lo tengo normal. La opción que tiene ahora mismo puesta es la opción que tengo. Yo uso la normal, la que es de fábrica. Yo solamente pongo FOV y sensitivity y se acabó. Sí. Yo casi todos los Call of Duty los juego así. Yo no tengo ningún tipo de aim así. Yo voy con el que esté cogiendo y ya. Que es de la vieja escuela. Solamente toco sensitivity y el FOV. Y ustedes mismos me dicen, loco, quítate el motion blur, quítate el desktop blur aquí, blur allá.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have
Con más razón me siento más manco. ¿Pero por qué? Yo soy un bobo que no aprovecho las cosas. Posiblemente hayan settings que me ayuden mucho y no lo hago por vago, no sé. Este intro está salvaje, me gusta. Hay algunas cositas cringy, pero en verdad todo se ve bien. ¡Wow! ¡Qué fuerte! Se quedó duro. ¡Ey! ¿Quién está haciendo el windmill? El flare. Yo quiero saber quién está haciendo el flare. ¿Te imaginas que es uno de ellos? Máquina. El coach ahí, metiéndole salvaje. Este intro está duro, pero hay momentos que de verdad no me gusta. Pero en verdad el CGI se ve brutal. We take everything. Anda el diablo. Nos llevamos todo. Ah, me asusté yo, pero ya. Ay. A diablo. Ay, 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 si eso le... Uy, ahora quiero que Serge gane.
Trying to make sure it's not going to happen this event. If he can take care of business in the winners bracket, Vancouver could have their hands full with Mercury's and Toronto Ultra. We got Chance back here on the desk. Looking good. How are you feeling, though?
I'm having crazy, like, PTSD flashback. All the trash talk Shotzi has done this year that just instantly bit him in the ass. And now we got Thieves chirping at Vancouver, who immediately made it to the next finals, where Thieves didn't. I don't know, man. Trash talk this year has been terrifying. Dude, we just had the Heretics, double birds, and then Toronto. Oh, my God.
Oh, you chirp too.
Oh, no.
Karma is a real thing.
It is.
Be nice to people.
He's a coach.
Let's take a look at Minor 2, because they were not nice to each other in this fight.
No.
It was back and forth, blow for blow. Vancouver testing their might against LA Thieves, but it was the Thieves getting their win, and this was really kind of the middle of that Minor 2 where we were learning about the Thieves. How dangerous will they be? We thought they would be ferocious on land. Didn't really come to fruition.
So when we talk about the series, I kind of look at it as like Vancouver Surge didn't have a map pool around this time period, and that's kind of why they struggled so bad against LA Thieves. But I can't even lean on that because you move forward, they play each other, they match up again in qualifiers too, and LA Thieves absolutely
¿verdad? Sí, ese chamaco, ¿cómo se llama? Abusa. Está on point. Esto va a estar bueno, porque ellos necesitan detener a Scrappy y a Hydra.
Most work. Yeah, I mean, you talk about search and destroy. Surge last split through the major, 10 and 12 in the game mode. As it stands right now, 7 and 2 in search and destroy, right? Obviously, we get some maps removed that helps them a little bit. They pretty much have mastered dealership to this point, 3 and 1 on it. So if you're Surge, could be a completely different story.
Taking a look at the Thieves in detail, we knew they were going to be good. They invested in the roster they wanted. They've got the stars. From Toronto, Scrap comes down. From the Subliners, Hydra's brought in. And Envoy is brought home. Since joining Dan Ghosty, this team has really found their form, but they haven't raised a trophy. Is this their event, Allie?
It should be, right? Like, the path is laid out completely in front of them. They haven't dropped a map so far this weekend. This is the best that they have looked consistently from online to LAN. It should be for LA Thieves.
Chancerino.
What's up?
You're scratching the beard.
What's
got you pondering?
I've been trying to think of the prediction of who I actually think is going to win for the longest time. This is a struggle. This is 50-50, but I know where I'm leaning, but we can save it for the actual.
Yeah, let's do that in a little bit. For now, though, can you tell me why you might consider Vancouver?
Well, the numbers obviously don't go their way. The sling has been out. I think in my head, I haven't seen pop-off moments from Neptune. He's been good, don't get me wrong, but like in a doing his job type of way, I haven't seen like those takeover performances. Might be saving up for this kind of moment, and if he's not like completely popping off and they're still winning, I think the team has been playing electric Call of Duty.
This is also just like by far the best hardpoint team that Thieves have played.
True.
Right? And you look at like the way Surge play hardpoint, it is so.
Y os pacienda de primera. Anda, pero está tiro el chip. Si el ATIF gana el hardpoint, van 2 arriba. Y Search posiblemente vaya a buscar un 3-0.
In this matchup where Thieves just blow them out of the water. And you're talking about a Surge team that, you know, they're pretty 50-50.
So, Thieves baneó, Ball, esta Redcard, Hacienda.
I feel like if you're Thieves, that is the must-win map for sure, is the game 3.
Vancouver versus LA Thieves. This is your winners bracket finals, a best of 5, and I got Thieves taking it in 4. What about you, Chance?
I'm going Vancouver, man. I think just the level of Call of Duty they've been playing is top notch. I'm leaning their way.
Rosalie?
¿Qué ustedes van? ¿Qué ustedes le van? Bueno, yo sé que Fufo va para el azul.
I'm going to go
Space.
LA for now, but I don't think it's the last time we see Surge.
This is such a hard pick. I'm going to go LA Thieves as well. They've just looked unbelievable. They dismantled the Heretics. I think this is their tournament.
Miami makes some
LA.
noise. We have LA Thieves. We have
Yo lo vi los
Vancouver
azules,
Surge.
papá.
It's your winners bracket
Vamos.
final here at Major.
Pero yo siento que esta va a ser la final. Neptune de verdad. Hacho, pero para mí todos están Abusa, loco. Abusa va a ser como que el clave. Papá, ¿viste ese trailer? Hasta yo me pompeo.
But it's time to send one to the grand finals in this big money matchup. I'm ready to get it going because in this battle of the elements, we'll see who can stay cool, calm, and collected. Coming out first, make some noise. You can love them or you can hate them, but you gonna get loud for the Vancouver Surge. 04, Abusa, Nasty, and Neptune looking to drown out the Thieves and secure their spot in the grand finals.
It kind of feels like it's Vancouver's time. They got their revenge against the Atlanta FaZe, and this is the last roadblock to that final. It's through the LA Thieves. This would be a massive win for Vancouver.
Se le meterían más dedicación a sus putos juegos Activision igual que a los de League. Bueno, Space, tú estás hablando. Estás hablando. Yo no sé. Activision tiene chavo. Es una de las compañías top. Pero Riot Games yo creo que está a otro nivel. ¿Qué ya lo pasó ahí? ¿Ustedes vieron esa mierda? Chamaco, parece que estaba jumpeando a alguien.
These boys should be seeing red right now. The path in front of them is lit gold for them to take home this chip. They are going up against a Vancouver Surge that they have been the favorite in every single time. Their biggest ops are out of the way, but the biggest question now is do they get caught here? LA Thieves, they got one more to go to make it to this grand final, and I just know that we're in for a Game 5, guy.
Oh man, we'll see if you're right, Allie. LA Thieves looking to continue the heist. It's going to be a great matchup here on the stage, and to take us along the way, we got Merc and Maven.
Uy, estos casters.
Time away we go, and these are two teams that do it in very different ways. I mean, when you're getting a win, if you're Thieves, you're coming in, you're 3-0-ing people, you're punching them in the mouth. Surge usually do it the longer way. It's through a game 4, through a game 5, and kind of tells a story in their side picks, their bans and vetoes. I mean, usually you're playing Thieves hardpoint first. They really want to come in, knock you out, take momentum, just clothesline you.
Yeah, I mean, but probably the two of the best hardpoint teams in the game, right?
Yeah,
These game 1 and hopefully game 4 should be amazing to watch based on what we've seen this weekend. But yeah, for Thieves, I mean, hardly challenged at all this weekend. Destroyed Miami, destroyed Carolina. On the other side for Surge, you have a tough round 1 versus FaZe, but heard the Nets talk about it. You finally get past that. But now they have to get past this team who, you know, the Minor went all the way to a game 7 back at Minor 2. But after that, it has been 2 quick 3-0s. LA Thieves said, we are done with this. We're done with you.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, we've had online conversations about Vancouver.
Estarán dando los dummies.
At least optimal situations when it comes to that, so I'm sure they're excited for this matchup on land, but they need to get it to a 4 or a 5. They need to get to their hardpoint map 4. We'll talk about it later, but their statistics in that are unbelievable if we get there. If they could come in and steal map 1, that'd be massive. It would change the scale of this series.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, this LA Thieves team on land, map 1s have at times been a weakness. It was at the last major.
Can they catch them?
They can catch them. Even in this one, you've seen some players come out slow, even on a map like Hacienda. So yeah, you cannot do that. And I think you saw the coaching staff, Shane and Sender was roaring, just trying to create energy for these guys to get them locked.
Well, listen, this Vancouver team's been incredible, but like, if Thieves are at their absolute best, if they are firing on all cylinders, they should be able to outskill you, right? Like, from a talent perspective, I'm not trying to knock Surge whatsoever. It's just you have these superstars on the Thieves side. Can they play at their full capacity, or can Surge catch them slipping early? We get to the Thieves hardpoint started off. It is Hacienda, Scrap, maybe the best in the world at his position, ready to get fired. Trades just all over the place earlier. The boost is double, traded out quickly. Hydra looking to get roaring.
Yeah, well, 2 actually spawn out next to him both sides, so he's not ready for that, but able to finesse. Neptune, he's got an AR out early just for this P1. Envoy, the same. He's able to find a double, but no time. Really.
There we go.
Either side. Finally, Surge gonna get on it, but already 40 seconds off that play clock. Now,
Uy, bueno.
We talk about with Hacienda.
¡Epa!
No, not really at all. I don't think we will be, but
Entonces segundo tiene rotación. Oh, yo formato este tipo, diablo.
Right there. Dosey thinks he's got a freebie. Instead, stops shooting, allows that player to finesse, and now you have Surge set up at this P2.
And as good as Thieves can be here, no slouch. Our Surge, they can be
Ok, bueno, 4. Nasty, tienes que sobrevivir. Tienes que sobrevivir. Tienes que sobrevivir. Oh, qué buena.
He's going to lose that one-on-one to Scrap, but you still got numbers here. You have the back spawns, and you'll trade that. So starting to pull away a little bit with an early lead. It'll be Surge. Pressure to Thieves now to try and break this.
No, but this is exactly what you wanted if you are Surge, right? Control B1. Give yourself an easy rotation towards one of our money hills on this map, towards a P2. The AR's going crazy here. Nasty and Abuza, both on 3 in a row at this P2. I feels like every single time we watch them on the Lambo, they find a multi-kill. Now at 20 seconds, you might go at this one last time. But great stuff here from Surge.
Incredible stuff. Trying to keep it going.
Bueno, los primeros 2 puntos han sido perfectos, flipearon, so eso es lo que quieren ahora mismo. No creo que sepan que número 8 está allá atrás. No saben.
Yeah, let's say Scrap was looking for, like, they know Neptune should be out.
¿Tú crees?
Nobody's really turning around. Hydra, he's kind of lurking on the other side of the map, but all the pressure is on the hill.
No sabían, chacho.
All Nasty now on 5 5 in a row, right back on the objective, close to that Hellstorm, and you're right, yeah, no idea that Neptune was there.
Me estoy sigue molestando, loco.
Exactly what we talked about with Surge, how fundamentally great their hard point is, and while catching LA Thieves.
Cogió el Hellstorm, eso es lo que él tenía que hacer. Diablo, qué buena. Yo no sabía eso.
Inside, it's Neptune, crisscrossing back to the point.
Yeah,
I thought he
Scrap.
had that gunfight win, but Scrap always going to be a tough gunfight.
Dios de pecho.
For Thieves, I mean, you need to get the slang going, I guess, a little bit, but yeah, just the objective. Like, you need to get some time going. Only 15 seconds earned now.
Bueno, mataron al de rotación.
Averaging 5 points per. Starting to improve that, but now early on rotation again, it's going to be Surge, and you somehow, if you're Thieves, you've got to get out of this.
Yeah, you need to find a break.
Get out of this.
You need to find a break, and yeah, just start to rotate early. But yeah, you allowed that Neptune play to happen towards the.
Qué buena, loco, mató a Envoy.
Surge trophies already down.
Vamos a tener quistos por ahí. Bueno, tienen el primero.
But that's cut down as well. So
Venga, el audio está jodido.
This is what we've seen from Surge in their hard point throughout the weekend.
They can be so strong. Doing it now.
Qué buena.
7-5 is Abuza. Hydra trying to be the multi-kill demon and get in with his squad.
Y rompieron los últimos 30. Yo siento que el audio está jodido, soy yo.
Trophy's going off, but a Hellstorm coming on through. Nasty able to earn that off the objective.
Explotaron el Hellstorm, lo dispararon. No, explotaron el Hellstorm, obligado.
A small win in this situation.
Well, you'll take any wins, considering the early deficit. Starting to chip away at this. Now you get to your second set of rotations, and you really start to heat things up. Good hold, good break.
Qué buena Uzi.
Back to the P1 inside, and we'll see.
El trade.
Surge can now slow down Thieves as they start to get rolling a little bit.
Josie was on 4 in a row.
Sí, el audio está jodido.
For the trade, P1 time earned by Surge right now. Scrap just trying to find that kill. He does get them off that objective.
Hydra perdido.
Just kind of lurking around. Trying to find any time that you can. You see Josie playing safe response.
They continue to play safe and hold this.
Ay, ay, ay. Neptune se lo llevó. Trade.
Envoy is going to spawn up over towards the P2. You still have
Lo
Josie in fighting, trying to keep Surge out of the point, but they're still increasing this lead. 60-point advantage. Ghosty wants to contest, but he's going to get triple swung. Best of luck with that. This is where Surge can be so good. They find kills
Y ahora tienen rotación.
exactly the right moment,
Nasty.
and they will insta-collapse and make plays. Can't they get a kill right now? This is what they're looking
Oh,
for.
no, pues, no te creo.
Try to get the spawn out and find the opening.
Okay.
Big win from Scrap up close and personal. You hope Neptune's going to win that for you.
Yeah, that is a massive win by Scrap. But you still have forward pressure here, and well, maybe you block the back spawns. They do. So Hydra is out of the play right now.
Qué buena.
Finds the toes of Ghosty. You're controlling
¿Qué
from the
pasó
hill.
ahí?
A split
Esa
spawn
granada.
be coming on through, though. Already did a pick this
Oh,
up.
loco, diablo.
Scrap is
Saltó de
ready
tiro,
for
pero
it. Big
aguantó.
gunfight wins there from the objective.
Here we go. Rallying back
Todavía
into
tienen
this, but
spawn.
still significant deficit. Need all of this time and hoping to get it done on rotation as well. Another
La granada para el agua.
pressure, though, in from Surge. 04 will be the lead man. He's going to get shot.
Ah,
down.
Neptune con
with
2.
another zig.
Neptune
They're
con
gonna get
3.
triple. Neptune cuts them down. You still
Pero todavía queda uno. Uy, a diablo, pero viene todo el mundo ahora. Qué buena, loco. Ahora estos últimos 15. Bueno, al menos que Hydra tenga otra idea.
But Neptune's triple, it's what? It's just making sure Thieves can't chip away at it enough that they're really battling back.
Ahora, mira el número 2. Va a chicar la parte de atrás, porque la parte de atrás es que no se habían chiqueado la otra vez y Neptune lo había roto por ahí. Ah, pero rompieron por el frente. Wow, diablo, cogieron spawn.
Surge in an incredible position. All the pressure to Thieves to break. Let's go to a listen in now with LA Thieves.
Diablo, Neptune. Neptune con 3. Qué buena. Ahora se tiró. Otro streak, ¿de dónde? Mira, sí, están disparando A los Hellstorm.
One mid, one top office. Nice, good job. P2 dead. One more mid, one more mid. Last scene could go office. I'm ironing it. I have P2 bench. I'm ironing office, Ernie. Poe, nasty. First one, Poe, absolute. I don't take anything. Absolute. Yo, two more Poe. Two more Poe. I'm pitching. Good play. Help mid. One is mid. One is open. Open in their heady.
Están bien pompeados, loco.
Yo, Marty, they're top spiral. Nothing else hold right now, guys. They all went mid. Okay. Yo, one guy's right up, two lobby on me. You can go help mid. I'm up mid. I'm gonna go into secret. Go. Two out spiral. Yo, I'm pitching spiral. Just can't. Every kill we get, they flip. I'm pitching spiral. Cat, one shot. Stop, one minute. One more tap. One shot close. All close. One secret, one close. Secret close. Secret. Dead. Nice. Responding fire.
Diablo, loco.
Secret. I got time. Yep. Nothing well. One is secret. I just stunned him. One here. One needed open as well. One open, one secret. One shot. Nice. In open the weak. Nasty open. Play for kills here. You. Nice. One was cat. Yo,
Rota. Voy por ahí por abajo. Si lo mata, buena. Flip. Diablo, loco. El AT para traerle esto para atrás. Están craqueando. Boh.
The 80-point advantage for Surge, now to 6. What a run from LA Thieves. They're inside the hard point and battling as we get to our third P2. Who's going to come out on top so far? It's looking like Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, Thieves, what a turnaround at that P4 into the P1. You heard Scrap. I'm going on pinches. I'm making plays. But here is a bait.
Anda, el diablo.
They spawn Surge well side. You saw Envoy get caught off guard, but they have held again P2 from this hill. But Surge flying on through, trying to make the plays, trying to find the break, and they are able to do so.
Ok, van a ir para la parte de atrás, van a hacer un saco. Uno debería joder.
Now come ripping and roaring. Our Vancouver Surge looking for a lead change of their own. Dan Ghosty able to win one, but the rest of his teammates going to get cleaned up. But it's another multi for Neptune.
Ya que van a tener que rotar ahora.
Qué
buena Hydra.
You have blown the first two. Maybe this one is better.
You're not that far ahead, though. You're going to have
mataron a Neptune.
wins that. You still have 04 in a position to maybe play Disruptor. Also rotating over from well.
Pero vaya,
be a boost of a
Neptune
numbers here for
exponió
Thieves.
el carajo.
You can't bottle this one up. You can win the map here. Both teams able to do it. Is it a break from Surge? Is it a hold from Thieves? So far, Envoy did a good job just playing his life, waiting for the help. But one teammate going to drop. He gets over Zealous, hops over the wall, and he's going to get caught. It's another.
Oh, Neptune, qué duro.
They're starting to slam. Last player and Ghosty will fall. 20 points away from map 1 win in Surge. Remember, this is Thieves map 1 pick. This would be massive for Surge.
Yeah, Neptune, he's locking it down. He's trying to get in the top office. Finally, contest Envoy able to find.
Qué buena U4. ¡Ah, qué máquina! No, ay, loco.
Needed as they try to get it done. What a spectacular moment to keep the edge towards the point by 04. Still here, still
nah, Neptune está a otro nivel.
Dialing in a triple, but just coming up a bullet short. 04 looking for the angle to maybe clean this up. I don't know if the player got back the full HP.
Loco.
Winning it. Somehow Ghosty able to do it. They'll survive to another hard point.
Vaya, ganaron. A rotación. Ese punto, ese, no sé qué si es P3, creo que es P3, lo jugaron perfecto, Surge. Diablo, U4 sí se la jugada, se llevó ahí a los 3.
And listen, there are conversations that can be had about being Team A or Team B. And I've always thought if you're Team B, you look at it this way. Like, if we come in and beat you on your hard point, good luck. And that's exactly what they did. Because if you win that, now you're going to your search and destroy pick. Then you got your hard point pick. This series has flipped massively with that win for Surge.
No, it has. Again, it's just sort of the
First blood. Surge. Ay, María, todo está el bueno. Todo está el bueno. Loco, mira Neptune, 32-31. 3.400 de daño. Mira Scrap, 3.900. Es que este tipo es un shooter.
Yeah, like you can hold from the hill, but when
it's
you
hard.
don't have back
You want to do
bars,
that for the final like, 15 seconds.
Qué salvaje, brother.
If you could do that the whole point, great,
No,
but it's just not really realistic.
Yeah, you split it, and that's all they really needed. But yeah, what, largest lead right around 80.
And I think, like, listen, we talk a lot about Surge maybe needed to come in and catch them early, and like they did. And we thought that was possible. It's based on what we've watched. We've passed a lot of these teams. It was possible, but more props to them closing it out, I think, because especially, and that's why I think when Rambo Ray talked about like them getting to a Sunday was a step, them getting to a final was a step, because these moments maybe before when like a team like Thieves makes a run, maybe you do crumble. Here though, you hold the line, you win the map.
Yeah, and that is a step, right? Just sort of, you know, winning this map one. And I know we've talked a lot about the hard point, but the fact is, you look back at the minor, you look at the matches afterwards. They've beaten Thieves in hardpoint. Where they really haven't caught them is search and destroy and control. It has been very 100%. It's like 7-1. 100%. When you talk about those two game modes, but you feel like this should give them the confidence to get into this series. And they were a young team last stage. You have another stage with Neptune. This is where your search and control should have gotten better. Well, you've had a lot of time to prep for this matchup.
We were hoping the hard points would be phenomenal between these teams, and yeah, we got a fantastic one to start. It was a weird one in the sense Thieves really had to bring it back down 80, but they're able to finally get a lead change late in this. You think that's everything you need? I mean, when we went to the comms, like I was hoping to hear that, like hoping to hear them fired up, hoping to hear really great communication, and you did. And that's when they made that run. Just, I can't give enough props to Surge for surviving that run. Not allowing, like, because a lot of times when Thieves go on those runs in hardpoint, they bury teams. Like, they'll just bury you once they get rolling.
No, and again, they had the chance to do it.
Yeah.
I would have to go back and look at the mini-map. Envoy was in garage. I think Ghosty died. He spawns up, and he goes, yo, they're well. They spawned through
well.
3 well side.
Yeah. He didn't think they were that far. They pushed up statues.
They're just hoping to block that.
Yeah.
Hoping to block that side spawn, hoping they're spawning 10. That's what we heard from the comms. Just doesn't happen.
Well, it's a game we talk of milliseconds sometimes, or in that case, maybe a game of a couple of seconds where you're just not able to get back and block. The reaction comes a little bit late. You don't ever really want to be reactionary in this, right? Like you want to be dictating the pace and the spawns, but had to be reactionary there and weren't able to come away with it. A big part of why they fall apart late and Surge are able to take it. So what, now we go to Dealer, yeah? Dealer for the map too. We get to the search and destroy, and as you said, as much as we've talked so much about the hard points between these teams, I think just us as fans of Call of Duty, we couldn't wait for it because we've just been casting these two teams and how good they've been there. Like, we've been excited for it. Banger map one, but yeah, Surge is well-rounded a team as they can be. This is where they stumbled in this matchup.
Yeah.
And mostly it's been online though.
It has been online.
Has been online. One team playing from Texas, one team playing from Vancouver. So take what you want from that.
And then you obviously have the poor Major 2 for Thieves, right? I mean, they're hoping to meet on land last Major. Doesn't happen. You heard all the shit talked. They get back to a grand final. They're like, meet us there, buddy.
No, I love that. Like, you'll never make it to a grand final. Well, they do at the next event. And it's still interesting to me, though, because literally the winner of this gets to it. So, yeah, there's been a couple examples of players maybe chirping a little bit too much, whether it's been tweets early in the year or in a particular matchup that's come back to cost people.
You see it right there. What, Dealership versus Boston, Dealership versus Carolina. The last couple of times Surge have played it. Well, they're on a 5-map win streak when it comes to search and destroy. Dealership overall throughout stage 3, 3-1. A strong map for them. The other side for Thieves, they've also put it in their map pool. They're sitting at 2-1.
Yeah, so like Thieves, right? Your map one's your pick, you lose it. Now pressure to you to steal the search and destroy, but the nades combined for Surge.
You can see where that skull is. I mean, that is a nade spot from 04 and Surge. That extra prep work on point.
Chris Bucket's in the back cheesing. He says it doesn't see enough nade spots. There you go.
There's one for you.
Unfortunately, we can't follow it through the sky like we're CS or something. You know, the nade hits. The first blood's there. Bomb now getting planted. Neptune trying to look over. They're going to hop off of it. So plant does not go through. We're stalled here for a second. Now it's in. As Thieves try to bring this back in the 3 versus 4, and they're pretty split.
Well, they're worried someone was late flanking. Right, trying to set up that pinch. That's what Envoy was looking for, but now you have the 3-on-4, and now you're waiting for Hydra.
04 gets the first with the nade and gets the second one there. Hydra, nice win at range, but the easy trade comes in. Starts with the first blood, and then a good job just not getting caught on the plant. Taking their time. You know, you don't have a trophy in that position. It can be very scary from that window. I think, listen, there are some scary plants in the history of Search and Destroy. Both of these could be terrifying. Because of the window, because the garage you can shoot open, the vents. Like, I feel, yeah, you're like hyperventilating planting bombs on this map, I swear.
Yeah, and then, I mean, they stay patient, do Surge. Just these were waiting for it. They were waiting for the late flank. Hydra was mid, waiting for the mid flank, maybe to play a window. But Surge, they just played from the bomb site. They played with their numbers, so great round one for them.
See if they got any more nades. They're going to be hitting in round openings, but Scrap's eyes for now. Hydra's pick for now. So no 0-4 first blood. This time Hydra is going to rip him out of it. Neptune, though, going to bring it right back. Envoy maybe is trying to get out of there. Like, once you get the first blood, he's thinking maybe group up, play a little bit safer, just gets caught rotating out.
Yeah, I mean, you just get so aggressive if you are Neptune. Just kind of catches him off guard, but well, off that first blood, you still have a 3-on-3 with bomb planted, so advantage right now to Thieves. Scrap making sure nothing is working the flank. Surge is just trying to see if they can find anything. Abuza with some good shots. And Dosi, maybe a bit of an overchill.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to like hide behind the little wall. He's got there. Maybe wait for some help. Now they're last guy up is going to drop, and that's a beautiful retake there from Surge. I mean, you'd love to not have Envoy get Granted, I think he's thinking the right thing. He wants to back up. I just imagine Neptune, once he knows where the first blood comes from, they get info. He's like, we can isolate this guy. I mean, that's
what it is. I think Josie maybe messes up the slide. He's trying to slide behind the wall. Maybe just
he had to have been. I don't think he was chowing, or if he was, that was a psycho chow.
Yeah, he ends up getting caught. Yeah, I think Envoy's just over towards that side, keeping them honest. Just does not expect that aggression. Well, Neptune gonna get that diffuse, and now you have Surge quickly up 2-0.
Be honest, if he just like ratted there, maybe it works out, but just trying to maybe play that deeper, safer. Gets caught, and then yeah, Ghosty. Maybe you're right, just an overslide. Fact is, Surge already have advantage in the series to the map 1 win. Map 2 win would be just the gravy on top to keep rolling in this best of 5 winners final. Loser here, onto the losers final, the chance to get back. Winner, you're into the grand final already. Envoy, chance for a blood. Multiple targets in front, can't clothesline either. Maybe think about wrapping this out, because you see working up slowly is that number 6 in Abuza. Yeah, he's got a bit of a one-on-one. If he wins it, they're probably going to go.
Big one-on-one win there. Well, now they're actually the thing. Maybe they're going to over-rotate this. Well, they catch them. Both players trying to flame. Envoy does bring it back, so 2 versus 3. And Abuza isn't there yet to help out his team, so they're waiting for him, and his call is, hey, let's get the heck out of there. A bomb site is open.
I like that, though. I mean, if I'm thinking instant wrap, they're thinking they're going to think the same thing and just catch him. It's beautiful. And now you take your time, how methodical this Surge team can be. 3v2 advantage. Be a 3-0 advantage in the Surge. Real split, or Scrap and Envoy. Waiting on each other. Maybe one or the other to engage. I thought they lined up perfectly for a second. Now Scrap, all on him to clutch. 20 seconds to go. Oh, Lordy. Trophy. Yep, no trophy there. Maybe this goes a little bit different, but you got the trophy. Scrap can't quite get the headshots in. Tag down to 9 HP. Wins that one, 1 versus 1, but no time. Just 11 seconds left to go. Nasty, just gonna go ahead and lie down. He's got the internal clock to check, and no time. Scrap gets all the kills, but they do not matter. 3-0 Surge.
Man, there was a chance there for Envoy. Just gets so awkward. We know how it is in that position, plus the cars there. Both players going both ways. Just which one are you gonna shoot? You were right, it was close to lining up.
Yeah, you went, uh-oh.
I mean, Scrap, he wins the first, right? The 2 versus 3 on the flank. They're thinking they're together, and they're just not. Envoy's on the other side of the map. That's where that chance was,
but it doesn't happen. I was like, I don't know how to word this. Like, they're waiting on each other, sort of like who engages first, and the other's going to pounce. Back to offense go Thieves, and, well, they're desperately hoping for a round after getting caught in that opening map.
Yeah, really, it's their island players right now that are just getting caught, right? Both bomb sites. And well, Neptune's gonna go for it again, but there's the same exact thing. Hydra is across the map. He's gonna lose it, and now the rest of these are getting mowed down.
Slammed. Absolutely slammed. Scrap not pulling off a miracle. 4-0. And yeah, you're right. The island player, the lurk roll, whatever it is on both sides of the ball.
Yeah,
getting caught.
You just have rarely had numbers. You have 1 first blood, but I think that was quickly traded. Just right from the round 1, right off that nade. They are picking you apart.
Well, that was the one where Envoy got caught, right? That's when they had the first blood, then Envoy got caught. So yeah, it wasn't like a quick trade, but that was the only time he had numbers. It was about 5 seconds. Outside that, yeah, it's tough. Just constantly playing down a man, but Man, I'll tell you what, dealership searches breathe some life, though, into our S&D map pool. It'd be so fun.
You miss fall or no?
No, I do not. No, no. I still have nightmares. I'm just trapped in A, just drowning in 6 inches of water. Swap and bomb. And again, patient, looking for the open. Man, could Thieves use an opening blood, but they've been given nothing. There you go. Envoy gets it. And not going to be quickly traded out. So, okay, you have a 4 versus 3. You have to win this.
I mean, 0-4, he's ready for that gunfight. Some great shots with the headshot there for Envoy to, give them that man advantage. Hydra using the Omni movement, throwing the shoulders, getting the info. Now, the one player kind of on an island right now is that number 8. Really, that's just what you're waiting on. That might be your win condition if you can get this bomb down. And, well, you throw numbers.
Yeah.
I think Abuza is
now watch 8.
Abuza is one of the best from both sides of this, A site. Dude, just
goes.
getting picks and ripping people. F2 now going. They
qué
one
buena.
bumps with nipples, 1 bumps with a knife. Scrap will take that back out in front, 3 versus 2. Nasty trying to get the plan in.
Yeah, if he would have won with nipples, that would have been insane.
Very impressive. Abuza's streak keeps going though. He's up to 5 straight.
Nasty también. Vete pa'l carajo.
You had numbers. You threw numbers. You had him again. It's slipping away. 1v2 may not be for the map, but it feels like it is. Can Envoy be able to get 1 versus 1. Still 20 seconds to go.
So many options. There's so many options. Well, he's thinking he's rapid mid here. Has no info on Abuza, and I tell you what, this AR duo that you see on your screen in Abuza and Nasty, they have been so fun to watch them to develop, get better and better.
I think for like an AR, and I'm totally talking out of my ass, like Abuza has been the most impressive like A-side player on both sides. Like if he's playing like the backcourt or on defense, like he just finds picks, just headshot, 2 people drop. He's insane. Like don't get me wrong, like Scrap is a straight shooter, but Abuza has been nuts on this particular map.
Right,
he's so
almost
good.
1,300 damage already.
He seems so comfortable on both sides of it, just fighting, whether you're kind of battling uphill, shooting downhill on the slope, like guys hitting shots and taking over. Like the position he's in now, back there, he's one of the best, bro. All right, that's on me. That's on me.
Yeah, that's Caster Curse if I've ever seen it.
Holy hell!
Numbers now to these. Scrap to find Neptune quickly on the flank, and I assume just a nade back there. Connects he's calling in the RC car. Nasty, though, still makes it interesting. 2 versus 3. Envoy's gonna find info. 0-4 almost catches one, and he does. Able to catch Heiser. We're gonna get a trade, right? Yes, we are. It will be Envoy.
Si Nasty se hace ese...
For the map, 1v2.
No.
Envoy, Ghosty, both taking heavy damage. But they know where Nasty's coming from now. His opportunity, think for a free pick is going to be gone, especially once this plant is in and they're able to reposition. But can Nasty pull it off? Not going to get done. Finally, Thieves get around to the board, but you're going to have to pull the full sail. Going to need to be 6 straight. 1's in.
Just that you can see, like, a lot of the times when you have numbers on this map, it should be easy with the trades, but there's a lot of openings. Feels like maybe just a little shaky after you lose that first one. If you are LA Thieves, are just trying to get locked in. But 1 round away from being down 0-2.
Yeah. You had a mount a crazy comeback in the map 1. Fell a little bit short. You need a real wild one here. Haven't been many 0-5 comebacks in the history of our league. It happens, but not often. And it's not like there's been a ton of like really close rounds where like you know a lot of times we'll say like this could easily be 3-3. Doesn't really feel that way, does it? They've just been outplayed, outclassed, outmaneuvered throughout the course of this map too. 4 getting info with the utility. Anyone going to connect an aid with him? His is going to hit. Nothing seeming to follow it up.
What? No what?
That was the hardest thing to say. I don't know what I just said.
I think you were talking about C-Men, dude.
I might just turn into Cell. Neptune with the opener. Trade it out. Numbers to Thieves, at least for now.
Oh, Nasty.
For now is gone. 2 versus 2.
Ah, qué buena.
It's going to be on Hydra for the map. He's been the S&D king over this stretch. What's he got dialed up here? Makes it a 1 versus 1. 25 seconds to go. He's got to find the kill, find the defuse. And time is dwindling. Abuza has been the god of dealership, leading the lobby at 11-3, and he just got
Qué buena.
Good night.
Arriba, Serge. Jamás lo vi venir.
They don't care about a super team. They're running through them. The Surge drowning them out, as you were talking about. The Seamen in control. Up 2-0 in the series. It seemingly was hard to say there. I'm telling you. I was thinking about Seamen. I don't know, Joe. Holy hell. Thanks for keeping me honest.
I got you.
Appreciate that.
They are looking darn good. And on the other side, yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we talk about, right? The pressure. It feels like they're starting to feel it, right? Just everyone, community noise. This super team has to find wins, and once they're getting to these Sundays, so far, not what they want.
Listen, let's just talk facts. You had a rebuild year last year, right? A rebuild year where you did not spend much money on your roster. Last two events of the year, you placed second and fourth. What have Thieves done so far this year? Second and fourth, heading into this. So you pay for the super team. You haven't got super team results yet. Yes, there's some pressure on. Des, take us through the first two.
Woo! Vancouver Surge. There is no concrete here. It's just the beach, and we got Chance, who's very excited to break down this search and destroy. Chance, for me, I was excited because we saw a nade spot before trophies were involved in search and destroy.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. 04 is like a S&D mastermind kind of player, off-season grinder. Obviously a team that is going to be putting the time in, and I mean, it's been showing off. I think the Hacienda is just a good map pick to be rolling through in Hardpoint against the Thieves specifically. Yeah. And then Dealership has been one of Vancouver's like stronger maps. They were like the first team, I think, that we at least got to see really set the tone on it. And obviously they haven't slowed down.
Yeah, this Dealership was awesome to see on the side of Vancouver Surge. You know, Clint kept talking about Abuza being dominant on the street. He absolutely is. We saw it yesterday versus Boston as well. The same thing on both sides. And, you know, he might get the biggest buff from online to land. Online, he's averaging 3,000 damage at hardpoint. On land, almost 3,600. Like, the guy is an absolute monster. And, you know, to this game, like, the biggest difference is just catch everybody in the island. Hydra was shut down.
Allie, question, Abuza, is it positioning or is it crosshair placement? He seems to just be beaming today.
That guy's just a shooter. I think that's what we've learned about Abuza. He's literally just a shooter. I mean, obviously, as the AR, like, you get to just kind of anchor in a lane usually, but during this Dealership, Abuza just wins some insane gunfights. And for the side of Vancouver Surge, like, their defenses were just clinical in this map number 2. They're playing so aggro, denying the plant from the side of LA Thieves, who are a very good post-plant team. You even go back to that Hacienda, and you're thinking, like, fences side, like, we're not putting anybody in 10 for LA on the rotation.
Qué buena partida y qué buen yogur.
Not the LA Thieves I feel like we've seen all weekend.
Call of Duty community, do me a favor, hop on Twitter, go to esports and tell them to give an award to Chance, the only one who had faith in Vancouver, and you said they could do it on the Hacienda. They got it done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been playing incredibly good Call of Duty. They might actually have like the best teamwork in the league. Toronto's very much a contender. Like, LA, they love to make hyper aggressive plays. They're willing to take the risk of, like, if this goes bad, we're gonna flip spawns, and when they get punished, it really hurts. But while Vancouver's dialed in, I will say, we're going to control. Like, Thieves are a momentum, a confident sort of base team, and controls exactly where they can get it back. So we might be in for a long series.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the difference maker. I mean, when you look at it before the series starts, you go, the only massive edge in the series is control on the side of LA Thieves.
Right.
But what we're watching right now, I mean, this was ridiculous. 04 made so many huge plays, just like stalling time here for his teammates to get back into play. And then in that situation, he just draws their attention, or they kind of like have to go back and kill him, and it secures them rotations. So everybody on Surge very much a playmaker, and, you know, to Chance's point, they're just playing very solid COD.
Allie, after that game 2, we saw a very happy Rambo raid the GM and head coach of the Surge squad backstage.
Rambo.
Do you think Rambo's smiling again at the end of game 3? Is this series done with Surge moving to a grand final?
He might not be smiling, but I know he will if that map 4 starts. I think Ant made a really good point. Control's just been unreal for LA Thieves. They're on a win spree right now in that game mode as well. So if they're going to bounce back anywhere, it's going to be there. But I also think the fundamentals from the side of Surge will let them close it out in 4.
I want to see a game 5. Let's see if we can get another one today. It's Championship Sunday here at Major 3. But keep in mind, if you missed out on this weekend, don't worry. We have one last opportunity for you all to come join us in Dallas, Texas. DreamHack, just around the corner. We're 4 weeks out. Book your flights. Come on down to Dallas. DreamHack.com/Dallas/CDL.
I can't wait to go to DreamHack, man. It's going to be, honestly, amazing. So many different games. Obviously, we get to watch more Call of Duty competition, but if you're a fan and you want to come to your first event, DreamHack is the perfect opportunity to just watch esports and have a good time.
Question before we go back to the casters. Player to watch in this game 3, most kills. Who is it?
Hydra.
Into Vault. I'm going to go with Hydra. He just got smoked in Search. Revenge game.
Rosalie?
Going 0-4.
Chance?
Envoy.
Envoy it is. Merc? Maven?
Scrap-a-doodle-doo. I'll pick it scrap.
Doodle-doo.
Nasty.
Okay, all right.
Ya, todo el mundo escogió diferente.
Why not?
The nastiness needs to come out of the Thieves boys. They come out a little bit slow. We thought the map 1. I thought that run, like late in the map 1 or midway through, was going to be enough to like kind of wake them up, but just choke slam then in the search and destroy.
Yeah, and it was sloppy, right? I mean, there were rounds where they did have
100%.
advantage.
Not many though.
Threw it away. Well, even like or they would lose it right away. Just players getting picked. I mean, in those island guys, they're losing one-on-one, so that's just never a good sign.
Yeah.
When those guys are getting caught like that, but yeah, I'm sure that's sort of the discussion back there. Gotta lock in, but here you can see.
Uy.
I mean, they have not lost much control.
No, they have not. 21-2 is quite the record. That's across stage 2 and 3. They've been terrific, and now you try to mount this reverse sweep. And again, this is a winner's final match, winner's bracket, top side, whatever you want to call it. They lose this 0-3, still a chance to rebound. Hell, I mean, think about what Miami did recently. They got slammed by Thieves and still were able to win a match and make a little bit of a run. Like, there's rebound potential, but you're thinking rebound potential right now within this series. This is a roster capable of doing it.
Yeah, they did have major one. They did have major one, right? They lose game 5 to FaZe, then they're able to bounce back, but still, yeah, you have to get 3 on the board if you are Surge. Get back to your finals.
¿Cómo terminaste de aquí?
Happy of the Surge team. You think how different the stories are.
Oiga, todavía no se acabó la historia, muchachos.
The second you saw Thieves
Como
roster,
estaban
like,
mencionando los casters, el Thief está número 1 en control. Ahora lo tienen que demostrar.
Two different stories, but also that the fact is, you know, we talk a lot about superstars, but this Surge team, yes, they are talented players, but they are playing their own game, their own mold, just fundamentals on point, teamwork on point. Now a chance, as I said, to get back to the fun.
Could they close it out 3-0? You want to put a team like this away. It's interesting because at the beginning of this we talked about if it was going to be a 3-0, it'd probably be Thieves. If it went the distance, that's probably how Surge won it. Now maybe the absolute opposite. We'll see how it plays out as 0-4 though, getting mixy early on around the objective.
Wow, 4 está salvaje.
3-0 start, and well, he'll keep the clock paused, start to work this progress, and just keeps the map position for his team. And how often, I mean, when you have that kind of mixy fight, just the one player left, how important it can be. Win that final one-on-one, could be everything.
And who's so good at playing that is Hydra. So you dance with him, and here's that another one-on-one. Yeah. You just talked about. He's able to find his 3rd in his life, just trying to finesse as long as he can, get his teammate back to this point.
Yeah, that one win is the difference of what? You getting shot at your front door, basically, if you're Thieves. Instead, you're at least able to battle back and fight on the objective. Hydra trying to get a little bit, maybe too forward, is going to get caught. Envoy trying to do the same, and while he'll trade out that kill onto Neptune.
Loco.
But as we focus back onto A, this has been a nice
diablo,
stretch
¿qué
from
pasó?
Thieves.
Murieron todos.
They kind of lose that opening break, even if it's just by one player, but after that, they've started to really take over.
Yeah, we saw this from Envoy right in the last series where he has a slow hard point, but maps 2 and 3, especially in the control. Yeah, some takeover moments, and already, I think, just great pace set by him, some key one-on-one wins, and put his team up 6 lives.
And yeah, you're just thinking with how good your control game is, like, hey, we can win this. We can win any hard point. Any hard point, we're solid at it. We can bring that back, and then we get to our pick in the search and destroy in the map 5. Now we just got to get it there. Didn't expect to be tested like this.
Oh, diablo. Oh, Dios.
Beautiful. Out of scrap and Ghosty. As they'll string together the kills, pushes out to an 8 life advantage, only giving up 1 tick thus far. Really some lights out defense and a couple good recoveries.
Diablo, loco, que prendía. Este miss, loco. Me dan break. Ay, ninguno de ustedes me pueden comer, no pasa un carajo.
Just what he does with the AR is different than the rest. Then able to find the SMG, keep his streak going, leads the lobby with 9.
Yeah, I feel like we point out a lot when like AR finds a sub, a little extra utility to work with, but his AR is also a sub. I swear, probably.
Well, 04's got best play with a triple, and that he finishes 3 and 6. So for about a minute.
Wait, that was the break fight.
Yes,
that was literally the break
20.
Fight.
He was just in the spawn.
Yeah, well, shout out to the Thieves defense after that break. As I said, I didn't realize that 04 got shut out after that opening moment. That's actually insane. Abusa, though, leading the lobby in damage right now. He's already got 1,000 through that opening round, but they only are able to get a tick. He led the way in the search and destroy as well. Talk about the talents of the ARs on the Thieves side, but man, these Surge boys can battle as well.
Toma.
So far in the break, not a lot of separation. 2 versus 2. Scrap, though, on 5 straight.
Diablo, Hydra.
Maybe towards a missile, but the other superstar in Hydra, he'll take down both, opening up an angle for Strap now to get a little bit more aggressive. Well, and he'll take gunfights from anywhere.
Yeah, I'd say here's just a great example of what we were just talking about.
Oh, qué asqueroso. Diablo.
My man is unlocked, trying to get his team, will his team to a map 4.
That from Abusa's POV had to look disgusting. Just got eyes, perfect snapback considering, peels his head, but after that beautiful gunfight win.
Yeah, I'm watching that joke jam, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Can we play that one back? I need that on loop real quick. What the hell just happened to me? Thieves able to get 2 ticks, but then a nice break back in from Surge. So tick advantage, at least for now, minor for Thieves, but we'll see if they can turn this into more. Still a minute to work with because they've had bodies on the point throughout most of this. 0-4, only 3 in the first
Lo sé, mi amor, sé que son 20. Tiraste cuando estaba comiendo y cuando terminé ahora.
Ghosty gonna get caught sprinting as he tries to charge forward. Maybe a TF Envoy for a little 1 versus 2.
Qué lindo.
You certainly do. Tease up, tease off, but gonna get caught reloading. Nice little multi there from Envoy.
Yeah, but it gets his team in here, right?
Yeah.
He knew that last player was probably on the flank because that's a position he likes to play. Able to catch 0-4. Yeah, and there's another one. We saw it in round 1. Just feels like he has these multi-kills that give his team a ton of momentum. Once again, he does it in this round number 2. Great stuff out of Envoy.
They're so good in control. You saw that 20
loco.
last couple of stages.
Esto se va a descontrolar.
You saw the spree from Scrap. Hydra's like, anything you can do, maybe I could do better. He's on 4 in a row at 12 and 8, trying to tuck away. And now he's set up a little crossfire there with a little bit of help, I mean, from Ghosty.
And the problem is Abusa is at his house, so yeah. That is his real estate. You are able to find him, but there's 5 in a row just trying to set this up. Josie just trying to stop the clock, but he's going to get caught. So a lot of big fights going down all over the map.
Hydra maybe some warning shots. Doesn't connect, but sends a few flying. Abusa, he got cleared out of his house. He's trying to retake their side house. He does that as he deals with Hydra. Progress, though, starting to be in. 0-4, though, through on the pinch. What damage can he do? Able to get 1.
Buying time.
Oh, almost a second, but yeah, did he buy enough time now for Neptune to come in? The last player is going to dip out for Thieves.
Qué buena.
That fight against Scrap, but he's got an AR in hand.
Hydra, molestando otra vez.
Guys in art, he's already right back to art. Well,
qué buena, loco.
5v6, 5v5. Envoy surviving the van, getting back to full HP. No trophy for coverage, so he's taking damage from these nades. Relying on some help from his teammates. That helps him become the way of Scrap. No respawns remain from Surge. They've got to go. Dylan Envoy able to pick up 1. Hydra, 1 through on the crossfire. Last guy is going to be Neptune. He's got to clutch up 1 versus 3. Make it 1 versus 2. This is winnable for Neptune, or is it? Scrap's got the angle. 2-0 edge for Thieves. Close to being right back in this series.
La flota, loco.
Real control gameplay.
Panas te odio.
Just plays his life so well. Allows his teammates to come off spawn, but he's also on the objective. So all focus is on to him. Meanwhile, his teammates off spawn, allows you to flank through pool, work through the middle of the map, and catches Surge off guard. So when the numbers do get close, you have the advantage. Great stuff out of Thieves to go up 2-0.
I thought for a second, before I realized Scrap's angle, I'm like, this is clutchable for Neptune. That would have been nuts, but does not happen. Maybe a big moment for Thieves to get the offensive round victory. Now, I mean, you were lights out in the defense, right? You gave up that first tick, and that was it. 0-4's got to be better. He only got 3 kills through that opening offense for Surge. Let's see if he can improve. There's Abusa looking to square up, and a little bit of a different opening break from Surge. Not really throwing all their bodies today. They want to go towards B.
Yeah, at least just get them out of the middle of the map, then off spawn. Maybe you can go back towards A. But trying to just pause the clock, but there's Envoy again. Sliding, hitting his shots, able to find a double. And well, they already know a 1 and 2 Scrap and Hydra, they're going to start to rotate back towards A. They're thinking off spawn, they're going to go there. But with 0-4 still alive, finding kills, they're going to put pressure on this B point.
Honestly, it's kind of a similar result, just different sites. When you think about their opening break last time, it was 0-4 left. And they're like, let's send another push at this, but they haven't got any progress. Multi, though. Well, that provided an opening. You still only have 1 body on. This should at least be 1 tick complete, and it will be. Maybe trying to slide in for a last-second contest was Envoy, and he's going to get chopped down. Hold up a second. 2 are already dead.
Nasty.
Not quite able to get the third, but you've got 2 on it. Progress is going. Can you finish off this point? Because this control changes a whole hell of a lot if Surge take this offense.
Dude, it's Envoy again, though, so they should retake this zone. You never really finish B. So there's 50 seconds. That's what teams are going to try to play around. But unfortunately, let's just keep going, B. I'm going to continue to pressure this point. I want this done. I want that minute.
Yeah, you have to make a choice how you're going to play it. They just continue to throw bodies. That nice stun in is going to stop 04 from doing it.
Ay, lo cogieron.
That's going to be the secure. So minute in, up 5 lives. You already have a body on the easier point. Abuza is there. Hunting on the backside of their setup is Scrap. Scrap is able to win his one-on-one.
Qué buena, loco. Scrap
the pinch
está
comes through today. So that's a big clearance.
absoluto.
That also closes the lives gap. You were down, what, 5 or 6?
Now you have them trapped. I mean, they have no map control.
Can't get out.
And I don't even know if this is going to go to the time. I mean, you still had a minute 45 due to all the pressure at B.
They were on B the whole
round. So, yeah, it's really just a game of TDM right now. Just trying to trade it out, and they are able to find Hydra. He was playing back pool.
Scrap still here, though. Still hunting. 24 and 15 out of him on 5 straight. He can give the comm. I'm funneling everyone up poolside, guys. Pick that up, and they're doing that. Scrap back to the knife work. Can't quite finesse out of it. 5 versus 5. Hold up now. Nasty's double combined with 04. Gives them numbers for a second. Search and destroy. Here we go. 4 versus 4. Down to a 3v3 now. What's it going to work like for Hydra? Able to get a pick. They get numbers here. Looking to close out this map. All the pressure on 04 and Nasty. Maybe to clutch up now. 04 wins a big one. Can't take down a second on Nasty now. 1v2. They're both in front.
Ooh.
Can't take out them both. Thieves get the map victory.
Vamos para allá.
In this series, can they pull off the reverse sweep? Step 1 is
Está bueno, está bueno. Vamos para Harpen ahora.
Winning that offense, I think, in round 2 gives them that momentum. I mean, even in that round, just the rebound. I mean, you lose B, you have 2 minutes on the clock, you're down in lives. Surge, they could have played that one maybe a little bit slower.
Yeah, because it was, you had a 5 or 6 advantage when you finished B, and like you blink, next thing you know, it's basically even, and you're trying to battle out a spawn.
Well, that's why this team's so tough to take down, just how good they are in control.
Yeah, and it was a 3-0, obviously, but like the only real dominant round was that first one, right? Where they held them to a tick. The other 2 were scrappy. They could have gone either way. So Surge played them tough, but still impressive win for Thieves. Now, all right, so Surge stole your hard point pick. Can you steal theirs and get it to your search?
Well, and here's the thing, right? I think if you look at these maps and modes, maybe a big question mark here because you're playing Protocol, not like one of the go-tos for Surge. And they've been such a great Skyline team. But the problem is they leave it open, does Thieves, right? They veto Vault. But in the previous matchup between these two, they get destroyed on Skyline versus LA Thieves. So, all right, let's play Protocol.
Yeah, and it's just like, listen, I've been talking a lot about the picks and how important it is to steal hardpoint and stuff like that, but like the fact is, when you're both very good hardpoint teams, you have a wide map pool, they have a lot of similar strengths. It's like both of these hardpoints.
I'm a little surprised though with how well Surge looked yesterday on Skyline.
True.
Like they haven't played Protocol in stage 3 at all.
Yeah. They were great though. They were solid for a while there. I mean, when the Neptune first came in, like, Proto was all their wins, remember? It was like Proto Control, Proto Surge, Proto Hardpoint when they were really good. But that we're going back. It's like, what, stage 2 quals. But you're thinking maybe we just square up on Skyline.
That's what I wanted to watch.
Yeah, no, that would have been a nutty one, but Proto potential to be exactly the same. A one that usually comes down to who controls that P4. We'll see who can get the advantage through the money hill, but the control is all Thieves. And now, you talk a little bit about the map 1, how you get some more experience of this young roster, young team on the Surge side. You hold off their map 1 Surge. Now it's like, okay, they won the map 3 though. Take a breath. We're all right. Cool your jets. We can take this hard point. It's our pick. We look to close it out.
And you know, Rambo's kind of talked about it in some interviews, and they talked about it like the end of stage 3 quals weren't the prettiest games out of Surge, right? They had to have a couple of reverse sweeps. They went to some round 5s with some middle of the pack teams.
So it's the opposite of Thieves. Thieves 3-0'd everybody. They went to 4 or 5 with everybody.
Yeah, so like they're kind of used to this. This is why they wanted to build that mental game up for situations just like this.
They have been tested, certainly far more the Thieves have. We just talk about the online qualification. Going the distance so often, and how much will that pay off now? pretty much the total opposite of how I expected.
Te los
maybe
perdono, te los debo
early
pasar.
go.
Say less.
But
Say
that
less.
means we may be going deep. Pressure to Thieves to take this map 4. Get it to that final map 5. A winner, a date in the grand final. We'll see who they'll be facing off against. But finally, some things to smile about for Paco and the boys.
That darn smile. There it is.
The boys seem to be vibing after the big control victory. Any players to watch when you think about Proto?
I think this is where you probably locked in a little bit more on the ARs, right? Just sort of those top window gunfights.
Tranquilo, papá, tranquilo. Este hardpoint va a ser, este es el hardpoint de Seattle, so Thieves tiene que partir.
Right, sort of controlling it from the left side of our mini map, controlling top 3, locking those players far right. But here is the map 1 stats from 2 of the ARs we're going to be seeing again.
Yeah, talk about players here focusing on. Well, we'll see if these guys can step it up in the map 4. Great map 1s out of them. Kind of getting it
El
done all over the
juego,
place.
schedule,
Damage,
no.
volume,
No
and
sé ni
also
lo que es,
play
pues,
around
para
the
serte
objective.
sincero.
But just antsy to get this one started. Hopefully we're into it in just a moment. Just waiting for the lobby to begin. Hoping for another banger. I mean, I hope Thieves maybe don't come out as slow as they do.
Sí, Space, yo no sé mucho fuera de Call of Duty porque no estoy muy envuelto como que con ese videojuego. Genuinamente. Yo no sé ni qué juegos están pegados ahora, no sé ni qué ha salido nuevo, qué es lo próximo para salir, nada de eso.
Oh, true.
Just trying to shut that down. If you have mid-map control, it depends on the hill. It can just be so tough where you are just trapped back house for so long.
Bottom of the screen is how it has gone so far. Thieves, map 4, winning it to push this series the distance. Can they do it? On the break we go right into the flurry here at mid-map as Neptune and Hydra dance. Unfortunately for Hydra, he's got one dance partners. And Surge able to take that opening break, get right in. Hydra, though, spawning on the opposite side, and well, he's going to get a little free pinch there.
Yeah, I think 04 gets a pretty far up sidewalk, so that spawns out. Hydra allows him to get pressure on towards the hill.
Qué buena, Abusa.
I think you take this where you flip the map. Now you have top 3 control, you have zip control, few are Surge, you have objective control. Nice start after that map 3.
Everything you want and more early on.
Uy, Nectum.
Trying to set the tempo here early in the map 4, just like you did early in the series. Nasty, some tags in, not walking away with the kill, but 04 will be here mid-map with an AR like you were thinking he may be. Trying to trade it out, shooting everything but Hydra.
Qué buena.
Yeah, you want that one back.
Yeah, just a little bit of help from Envoy does Hydra. But you get 45 seconds off that P1. Neptune, he falls off the map. Even to our best players. And well, Thieves, they're going to take all this early time. A little bit of map control as well, but you're still spawning out wide left, which I think Surge, they don't hate right now. Just can they keep control? Yeah. You see these, they're trying to push on forward and flip that.
Yeah, it's like you don't hate it, but you also don't want to give a full 60 on a P2, and now with the pressure forward, one is going to flip out. So that'll be a 4 that spawns out. Already reading that, I believe, is Ghosty trying to find it. Envoy is the one streaking right now, so we'll keep eyes on with him for a moment, but the streaking has concluded. The kills are there for Surge. They keep the left side spawns. They get in, fight for some of this time. As you said, big kills in a big moment. Maybe one of the best teams to do it, Hardpoint.
Yeah, just right around 15 seconds, they hit a clean 4 dead. Enough time, though, for Hydra to work up. I thought maybe make you play, but not going to happen. Number 7, though, Nasty, he spawns all the way out. He's going to have a free pinch, though. If this works out, this could also hurt Surge. He's got to try to get involved, and he does. And 04 locked in down.
Qué buena, loco.
Alongside Neptune. And now Nasty's like, I have a great spot. I'm going to spawn them far.
Yeah, no, those can work out one of 2 ways. Ends up being horrible because your teammates die and everyone's spawning out, or it works just like that where you have all the position in the world. Well, P1 pretty much all to Surge, P2 kind of all to Thieves. Now, really your best chance to maybe change something wild here. If Surge are able to hold 3 to 4, what a massive lead they can find. They're looking to close out this series, get back-to-back dates in a grand final. Let's hear the comps for Vancouver Surge.
Nice,
Easy not, Paco.
I'm waiting, Peter says.
Charge fast. Yo, in this one,
yeah, stop me, bro. One time. Maps. Nambo. Yeah, make sure we play the time, okay?
I'm gonna go big dot.
One might go inside ammo.
Ya no, por este y por completo.
Still P2 stairs. P2 stairs. Might be flying mid, yeah. Okay, one boat under you.
I don't see him. Peter says weak. I don't see him. I think he ran in.
Yeah, I'm needing.
3, 2, 1. I'm heading. Go.
I'm one HP.
Buena, loco, diablo. Fueron estos últimos 20.
Okay, leave me. I'm going Gwendy's side, okay? I'm going top Gwendy's. Okay, I'm going top Gwendy's.
I have time.
Okay. I don't see anything. I'm making sure I'm Gwendy.
Sparrow.
Okay, Sparrow. Nice. I'll my Gwendy's. I'll my Gwendy's, guys. That's what
Oh, diablo.
Watch out. Kill him.
I need that.
Qué buena busa. Ya lo nos están comiendo. Esto está scrap 7-3, H no logra. Buena scrap. Si puede traer esto para atrás. Si tienen un buen P2, por ahora se ve bien. Oh, partieron a scrap.
When he spawns out heli, maybe to make things messy, they pick up on that. This is why they are one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. Still hanging on to this 40-point lead.
Qué buena, loco. No están haciendo ningún mejor, loco. Pero para allá, Busa no falla, loco. Ay, Hydra se llevó a 2.
And I say that though, it's a double from Hydra. Pressure now to Abusa. He gets some help though from 04. It'll stay up around the point. Just too many bodies to deal with. 04 doing what he can, but 04 is double. Gonna give Neptune now a one-on-one inside.
Bueno, ahora sí.
2-on-1 is 04. What a stretch for him from top middle. He's just been locking it down, AR in hand, playing around his teammates.
Yeah, you just see how difficult it is for Scrap and Josie when you're fighting this way constantly. Both around net gate, you just have so many tough gunfights. Luckily, the subs able to create some pressure, maybe to give you some room. But Surge, they have done such a good job at controlling the middle of the map and, well, putting themselves in a position to score here at P3.
Envoy, nearly ripping all 4. He's able to get 3.
Qué buena, loco. Cogen este punto y ya están de vuelta.
So badly. Hold this, you got a lead change, but the big thing is going to be what the fight looks like at P4 with the early setup. You still have one body flirting around the back to be 04.
Qué buena, loco.
But this is
Envoy está leyendo todo.
Rocking and slamming. 19 and 16, still on 6 straight. He's got a streak to use, and we'll see when that might come into play. Maybe we get back over to a P1, P2. Lead changes looming, down 10 and roaring. The streak is continuing, and Envoy is in his bag. 8 straight.
Coño, loco, 9.
But approaching double-digit streak. Let's keep it going. Early into the P4, though, it's going to be the Surge team. The streak for Envoy ends. The time now.
Hombre, puedo usar eso para el P1, loco, y para el P2. En verdad, ese streak va a ser tan clave.
He's gonna die. On the heady, hit twice. He's naded. I'm one shot, absolute right. On the heady, 04. Chop, There's 20 doubles. Nice, 5 doubles.
Mobs weak.
Doubles. I have big door. Nothing big door. I have zip. I have big door. That's it. Big door, one shot.
Dio una vuelta.
There's 5, 2. Big door challenge. Big door in. Two big door. One right. Triple spawn. Dead. One more left. Nice. Get up. Already spawn. I'm already spawn. First one weak. I spawned super deep. Just play tight, boys. Play tight. Only one boat. I'm coming Spiral. I'm coming maps too, probably. How much maps? I'm playing new, boys. Yo, 1, 2, 3, big door, maybe 4.
Era nuestro último 8.
Yo, can't go big door. Did not go big door. Nasty, nasty. Go big door. That's him. That's the guy I fold. That's the guy I fold. Keep our streak. Keep our streak.
Ya lo yo que trajeron el juego.
We might not even need this streak. They can close it out here. Thieves are fired up and taking over. Desperately trying to get to the map 5, but now several picks in from Surge, looking to extend this map.
Yeah, the map not over yet. Surge continued to fight, but Ghosty, he's got over 2 minutes on the hill.
El streak va a ser clave, loco.
To that streak is Envoy, the game erector, able to earn it, hanging on to it. We'll see when that comes into play, but only 18 more seconds for the reverse sweep to be on.
Hydra. First here towards the P2. They still have that streak to use if things get a little bit scrappy.
Oh, mataron a
It's been lurking inside a statue.
Lo van a matar a ese también. Cómodo. Y ese, cómodo.
Give him another one. 3 straight, approaching 30, 10 points. Needed for Thieves. They're locking it down. They're locking them up. Ghosty all the time around the objective. Maybe he wants some more. Leaves it to his teammates and wins the fight.
Vamos para juego número 5, papá.
Let's go all the way.
Diablo, loco. Todo eso fue Envoy en P3. Envoy literalmente se llevó como a 6 o 7 en el punto. No lo podían sacar. Qué fucking duro. Diablo. Si ganan 2 rondas más, después ganan. No, ellos tienen que jugar ahora Search and Destroy. Ganan, van directamente a la final. Pierden, tienen que jugar con el loser. Y, por ejemplo, si tú lo LAT, si el LAT pierde, va para loser. Si el LAT Golby gana, va para la final. Y juega otra vez con ellos. Uno de ellos va para la final. Y ahora, pues, este va a ser el juego decisivo. Que va a ser Search and Destroy. No sé cuál en qué va. Pero va a estar intenso.
Just an unbelievable one. We thought these hard points were going to be close, and well, sure enough, going to war.
And well, you were right. It was the subs at LADs that kept them in that map. 29 out of Hydra, but yeah, just Envoy. You're going to see it. Just that second P3 gives them. So they go 126 to 174 off his spree to give them the lead. They've been back and forth at the P4s. They win that rotation to the P1, and well, you had the streak.
A mí me están enviando fotos del viaje. Están allá lejitos.
But like, if you can turn P3 into 50 seconds, like that's, we just don't see that all that often. Not all that often. Maybe a little bit like early in there. Actually, it was just so mixy most of the time. Wasn't mixy there. The only one mixing was DJ Envoy, just frying them. Incredible stretch out of him. And I was hoping, listen, last major was all 3-0s. It was very sad. A lot of 3-0s to start this one. Not a lot of competitive series, but now when we get to the top, we get to that.
Ay, esto se va a poner bueno. Esto se va a poner bueno. Este Search and Destroy va a ser tan bueno.
I mean, I think this is one of Thieves' favorites just from earlier in the year, right? They were sad about it when it left our map pool back.
Rewind.
But yeah, not a ton of reps really for either squad.
Here we go. Map 5 up next. Thieves, Surge. Who is going to take it? Winner. A date in the grand final.
Un día voy a estar ahí, yo lo sé.
Battling Ultra to get back. Who's going to take it at home in the venue? Don't go anywhere. We've got rewind after the break.
Nice, bro. Good ice, bro.
Envoy, mira, ese fue el momento. No pudieron matarlo. ¿Cómo va eso? Juego 5. Surge contra el LAT. Si el LAT gana, reverse sweep completado. Y van para la final. ¿Comiendo la jibarita que comiste? El jibaret, el jibaro burger sabe salvaje. ¿Cuál hamburger? Un hamburger, Jíbaro-burger. Bacon cheeseburger para la próxima pirata del Jíbaro-burger. A menos que no te gusten las cosas así diferentes.
I don't see anything, bro. I literally top up. Put your head down. Nading him.
Así que bueno.
I naded him top left. He's in the little thing. Come back in.
I'm already bombs down.
Yeah, bombs on.
Yeah, that way.
I can kill that guy. Dead.
Above you on the gear.
No man.
No man's right now.
Little baby. Hey, bro, I'm on Mars, right? I'm on Mars.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. Oh. This fire, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, huh? That clean, bro. Kinda clean. Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
Right, champs is solidified. Now it's about getting that.
Eso para Jíbaro, también le mete salvaje. Sí, estaban perdiendo 2-0. De hecho, Vancouver les dio en la cara en el primer hardpoint y en el search 6-1, cómodo.
FaZe warmed up the subliners. Vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York subliners.
Can he find another? 3 lives now for the Stallions.
Hey, this is just a round of S&D. It's a round of S&D, but we saw how that one went. Dylan and Rex, last hermano, does not survive. Ultra, clean, efficient, no time wasted, and Scrap, never a player that says any mean
Control y ganamos HP, exacto. Exactamente, así mismo. Ganaron juego 3, juego 4. Tienen que ganar el juego 5 para ir para la final. ¡Dímelo, afanador! ¿Por qué eres tú? Tirándome push-up, cojones.
One's on me. Yo, come B, come. Or you go. We have it. You guys are good.
Oh my god, Caesar.
Hey, Mike, I'm just trying to throw them everything.
Just get off board.
Oh my god. That was dirty. Just no, I was working picks, bro. We're good.
Yeah, con esa pistola. What the fuck?
The 2025 LA Thieves team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Ping, ping.
Surge finding themselves in familiar territory. They went all the way to a map 5.
Tremendo ese clip de Josh. Todavía nos quedamos esperando qué pasó en ese clip. Este es el mapa de... Ah, no, este es un mapa random.
They've gone through this, they've been here before, no doubt about it. Like, listen, boys, we knew this was going to be a tough series. This was going to be a grueler, but we're here. We're at a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, they've been born and bred in grueling series. The same not on the other side. I mean, Thieves don't go to map 5 very often at all. Here, though, battling...
¿Barache SND? No. Oye, este es el mapa favorito de LA Thieves antes de que lo quitaran. Pero ya me han perdido los últimos 3.
Trying to shift that around here with a victory. All the momentum to the Thieves boys. Can they get it done? Get back to a grand final for the first time since Major 1.
And what you can see, last 5 map 5s, 3 losses in a row. Can they change that script? Going to be on the attacking side first.
Map 5 time, baby. Away we go.
Yeah, Diablo. Oye.
He's dipping for info early, but saying hello will be 0-4. He'll find the blood. His Scrap ripped out of it.
I mean, just immediate aggression through the A bomb site. Goes Surge. All 3 players fly up behind nades, behind tacticals, open the door, closing the door. Well, now you're just going to reposition. And while 0-4, he's just going to try to be annoying. You see that number 5. Can they deal with him?
Can he get another kill? Or maybe set up a trade, just trying to get picked and even the numbers here. Hydra still looking for him. Spots him. 0-4, though, continuing to be annoying. They're so worried about him, and time continues to tick. Still 45 seconds, though, to go. Can they find him? He's like, I got plenty of places to hide. Now I got a little help from my teammate. What's up, boys? Cut them all down. Give me the ace. Ah, not going to happen. It's Hydra. We'll get it. But it's a 1v4, 6 HP. Best of luck. We'll see you later. 0-4.
Bueno, first blood. Seattle.
Well, that is just the aggression from the get-go. Behind the nades of Surge, able to find that first blood. And then it's just, yellow, how did you see? Where did this guy reposition? You had the ARs overlooking him, and that was sort of his go button. As soon as one of them said, hey, they are weak, he is going to fly on through, and that was the call. Boy, he is just dipping, dodging, and dying. As well, as you said, almost finds the ace, but gives them the round number 1.
That would have been a sick way to start it. But you can see, I mean, that could be the conversation on most search maps. A really good view of it there. Like, when you just get blooded in aggressive fashion like that on offense, like, it just stalls. It stalls so well. And just props to 4. Yeah, the kills are great, but still just the time, the info, the disruption, the annoyance that he was.
Bueno, llegamos a Grand Four en las buenas, las malas. Ultra le ganó a Miami.
That's what's so tough with this A bomb, sorry, right? We're seeing it from 0-4's POV. So many
ganó el último search. 6-2 si no me equivoco. Le dio en la cara en este mismo mapa. O sea, el que pierda aquí va contra Ultra.
But looks like we got a little wall bang going on. A lot of wall bangs going on.
Sure do.
No.
4, we'll see you later. No blood for you this time. It goes to Ghosty. As they combine on the wall bangs, and he's going to get peeled out of it. Neptune trying to bring it back, but just some tags in.
Well, that's what Sender, Hydra, they are known for. That little New York sauce they're bringing over to LA Thieves. And
ay, loco, qué timing.
We saw that like first kill, remember, to start the tournament that he got on red card, and we asked Hydra the stairwell. He goes,
bueno.
Don't talk about it.
Nos vemos, Neto.
So they're going to have some setups. They're going to have some bloods, and
1-1.
There's one there.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a double, a team shot from Scrap and
no habíamos apostado nada, ¿qué te pasa?
Didn't see it from either POV. But yeah, Scrap's like behind the dumpster, putting shots in. Josie, he's got an angle. That doesn't look fun to deal with. We'll see how Surge start to work this. But yeah, just line up. So it's positions. He got a nade in hand from the Scrap shots.
So he's got
Mira que tengo ya 10.
He's able to see. I thought it looked a little bit different.
Pasa por push-up.
Great job from our production team to show how it looks. So not quite as cheeky as.
So si yo hago los push-ups, ¿tú me das un peso?
Omni movement, bro, with the slides.
Yo ahora mismo como me siento, no creo que llegue ni a 15.
It was all 0-4. Last time Surge were on defense. Not quite the same level of pressure. A little bit more space to work with. Hydra trying to maybe find his opening, but it's just an opening for a plant. Abusa is going to get the blood. So far, defense finding openings.
Ay, loco. Asusté, que como que se vio tan raro.
Hydra still in position. 2 versus 2.
Well, this is what Rewind is about. All about these trades. You should work to these bomb sites so quickly. Post plant gets a wild. Scrap has to check it. Now it's all down to Hydra. 1 versus 2. 20 seconds. He's in a peak find. Now can he finesse?
He's out. And that should decide the round.
¡Qué buena abusa! No te creo. Lo leíste como un libro.
Time a bit more and get one more check. Because it was, what, 16 seconds remaining? I mean, it's not a guaranteed win with that much time left, but...
Y a la crema, la crema.
I didn't think the check was coming in that quick. Abusa just holds.
Yeah, Abusa, you saw his reaction. He's like, nah. I know exactly how you are going to play this. Yeah, Hydra's just thinking, he's got some shots to me. I'm going to reposition. But he's ready for it. Great stuff from Abusa to keep them up 1.
Yeah, no, maybe he's thinking, got tags in, he's going to insta-high.
No, papá.
Yo soy papá. Heads up there from Abusa,
no sé qué palabra. Oui es francés, eso es lo que habla él.
That's what a lot of this map is. Do situations like that at A turn into clutches, or do you use those numbers? Turn into round wins if you are the defending team.
Si lo piensas bien, pueden hacer un equipo francés asqueroso. Tienen a Hydra, Abusa. Lynx puede ser otra sub. Y falta alguien más.
Pushes up inside a burger and finds that opening kill. Great blood, Scrap phone it up. Neptune maybe gonna try to turn the tides. Can he get a multi here? Can he get a double? I thought he had it, but Scrap a little too quick with it.
Qué buena.
Bruce's turn to maybe clutch. It was a 1v3, now down to a 1v2. Tons of time to go.
Yo le tendría miedo a este chamaco, de verdad.
But this guy is a shooter. He dominated the map too. Ends up going 12-3. Tough part, he's battling both.
Hello.
Ay, no te creo.
Almost here. Can Abuza do it? Dan Ghosty. Abuza.
Uy, loco por poco. Ay, mamá. Mamá.
Insane, Chow. He could have got bombed and repositioned. It was right next to him. But my man was playing with some confidence, was Abuza, trying to catch him off guard. I don't blame him whatsoever. There's just a lot.
Le pegó como 2 headshots. Le pegaba 2 más y se iba.
He wins that gunfight. No, it's over. Call the series. Call the series. That would have been sick. But yeah, that's a wild chow. But with the way he's been shooting this series, yeah, I get it. But wow, that would have been pure filth. Ghosty though, holds position, keeps advantage, ties it up at 2-2.
See aggression.
No, diablo.
This time they spot it. They're gonna back out. Don't want 04 finding any early picks, but you still get that kind of map position. A control DVD if you're Surge. Group it up and looking to retake for position. Now Thieves starting to go. Some tags into Abuza. Scrap gonna find that first blood. What do you see, Joe?
Well, this is all just reactionary, right? All right, we see them in A. Let's show presence towards B. That forces Surge back to
qué buena, loco, mataron al...
B. We catch him as they're rotating back to this bomb site. Now you have numbers.
Ay, loco, pensé que lo iba a matar.
From LA Thieves.
Not catching us again.
Not catching us this round, and yeah, it did. All right, you see them A. Show presence over towards Nasty. He's gonna have to give the comm. Hey, their B side, rotate back, and as they're starting to rotate, you're ready
por brincar,
for
por eso es que tuvo casi un chance de matarlo. Hydra comandando, vamos a hacer esto y vamos a hacerlo de esta manera. ¿Oíste? Yo estoy quemando aquí. ¿Quién usted tiene el sueldo más grande? Yo, ¿verdad? Vamos allá. ¿Te imaginas?
Vancouver, as we'll continue to track it.
¿Quién tú le pagarías más? ¿Hydra o Scrap?
But RC out from Abuza.
Cajito. Se va a quedar ahí. Cajito se va a quedar ahí.
What is Abuza?
Hello.
Run away! They'll destroy the car.
Él no dijo eso. ¿Tú lo pagarías igual? Yo no sé, mano. Apretado. Tú quisieras pagarle igual, pero... ¡Qué buena! Allí. Esto parece que Seattle está ya crumbling.
Abuza almost pulled off a 1v3 earlier. Another opportunity to do it here, but not a lot of time to do it in. I feel like we've seen this before, but was able to get a couple free picks. This time, not finding them. Beautiful shoulders there. Wall bang damage in. Abuza is panicking. Where is he? 3 rounds straight for Thieves. 4-2 advantage.
Yeah, and I thought
¿Trae problema? Usualmente nadie sabe quién está, cuánto están cobrando. Pero si tú quieres ese jugador y ese jugador pide más chavo, tú vas a decir, mira, no, yo lo voy a pagar a este igual que al otro. Aunque ellos prácticamente... Ellos estaban negociando con LAG. So, LAG quería montar el equipo este de Hydra, Scrap y va a ser, me imagino que Lynx y otro más. Si el LAG gana ahora, van para la final. Confía. El LAG no va a perder un 5-3. Oh, Eufor está en una esquina asquerosa. Me da mucho guay, que se escucha el cambio de pistola. Ay, papi, te olieron. Qué buena. 1 contra 1. Ah, qué buena Abuza. Uy. Abuza está jugando de verdad sobre su cabeza, brother. Chamaco está jugando brutal. Es que no viste jugar el Search and Destroy, el segundo juego, tío. Abuso estaba en todas. Él fue como un C3, no lo podían matar.
On the side of Thieves, it's a free 2 for Neptune. That makes it into a 1-on-1, and yeah, he's just ready for that re-wrap. Able to catch Ghosty.
Deeper we go. 4-3 now. What does Surge have for us this time on offense? Different setup for Thieves defensively. It'll be Scrap kind of back over towards Burger. Hydra is getting aggressive from that position. I think in back-to-back defenses. This time he'll kind of be back to the mix, right? Playing around.
¿Lo vieron? ¿Número 3 vio al 6? Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí lo tiene pillado. Ahora sí lo vio. Ah, Hydra va a salir. Se va a asomar ahora. Ay, loco, pensé que el número 2, ¿quién era? Hydra. Están respetando mucho.
But it gets them a lot of info now. Look, you're grouping up on this. You're going to get aggressive. So they give up Burger.
Ya, diablo.
Number 7 in Nasty.
No se van a esperar ese. Oh, lo vieron.
He
Echa para atrás.
Weaving. Help is here. Like, how many is it?
Loco, Nasty se hizo la play. Nasty se la hizo.
You don't see Nasty.
Neptune gets one. They don't spot Nasty. It might be 2 for Nasty. The help is in. Great shots to back.
Buena.
Before, though, he's got the follow-up after Nasty, and suddenly
1 contra 3.
1v3.
Ya lo abusa.
Not gonna get it done. Surge close it out. What'd you love from Surge?
Nasty hizo la play.
Give and take round, right? On one side, Nasty starts to get a little bit aggressive through Burger. He's not seeing anything. Maybe gives them the heads up. Hey guys, watch your outer B. Abusa does an excellent job just jump peeking, but playing his
line as well. Con la
doesn't get caught, allows the bomb to go down. And then they never spot Nasty pushed up through the middle of the street. Well, it just sets up a trap. Thieves run right into it.
Yeah, I thought it was one of those situations like if Abusa gets one, it's brilliant, but stays up.
Yeah, no, they didn't overcommit. They didn't overcommit Thieves. They didn't want to like just, I don't know, line up for him.
I thought he was gonna get wall banged and dropped for a moment there, but beautiful finesse. And now, after the 3 straight from Thieves, you go back to back, and Surge are tied up at 4-4.
Hydra con el cajito. A lo de Estoy, papá. Ah, vieron a Abusa. ¿Viste? Ah, no, espérate, no mataron a Abusa. ¿Quién mataron?
Yeah, I mean, 04, he blows up the car. The problem is yeah, you do follow that up.
Ghosty lo mató de lejos.
I'll take the gunfight behind that. And well, this has just been a wipe with the first 3 kills. And just like that, it's all down to Neptune.
El ATIF viene.
Seen a whole lot of that on the offensive side. Neptune 1v4, best of luck. Thieves, though, grouping up. Don't want any funny business to happen. Able to get one, though.
Hello? Ay, Yogo.
Scurrying away. Maybe got a little more interesting than I thought he would, but he still had a lot of work to do.
No, a lot of work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he was getting some freebies, finessing, playing his life. But starts with Scrap. Yeah, I'll follow your car. I'll take a one-on-one gunfight any day of the week. He's in the double digits. No.
Ghosty se supone que lo hubiese tradeado ahí, pero no sé qué pasó. Maybe no tenía el ángulo. Pero diablo, brother, sobrevivió mucho. Asustó por un segundo y es Neptune.
Ghosty, though. I mean, Ghosty's got 3 first bloods himself. He has the 1v1 clutch. And now, a round away from getting to the grand final, are LA Thieves or to Surge? Get into a round 11. That's where they lost this winners bracket final in Major 2. Will it be a different story here? What are you seeing, Joe?
Might have that
Nasty, cuidado. Ay, Hydra con el first. Qué buena, mató a Abusa. Y ahorita se acabó. Hacho, de verdad te llevaste el jugador estrella. Te lo llevaste. Sí, ya. Hacho, no hay break. Tito, este es tu torneo.
Double digits for Hydra, double digits for Scrap. 04 though, trying to make things a bit more interesting. It's all in 04. Nasty to get it done. Ghosty's going to win his fight. All to 04.
Hold on.
This would be an 04 ace if somehow he does it. Not happening here. Scrap is roaring. He's on 11. The super
Ahí está,
team
Tito.
back to
Este
a
es tu
grand
torneo,
final.
Tito. Reverse sweep. Viene, esto va a ser Ultra contra Surge. Y déjame decirte que Ultra no se ve fácil.
Felt like they were running away with it at one point, but they had that 4-2 advantage, but Surge continued to chip away. Two very different stories. I mean, you think about for Thieves, after kind of the blunder at Major 2, yeah, you still got top 4.
Que vamos a abusar.
Got to a final, we got to where we belong. We don't have
Están alabando a Hydra. Ese first blood fue clave. ¿De dónde lo habrá
We were
visto?
here last tournament. We still got back to the final. You're just hoping to maybe make a better run of it if you can do that.
Yeah, that's just really it. But I mean, what a reverse sweep there for Thieves, right? Testing the mental on a Sunday. And honestly, that game 5 was a ton of fun, right? A lot of mid-map adjustments, different showings from both teams. And you were down 4-2. You bring it back if you are Surge, but you just get caught early in those rounds. Scrap on attack, and in that last round, it was Envoy, it was Ghosty who find the first 2. Just so tough to win without numbers on rewind.
Thieves get hit in the mouth, losing their hard point map 1, but then they start the battle back after the control. But the stats here, I was trying to highlight it.
¿Quién va a ser? ¿Scrappy? ¿Scrappy o Hydra?
What we were getting out of Scrap and Hydra, 21 and 12, leading the lobby in damage outside of Nasty on the other side. A beautiful performance from them. And I love sort of the different defensive looks you saw out of Thieves on this map. And for me, the different looks were like, is Hydra playing Burger or is he not? Because he was getting a bit more aggressive from that position, and he found Bloods there twice.
Scrappy.
That's just what you could kind of do on Rewind, right? A lot of creativity, a lot of, I mean, clutch scenarios, and we saw all of it there.
Well, we know somebody that loves to yap and somebody excited to get back to a final. This guy is a monster. We've got Scrap on the main stage.
Yeah, I got the monster himself, Scrap, with me on the main stage. Make some noise for the LA Thieves, everybody, because they're going to our grand finals. Scrap, in this series, man, you guys had a lot of work to be done. Seeing yourselves fall behind 0-2. Just initial thoughts right off the bat. Getting that game 5 win. How you feeling this moment?
Hey, come on now. I'm fucking feeling good. Like,
feeling good. Simple stuff, okay? You and Hydra popping off there on that last map. Who made the final call on that round 11 on what you guys were going to do right there? We see Hydra get the kill there towards mid, but who made the call?
Shit, we were talking about those nades over the P3 trying to get a kill, but we were like, bro, we haven't done it once right now. Let's throw it right now. Throw 3 perfect nades in the comms. Even Dill was like, those are some good fucking nades right there. So let Paco do his own thing. That kid's a beast, so he's going to get a blood for us.
There you go. I know it's beautiful seeing that kill.
Es un duro, mano. Necesitamos gente así, mano.
Even until you got, before
Y
you
mano
guys
dos
got
veces.
there, in that map number 4, on the, I believe it was P2 rotation going into P3, Envoy goes on a 10 spree to really get you guys on a level footing right there to take that map. How did that feel to see him go off and kill?
Bro, when Dill's screaming, I know that we're doing something right because Dill's usually quiet, usually keeping the game composed. You know, and then when he gets 3-piece and pops off like that, it gets everyone fired up.
Definitely gets everyone fired up. Florida, did it get you guys fired up? Lastly, what would it mean for you guys to win this tournament for the Thieves here today?
I mean, come on, we tried Major 1. It was a close one. Major 2 didn't go our way, so we're here for fucking Major 3 in the end of the year. So we're trying to win this.
You heard it here from Scrap.
Yeah, that's Scrappy.
That does it for me and him in the LA Thieves.
Ultra, papi.
Chris, take us away.
The sun shines bright here on the beach.
¿Te imaginas Compi Scrap jugando en contra? Creo que
That was dirty.
pasó. Como en Golfar 2.
He says that you don't normally
Pero creo que nunca le ganaron.
going on in that game 5.
¿Qué tú haces ahí? ¿Tan rápido? Este cogió para el stage.
I'm screaming.
Yeah, you got to get hype in those moments.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about that game 5, man. What a wild game, just high-level Call of Duty. You know, every time in between rounds, though, we look at the player cams, we see Hydra just going crazy in the communication, like setting up plays. What did he see that allowed for so many retakes? He started pushing up the street.
Paco's just such a good mid-round caller. I mean, in all of the games pretty much since he's came in the league, he's been unbelievable at search and destroy. So having him in my team is great, and yeah, I love his calls mid-round.
Not giving up too much, huh?
Yeah, I mean, listen,
we still got a tournament to finish here.
We're on the reverse sweep. I mean, these guys are like getting nervous in a sense, so we know that they're going to run around a bit and not too comfortable with the map. They haven't played this map all stage, and I think they're 0-1 on it on the year, so it was a comfortable map for us.
Alec, can we shout out production? Look at this. We got Envoy in a little
we
box.
got the little boxes, so
Taking a look
cute.
at these S&D highlights. I was a little nervous at this point in the game. I thought Vancouver was coming back. You guys shut it down in round 6. When did you know you had it locked up?
Definitely that 4-4 round when we took it, and we're going into that last round. Obviously, Scrap just said in the interview there, we're going to throw the nades and put some pressure down in A. So Paco got the first blood going driveway, burger side. 2 rounds in a row, actually, and yeah, that really like allowed us to open up the map, and we caught net flanking, and that was it.
So this was the first time this entire tournament y'all have actually like had a
Voy quería ver a la tipa.
You've just been slamming
Eso me
across the
asustó.
board. You go down 0-2. I remember talking to Dan, and he was just kind of like, you know, like when we're put in tough spots, it's just about like making sure we're honest with each other, like super straight. Who kind of like was super straight after you guys went
Ando
down 0-2?
mal carajo, tuve que explotar los tímpanos los panas.
Like, look, we just gotta lock the fuck in.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, FaZe did it to us at Major 1.
Yeah.
So reverse swept us in Winners Final. So I was like, listen, we can do this right here again. And
They can do it, we can do it better.
yeah, exactly. And honestly, like when first and second map, we had good energy. It just wasn't going our way. So started really down bad in the map 1. So after that, we just knew map 3 control. That's our bread and butter, and we can take the series.
Second grand final in 2025.
A ver.
This time, the trophy could await you if you have more plays like this.
No lo culpo, si esa baby está demasiado. Que se joda, yo no voy a celebrar con mis teammates, yo voy para allá. Porque él voló. Yo no sé cuán lejos está ese stage del... O sea, ese cuarto del stage, pero voló.
Read. I remember watching this, just be like, dude got both guns, and it's disgusting.
Was that the moment right
where
there?
You're just feeling on top of the world during that.
Oh yeah, when you have that AR back pocket and the sub, it's just a great feeling. And then, you know, once, you know, we're coming back in this hard point as well. So we started down really big, both hard points. Coming back is just an unbelievable feeling.
Yeah, and then talk to me about, like, on this rotation, you guys actually lost it instantly. You win the gunny on the guy in the heady, and then you guys have to set up a re-break. How are you able to get in so quick right after losing?
Tener en este equipo Scrappy tiene que estar tan violento, porque es lo que trae energía.
Against us is that we're going to use our numbers every single time and just make it hard for you. So you're going to have to 2v3, 3v4 if you want to hold the hill.
Well, I caught up with a very special guest in the crowd earlier today, and she gave me some treasure. I was welcomed into the Heist crew by Mom Boy. Big shout out to your parents. They are here in the venue. Before you go, anything you want to say to them?
I love you guys. Thank you to everyone that's supporting us, and thank you to my grandparents, girlfriend, everyone back home.
That's so awesome. Envoy, don't go yet because I got to get your thoughts. Who is playing you in the grand final? Because we have just 2
Qué bonito.
Here.
Qué triste se ve FaZe, vendió.
So you never know, but I think
Hecho por lo más santo, si FaZe hubiera ganado Miami. FaZe tenía que pasar por Search, mano. Ese iba a ser el struggle.
Will the Cinderella story stay alive? Or is it time for a rematch? Don't go anywhere. It's Major 3.
No hay encojona con Envoy. Por eso la mencionó, Tito. Por eso la mencionó. Si no la llegaba a mencionar.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty.
El tipo es sabio, el tipo es sabio. La tenía que mencionar, pues si no. No le puede tirar la pelirroja. Toda tuya, Space, toda tuya. Bueno, yo creo que Tito también. Ok, so ahora va a ser Ultra contra Seattle. Ya tenemos el thumbnail. Wow. Ready. ¿Y ustedes creen que vaya para la final? ¿Viste a ver si ahí que ganó? Ese fue el champ, por decirlo así, de Challenger. No sé si tú me habías preguntado. ¿Tú te imaginas un Borri ahí? ¿Qué? Un Borri. Un Bori, supongo. Un Boricua. Un Bori ahí. Un Bori ahí, voy a pensar. Le dice a mami, nos tiramos un PvP. Vamos a tirar número para uno. Yeah, y el control. Y él, ¿qué control? Estaba emocionado, Space, estaba emocionado. Tienes que usar las dos manos para typear en el teclado, por si acaso.
Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
No me acostumbro.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete.
Papi, tienes que esperar 4 minutos. Va a ser 4 minutos viendo a mí. Así que aguántate porque no va a ser fácil.
It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment.
Yeah. Insight.
Our legacy. One city.
Nunca lo habrán pagado para hacer esa promo.
One champion. The battle starts now.
Uy. Dun, dun.
That's what you
Jugando a teclado, ni que se diga, puedo jugar schedule, pero schedule ¿qué tipo de juego es? ¿Es de muñequito o algo así? Verdance. El Salvaguard son 3000. Un juego ahí de vender No joda. No joda, cabrón. Mal y bien hecho a la vez. Explícate, ¿cómo que mal y bien hecho? ¿Cómo llegamos a esa conclusión? Storage. TV station. El DAM. Hay otras que te hacen explotar. Qué carajo. Las drogas te hacen de todo un poco. Dios mío, estos 5 minutos son los más largos de mi vida. Dímelo, Ghost. Ay, el copyright. Chum. Oh, estos me gustan, estos clips me gustan. ¿Eso es one video de Kenny? Uff. Pasa. No, porque cobertura no. Pescado. No, no.
I'm doing the shot. I'm doing the shot. I'm waiting for you. Don't the shot, please. Please do it. Challenge.
¿Qué tú vas a comer?
His red.
Ah, bueno, pues tranquila. Porque en verdad no.
Oh my god.
No sé, de verdad. Cuando termino comiendo algo afuera o cuando me salga, cuando me vaya. Yo no iba a trabajar hoy. Tengo que estar durmiendo ahora. No, entro a las 8. Entro a las 8 y sale a las 5. ¿Qué? Sí, le dejo comida. Aunque él quería hoy llevarse un sándwich nada más. Me le dejo comida porque él quería llevarse un sándwich hoy por llegar. No, por eso mismo, solo voy a comer durante el día. A menos que desayune en casa y el sándwichito por la mitad de turno. Vamos para allá. Insta, pa. Vamos, te joder. Ya estamos aquí. Tito, como tú no ganes este torneo, yo me voy a reír. Me voy a reír. Aplauso. Space, estás pensando mucho en la chamaca, tienes que cogerlo suave. ¿Quién estará haciendo el flare? Ese. Es el coach, papi. Ahí.
I'm getting kind of toasty, dude, but I would float.
He's very buoyant.
Yeah, very buoyant.
Can you hold this one too?
Oh, sure can, bro.
Here, we put it in the shirt.
Yeah. Shirt a little bit. Our pick for once.
Listen, you win in all the respawns. You don't even gotta
¿Cuándo
get
salió
it right
Phoenix?
this
What's
far.
going on here?
All right, we have your scuff play of the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Hot 3-0, Dan.
Oh yeah.
My goodness. Nice and swift. That was a quick one. Yeah, it was quick. We were flowing for sure.
We gotta stop giving him props.
Yeah.
Today, number 2, we got 2 more to go live from Miami.
See you guys later.
I need more EU challenges talent in the league.
Anda, el diablo. Se acabó esto.
Somebody save us, bro.
Mejor momento del stream.
Back to the fiesta in Florida. We have
Viene, queremos el juego. Aunque los muchachos quieren a la nena, pero a la muchacha, perdón.
And we are strapped in for another reverse sweep. Come on, bring it at me. Hit me in the face. Okay. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Ask for it, and Maven will provide, ladies. Let's take a look here at what we have on the show for everybody, because Maven, we have a rookie who is on fire
We sure do.
in this tournament.
Mercules. Dude,
El chamaquito.
it's been awesome to see. I think this is like, it's a twofold thing. Listen, you come into, if I had to make a list of like best teams to come into in this situation and worst teams to come into, Ultra probably are number one. Probably like a player you can plug and play with their system, communication, having Joe Deceives, who's been through it all as a young player. But he's also been awesome. He passes the eye test, like he has been nasty.
Es verdad. No pensé en eso, Fufo.
Now he's playing for them and it's been cool.
Yeah, it is an awesome situation to come into. I actually agree with you. Probably like the easiest one to slot into,
Yes.
given the players that are around
They'd be
you.
number one on our list
But
as
he
well.
has exceeded the expectations. Like, he has bunched up when they've needed him to, made huge impact plays down the stretch. He's continuously getting better in search for them throughout this tournament as well. Like,
Yeah.
Mercules
Don't
has
you
been
butt
going
me.
real.
Well, okay, this is the point though. I don't think they've beat anyone yet. They wouldn't beat with Beans. This is the test.
Well,
This is the test.
Miami.
These next two are the test.
Miami's a tough win.
It's
A very tough
Atlanta
win.
Fake.
They were favored over them coming in with Beans.
Yes,
You know?
Suma Stallion.
when it comes to game-winning plays, it was Mercules that was
he's been great.
making
He's
that,
been great.
you
I just
know?
think-
So it's like
yes,
that's
but
the big question mark.
I agree with you though. Like, obviously they
Jugó Call of Duty a los 5 años.
time in with, but yes, Mercules.
Mi pana, yo ya estaba montando Mega Block.
This would impress me a lot if like they win this series. If they get to a final. This would impress me a lot.
I would also be
I don't know,
impressed if you
Tyler,
make
I
it
think
to a
Sunday
grand
is pretty
final.
impressive already.
¿Qué?
We got some fun stuff.
5 años.
I'm very excited, dude.
Let's lock in. Yeah, do it again.
My God.
Guy Blaze, let's take a look back at the original.
Bro, that was a
shot.
rocket, Blaze. A
We have
rocket.
at least
No.
one athlete on the staff. Let's take a look here at Atlanta FaZe versus LAG. Another purple rookie coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah,
Es verdad, eso quedó brutal. Ese es el mismo escenario que pasó otra vez. Este chamaquito entró porque el otro se sentía enfermo y ganaron el torneo.
I mean, but it still is somebody getting plugged in last.
100%.
So to that point, it's like you bring in Smart. He was the MVP of the tournament. They like don't lose a search and destroy the entire time, and it's reminiscent of that, but with hardpoint, right? Because you're bringing in Mercules, you're 8-1 in that game mode. You can make an incredible run from losers round 1.
A los 5 yo prendí a Garrett.
It's kind of similar. I guess the difference is that Toronto Ultra is in a way different spot.
Yes, if
Tito.
Ultra won this event, that is not nearly as impressive.
Tú a los 5 años.
He's one of 8 that have on their debut.
Tú cuidado si te sabías poner los zapatos.
Unique in the fact that like it was a 5 a.m. call up, right? So like I think we have to continue giving flowers.
De la
to flowers.
palabra cuchara y
The fact
cucaracha.
Toronto, even here on a Sunday, is insane. All of us heard that and was like, Toronto's gone day 1, day 2. Like it's chalk. This tournament's chalk for them, and they're still in the conversation. They're top 4.
It's not that I'm trying to take away his flowers. It's
Dude,
just
you
I
are
want-
going full on Mel Kiper. Can we move on?
I want people to just like get the like. It is a lot about this core.
Yes,
it really is.
it
The core
is.
is so impressive.
No, it really is.
We got some fun in store. Sorry, we got to get to the DreamHack stuff.
Oh, I don't care. We can talk about whatever, dude.
We got in store for us. We have some great tickets.
Dude, sell those tickets. How are you gonna sell them, Chris?
Why didn't Shador Sanders go into the 5th round? The NFL is against him. Let's take a look here at an event with multiple events. It is DreamHack, and you can save some money. All you got to do is go to DreamHack.com.
Este evento lo vamos a estar viendo, en verdad va a estar salvaje. Mira, hay Magic, hay de todo un poco.
Yeah, anyways, listen, come to DreamHack. It's going to be amazing. Like I said, if you're a Call of Duty fan, we're getting more and more Game 5s. The competition is getting tougher, and we know there's going to be some roster changes. It's going to be electric, and you get to watch other esports as well. So.
Sí, exacto, si el Active gana ahora, le pasa a Face.
You have one last LAN after this Miami tournament. That'll be going down in Dallas.
Yeah, and if you're the teams like Carolina, Texas, Minnesota, Cloud9, like you're staring down the barrel of not making it to champs because all the teams around you are getting better.
Yeah.
I think the players are getting ready.
I hope so.
I'm ready to take a look at them. Are you?
Are we talking about Vancouver at all?
Absolutely. We are going to start with Toronto.
Oh, la bola le dio a Vancouver. Vancouver va a perder. Esa es la señal.
Mr. Tobias.
Esa es la señal.
And the man Joe deceives, that makes it easy for anyone to cycle into.
Yeah, I just think his experience last year has been incredible for this current situation, and Insight's really stepped it up. He's needed to when you lose maybe like the kind of raw slaying power that Beans brings. Comms are probably a little bit different. Maybe don't have all the crazy passion that Beans has, but it's been awesome to listen to.
Yeah, they still have Joe. You know, I feel like Joe's still giving him a little bit of passion.
A spark plug.
If anything, it might be good for his side Ultra.
Y si al revés, se viró el control. Si la bola hubiera caído y se hubiera quedado intacto, yo hubiera dicho, Search va a ganar. No, pero te diré, Search se supone que gane. Pero la historia del chamaquito, haber entrado a este equipo a última hora, porque pues la otra persona no pudo llegar por problemas de visa, es una historia brutal. Y si llega a ganar,
talking about a team that's like pretty much mastered a couple maps like Skyline. They look untouchable on Vault. They're 7-0 this split. Like, why do people even keep playing them on it? I'll tell you why. It's because they have such a rich map pool. You don't know where to go. And you're talking about like the duo and Insight and Phoenix, where every time they need to turn up and make a big play, it happens. Phoenix went 17-31 in the control. Yeah. The next map, he's 35-35, popping pieces left and right to literally win them the game. So yeah, there's, in my mind, these guys can do no harm. They're absolute staples.
Mierda! Mierda! Mierda!
Clint, what is holding this team back from winning champs? We take a look at the road here. This is with the fill-in and
Hey, tú estás bien.
2-3-1s, and now coming off that very impressive game 5, the revenge game.
Dime el número de la loto.
Both. I mean, they haven't showed us they're capable of that. Like,
no, yo puedo estar mal y si pierdo ahora.
We gotta see it. If they can get there with Mercules, that'd be awesome, but they're not really in the combo for me yet.
So they can get top 3 with the fill-in, but you don't think they're in the running for champs?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I think you'd still talk. I mean, it's an off like segment for FaZe, but I still think Seattle, FaZe, Thieves are the clear top 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be weird when we get back to now see if Beans gets put back in the roster.
It's a weird situation. Like this could go a couple of ways.
Exactly, it can go a couple of ways. But yeah, Toronto, I feel like this split was making that step to be the championship contender. Like if they had their full roster, I would say yes, absolutely 100%. But there's just a variable of Mercules being added. When we get to these, you know, losers finals, winners finals games, grand finals, we don't really know what's going to happen. Is he going to rise to the occasion like we've seen Beans do?
Toronto has been that one team to give the top dogs some trouble. Right now, though, you're playing up against a Vancouver squad that has looked red hot at times in this tournament. I thought they were about to 3-0 LA Thieves before getting reverse swept.
Oh, yo quiero ver el juego.
Neptune, Abuza has been playing lights out. Nasty seems to understand every single situation thrown at him. What's stopping this team from holding a trophy at the end of the weekend?
Oh, maybe a winner's bracket final. It's like, and you played a long time, bro. What's worse, right? You lose in game 5, round 11 to FaZe, and then play Ultra. You're up 2-0 and you get reverse swept in a winner's bracket final. Like, what's harder to deal with? Game 5, round 11, or reverse swept?
I think you get a lot of different answers. You ask pros. I would say the reverse sweep, just because it feels like we took our foot off of the gas. Like we had multiple lives, but I'll tell you what's way worse: a reverse sweep game 5 round 11.
That's the ultimate dagger.
Hell yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean,
they're being tested, bro.
This Surge team, though, you know, to that point, has shown us that they can bounce back. I mean, they have so much resiliency, and you know, coming off of that series, like they played so well throughout it the entire time. For me, it's just the control. Last couple series, their control has been incredibly suspect. And that's got to be locked up.
This is a contract year for a lot of these players. They're on that second year.
Get the fuck out of here, man!
What do you want to see if you're getting peak value out of each year, guys? Who are the stars to lock in on?
The stars to lock in on, I mean, the easy answer is probably Booza because of the ways that he's been playing this weekend, and it's kind of something we feel like we're missing when it comes to the
Estoy con ganas de con el mismo fongo. ¿Hay mismo fongo por donde tú vives?
I think Ant made a really good point. The control has been their pain point in a majority of these series versus these top teams, and it's not even just a map thing. Like, they're 50-50 across the board. They'll take you on any map. It's just a toss-up of if they're going to play it well or not. And
¿Hay mismo fongo por donde tú vives?
Really starting that struggle bus, because obviously you go up 12 versus LA Thieves, it's the control that lose you, it's the control momentum switch, and then you go up against Toronto. This is a matchup that you prefer. You win the control in this 3-1, but how many times do you replicate that? Because that is a Toronto Ultra squad that is really, really good at respawn, specifically that map number 3.
So this is going back, obviously, we were talking about the last time they had to do this. After the loss to FaZe and Winners Bracket Final, they were obviously able to win there. It's a little bit
Space, entiendo.
roster change for Ultra, but they showed they can do it.
They bounced back already,
They
right?
showed they can bounce back. And with regards to the control, it's an important point, too, because I remember looking through, it was like the last, like, whatever, like 4 years, and it was like all the event winners. And it was like the lowest, bro, was like a 70% win rate in control at a tournament. Like, you need to win control usually to win events.
And to that point, like that's what has hurt Surge in like grand finals of the minors, majors. Is like the control and the S&D. Those two game modes. They put in a ton of work in the Surge, and we've been seeing it pan out in a lot of these series. But the control still remains. They need to answer that question. We can learn right here.
As important as control is, I think it comes down to the hard points, right? Let's take a look at our maps and modes, because Toronto is spouting one of the best records despite whoever plays in that 4th spot.
Yeah, I mean, in a best of 5, definitely the hard points.
Ya lo volt.
When we get to that best
Protocol.
of 7 final, then it's the
Depends on the matchup, though, too. Like, that's
Ay, yo siento que Ultra va a ganar esto.
is wild. I mean, we just talked because Toronto Ultra, I just said it, 7-0 on that map. They have been pummeling teams on hardpoint. If I'm Surge, I'm just looking at it like, let's get it out of there.
And the reason why that's
They're no
kind of so
slouches, bro.
dangerous, especially if it being map 1, is Toronto Ultra is the #1 map 1 team right now. So you're looking at a Vancouver Surge. They're struggling in control. Heaven forbid they go down in this map #1. Sure, they might take that too, but you're looking at maybe going down 2-1 in the series very early on. That's if you win the map 2.
I haven't even actually looked at it yet, but Surge always pick Team B. So the map 1's are going to be a struggle. Is always going to be the opposition's pick. That's why usually their extended series. That's why their map 4 record is so
I
good.
just would have probably banned Vault.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can make an argument for that. But Surge also could be nasty
hate it.
at it.
They are good at. They're
What
good
does Rambo
fundamental
Ray
team.
know that we don't?
He saw something. I mean, it was a very close fault that we just watched in the Toronto Ultra game, right? Where Kleenex had to make a miracle happen to win it. So it's not like they can't lose it. It's just they're comfortable on it.
Ali, do we have the S&D win rate for Toronto? Because I have a goldfish memory, but I can't remember
They're
a whole lot of
8-3
dubs so
in
far
search
with
during
this
this
lineup.
stage right now.
The
They're 8-3.
land, though.
So on land, I don't know exactly on land, but they're still a top search and destroy team on land for sure.
Okay, that's my question. If we got Easy Mac back there, I don't
They've
think
They've won 4 of their last 5.
You talking about
They just
Vancouver?
lost 1 to LA Thieves.
No, I'm saying Toronto Ultra.
Oh,
Yeah,
Toronto.
Ultra Search has not
2
been
and
great.
3.
5-8 this split.
2 and
And
3
at the
on land.
major in particular, I mean,
what's the hardest thing with Philip?
It's extremely tough. But we saw when Game 5 they needed to ice up and win a search and destroy. They were absolutely able to do it. So,
Ay, mamá.
Search when we get to
Vamos, quiero el juego.
when we get to the grand final, it's just
Señor.
so tense. It can slow down a little bit, and then that's when you're asking your vets to be the guys to step up, make the adjustments, make the big plays.
Ay, pero
Just
no hay
talked to
money.
Aqua, and he was talking about how Hydra.
Money.
That needs to be Kleenex and insight in this series.
Yeah.
We can't do scuff pick'ems yet because the players aren't ready.
Okay.
When they are, we will. Until then, shall we look at the future? Because we have had different winners across our previous Florida events, and we will have a fresh one. Will it be LA Thieves? Is it Toronto? Is
Adiós,
it
¿verdad?
Vancouver? 3 left here at Major 3. Over the years, we have seen a number of rosters, but to see formal there, side by side, that's quite impressive.
It's really actually not that different. It's what 2 have been formal scum, 2 have been sip of easy, bro. Like, so it's like you're talking like your 2 greatest duos of all time have won them all.
Just the 2 dynasties.
Yeah, two dynasties.
Well, then, who's the new duo? I mean, then
Throw
when you look
complexity
at
in there, too,
duos,
but
look
you
at
join-
Inside and Kleenex or...
Yeah.
What year did we do Full Sail?
Full Sail?
Yeah.
Oh, that was 2013.
Man, y'all got some memories on you, dude.
Yeah,
Y'all got some
2013.
absolute.
Allie's like, I was in a
Vamos para acá, espérate.
Wholesale was the same year and event that the van blew us up. Optic van.
Optic van. Great moment. Shout out Revan.
Wow, I just got real depressed.
Don't be depressed.
We went from one van to a map with a lot of them.
A lot of explosions.
Such cheese,
Por favor. Me tienen desesperado.
Can we see the maps and modes one more time before we lock in our pick'ems here, Allie? Because I want to give you time to run the numbers. There's no dealership here. There's no rewind. So it's like we're playing a series from match 1, 2, 3, 4 of the year.
So you brought up the S&D from the side of Toronto Ultra, and you look at that map 2 protocol search and destroy, and that's again why I was like, I'm worried for Surge, but I also do like them on Volt because protocol is the best S&D that Toronto Ultra has right now. S&D is hard with a fill-in. Control is going to be hard with a fill-in. So Toronto Ultra is going to want to do this through the respawns, but your best opportunity is going to be on that protocol. You get it map number 2, and not only that, every S&D they've played has been minimum like a round 10, round 11 situation, Chris. So they're getting there. It's just about getting right across that finish line, and there's no reason Toronto Ultra shouldn't be able to take
There's
one.
a lot of similar strengths in these maps. Like, this is a square up.
I mean, I think they each
Increíble, mi hermano.
point map pick, and I think the control is a massive decider in this series. And if you're Toronto, you have liked protocol control all year long. And if you're on the side of Vancouver, it's a map you've tried to add to your map pool. Got a couple dubs here that split on it, but you're not Toronto Ultra on protocol control, so I think it's going to be tough for them.
All right, we have our fan poll going on live, and we also asked you guys ahead of the tournament with our pick'ems. Here's where the pick'em results came in. Everyone thought LA Thieves was going to be the winner with 52.3% selecting the top squad. Atlanta out. Optic is out. Toronto with a 5.9 is almost double the Surge's 3% fate.
Wait,
there wasn't a ton coming into the weekend.
This is before what? This is
before the weekend kicked off.
Ah, this is insane to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd have Ultra real higher. People, the optic picks are hammered.
Yeah, the optic picks are
I agree with these in phase. Like, phase would be hard typically, but they had a back qualifier, so I'm not shocked by that. But like, Ultra should be definitely bumped.
I'm thinking Miami should have been a little bit higher.
Surge did not get enough love coming into this.
Yeah, they did not.
These guys have looked insane.
Por favor.
Yeah, true. Same as Ultra.
Guys,
Voy a llorar.
point out the fact that Carolina Royal Ravens
Como
is at
haciendo
the
de push-up
bottom
también,
of
me
the
cago en
list.
nada.
I mean, the
Sure.
only
Under
thing,
Vegas is
Voy a ver las cartas
saw
tuyas que tengo.
was Thieves, and they got bopped, cooked, and I think everybody
Qué
saw the
cojado.
bracket and said, "Oh, you got to play them again."
¿Qué tenemos?
Not happening. Well, Carolina's
100%.
out. We don't have to worry about them, but we do have to worry about these two
Gallos,
teams to
Santos
find out
Chaos,
who is moving on to the
Magdalena,
grand final
Pachul,
of Major
Pachul,
3. $150,000
Super
up for grabs for first place.
Dad.
100 points. Neither of these teams need some points, but money's good. I'm going to start things off. Vancouver bounced back from a round 11 defeat to steal a hard point. I think not only do they take game 1, they take game 2, and they don't get reverse swept. Vancouver Surge take the series.
Am I next?
See?
Yeah, no, I think Surge too. For everything you said, their bounce back potential, I think they're the better team. And also, like, this is the first real test, I think, for this Ultra team with a fill-in. This is the first real test. This would be the first one that really impressed me if they got the win, but I'm still going to Surge.
Allie, do you still hate Toronto? Are you playing catch-up? What's the game plan here?
Because now I'm putting into a spot, dude. Mercules is such a wild card. He is such a wild card.
Mercules.
You know what? I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra. Why not?
Toronto Ultra, she's locked in. And the players are ready. No more stall. Where are you going?
I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra. I love this map stuff for them. Vault, Skyline, Game 2's Protocol S&D. Man, they're feeling phenomenal going into this one. Mercules is about to have the series of his life.
Miami, you guys are awesome.
Por favor, tírame el juego, dale.
Time to get ready. Well, they are, and they are on stage with the one and only Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Puckett. Florida, I am so ready to get this losers final started. Just one more team we have to send to that grand finals and help me out just another time. You guys ready to get this series going? The first squad coming to the stage. The Cinderella run continues. Make some noise for the Toronto Ultra.
No, no estoy bien, pero viene el juego ahora.
Mercules,
Uy, vamos. Aquí ustedes le van, yo le voy a ellos. Quiero que el chamaquito gane, de verdad. Quiero que el chamaquito gane o al menos llegue a la final.
Listen, these guys are vibing. If you told them on day number 1, 5 a.m., when they had the news broken
¿Tú iniciaste stream cuando yo salí del trabajo? No sé, porque no sé a qué hora te sale a trabajar. Llevo 4 horas, como dijiste. Te ya faltando juegos, o todavía no me voy. Pero yo espero que estos juegos sean intensos.
Coming together for the Toronto Ultra, and they can see the finals framed up nicely. But the next team coming to the stage is still seeing red after that last series. So get ready, Florida, because here comes the Vancouver Surf.
Viene.
0-4, Abusa, Nasty, and Neptune. With everything seeming to be stacked against them, they ready to get this storm going again.
Oh, you know they want their revenge on the LA Thieves, but they have to go up against the Toronto Ultra first. Toronto Ultra have been absolutely insane this tournament.
Igual que yo, ¿verdad? No creo.
This could be a nightmare matchup. Let's see if they can get it done, guys.
Va a estar bueno, esto va a estar bueno. Ay, mamá. Yo, todos los equipos que he dicho que le voy, se han eliminado. So, yo le voy a Ultra y ya verás que van a perder. Esa va a ser mi suerte el día de hoy. Me gusta el de estos blancos.
It was an emotional series, but we're able to take it in 4. I know, but this is a totally different feeling because last time you went all the way to a round 11 and lost. You were going map for map. This time you get reverse swept. So hopefully with the time that you had during that break, you're able to reset. You got a great coach in Rambaray that's able to keep their head on straight. But you know you were looking
rápido, azul o violeta. Tú estás más salado que la crica. Porque yo leí eso en voz alta, loco. Porque yo leí eso en voz alta. Porque yo leí eso en voz alta, papá Dios. Ay, Dios.
Again, your confidence is just going to keep boosting that. Even when things get tough, you can find ways to win with the fill-in of Mercury. So, again, the storyline feels like it's really
Dilas todas, Tito, dilas todas. Menciónalas todas. Vamos, sigue.
In stage 2, for Toronto, is to try to keep
voy a desaparecer.
moving forward, building more tools to work with as you make their way, hopefully, back
Y se me acabó el agua, me cago en la hostia.
They are all the best in this hardpoint game mode. And we're already going into the map here for Ultra with Mert on the lineup. 4-0 so far this weekend. They have beat the hell out of everyone that has stepped front on a map like home. We always talk about it. The P3 to P4 rotation is the biggest thing that you need to focus on. And with Surge coming off of a very devastating loss, you need to answer early if you're Ultra.
Yeah, the devs keyed on this appropriately. These two teams share a lot of their map pool with one another. Doesn't seem to make a difference who's on the roster. It's been that way all year long. But here we go. We got the elimination finals. The Canadian Clash Vancouver Surge.
Vamos para allá, gente. Elimination final.
Immediately, let's just see how the energy looking on the side of Vancouver, because off of a tough hell, you're probably going to come out a little bit slower, but
tómale, un poco le mete un mamellazo con la granada. Ahí lo va a buscar. Yo con uno, bueno, con dos. Eso es, el scoreboard no se ha dañado.
Neptune playing through square.
Able
to find Kleenex just sliding on his backside. Now a chance for a pinch, and Neptune provides a double. Shutdown comes through. 2v2 over the top.
Mercury's con dos.
Mercury's off to a 3-0 start as Toronto hold.
Yeah, and if you're Vancouver, you're thinking, okay, this is our break attempt. We can soak up time here. We already started off with the initial gunfight.
Qué duro este chamaquito, bro.
Already off to a perfect start. 5-0, you're getting at least 20.
Nah, ese tipo la está.
Come here, let me get some more.
Lo vio.
Where do you think you're going? Nowhere. 6-0 start. Shutdown eventually comes through. Kleenex.
Abusa con dos. Los salvó. Ya los salvó. La play que si ese chamaquito se jodió ahí mismo. Ah, que Insane no mataba. Diablo, me olvida que eso brinca.
Trying to develop on a long route. The rest of Vancouver working their way through the front to just create those extra layers. 0-4 finds one. You keep on finding trade. You're not going to allow anyone to slip on by.
Hit strike kill feed. Toronto Able to set things up from the front side. F-Pool, Vancouver scrambling, trying to get back through on this cross, but Neptune shut down. Now Ultra into the front. Abuza taken out of the hard point. The SMGs already making their way in if you're Toronto. 04 trying to find us a mini pinch around the side. Has eyes on. Finds the first. Can't find the
Encontrado inside.
Blowing bubbles in the hot tub. And eventually it's
Mercury con 2. Loco, está 10-3.
10-3 for the Rook.
Yeah, now if you're Vancouver, just cut your losses. Think
Ah,
about
diablo,
that
loco,
rotation
nasty.
towards New. You're already going to have 04. Pushing over towards Palm. Neptune going to contest that O just to be a nuisance. You can find this second kill is going to make your teammates' job a whole lot easier over towards the new HP, but now it's this battle for this early arc control. Kleenex, the only one here for Ultra. You got to hold it down.
And if you're Ultra, again, just the story of Major 3, yes, they had been one of the best hardpoint teams throughout qualifiers, but still not the most successful rotation team. They were 10th or 11th coming into this major. Now they're up for
Qué buena. Mataron en arc.
the new kid in the block, and things are looking good as they hold on to the left side of the map.
Yeah, it's good to hold on to the left side of the map, but a couple of spawns are already coming in because the aggression from Surge is right in front of you. Neptune finds the trade, Mark is in their control, and there's still
Vamos para allá, vamos para allá.
Ultra, we can take this 20,
¿Qué
but we
usted estaba
have
haciendo hoy
to put in
trabajando?
position to fight for that new spawn.
Yeah, Merc gonna get the call at the Nasties down low, so he wants this 1v1.
Big two.
And here we go. Inside through the overextension. Kleenex able to work things over towards that long street. It leaves Abuza by himself. Stuns, nades, all being tossed his direction. How long can he stay alive? Trophy system keeps him safe for now. Able to find the first. Merc lives the next one up. And Abuza walks
Qué
in.
buena, loco.
Patience is a virtue. Able to find the trade, and now a chance to challenge spawn.
Yeah, and Abuza stalls out so much time for his teammates eventually to get into the play. They're able to win
Qué
their
buena
fight through the
Insight.
front door. Now you just got to take care of Insight. But when you take care of Insight, 3 of your teammates now fall. So Ultra
No, se la pegó.
this break.
It's Abuza again, this time stuck by a Semtex. Spawns will move around just a touch, but 04 finds himself tucked into a corner in the fourth hard point. Again, it's just a tug of war over the top of these last 2 hills. 04 still alive and kicking. How has he managed to do this? Neptune now for the support. And how about that for Vancouver? Still fighting, still battling, 30 seconds.
Those guys are always just playing for the dub, man. Finesse around the HP for my teammates to get back into the play, have a clutch one-on-one gunfight. Now all of Ultra spawning across the map. A good 20 seconds to fight for. 04 now on 5 in a row, has both weapons for the occasion. And now we're going to take some space to think about new.
Talk about hero plays. Abuza through art, able to stay alive. 04 inside the hill on 5 in a row. And somehow, some way, Vancouver
Yo no sé
find
cómo yo
themselves now in the
encontrado.
lead. Marginal as it is, but a chance to try to dominate over towards the front.
Uno más.
doors.
Ay, sacó. Ya lo va,
Shots are
7
still coming through
cogido.
Crispy. 7 in a row, full streaks.
Cruise missile already earned. Still a lot of time here at this P1. Ultra currently have the spawns that they want, and they also find the initial kill. So 04 trying to switch up the tempo, only able to take down one. So Ultra
Mercury con
find
2.
the break.
10-point
Yo con uno y ahora rompieron ahí. Hey.
Inside under minimap number 7, trying to watch for any early rotators over towards B2. But Neptune fully focused on the objective. Still at full health. Hercules shuts him down again. The battle of the debut between these two guys has been electric, as Vancouver will get a little bit of time here, but the big news is Ultra are holding on towards the P2 side of the map.
Still holding on to the P2 side, but you don't want to give all this time up to Surge for free. You want to try to contest around this mid-map area, but now that decision is already going to be made for you.
Ay, número 1.
Just got to play a little bit safer now. Start to spread your map. Don't let anyone slip on by, but 04.
Ay, qué juego.
Play, at least able to get one
Kleenex salvó. No, lo mataron. Cambió de
Huge
spawn.
double from Abuza right there at the end, playing from the front side.
Aunque yo creo que como quiere va a cambiar de spawn, porque yo creo que 4 y 3 estaban cerca.
Flips the spawns, and it just generates a huge buffer in front of this hard point.
And if you're Abuza, you're just creating so much of an extra layer. You and Neptune aggressive over towards Cat. Wow. Toronto cannot get close towards his hard point. You were banking on Kleenex to get some success through that back end. He gets shut down, and with all the map control that they currently have, I don't know if Ultra are going to be able to contest this.
Big first shots come
Buena.
through. Second right there. Abuza does spawn behind.
Oh, loco, qué buena.
Single kill here for Vancouver until 04 provides one. Hercules stunned towards the back door. Good read on towards Abuza. Trophy system trying to fight for this last 20. Joe on the corner throwing shoulders. ARs watching the middle of the map. And this is just a blender right now as the SMGs are just tearing apart Vancouver. Hercules inside the hard point also has a sub to work with off the regen. He wants Neptune a little revenge on that 1v1, but help comes through from Insight, and the scrap time goes to Ultra.
Yeah, that's good time right there from Ultra to fight for that final 25
Este juego, como te había dicho, ay, puñeta. Cada juego tarda como que de 40 a 50 minutos. Faltan 2 juegos. So, más o menos 2 horas.
It's a war zone over the top of P3. Spawns are a little bit mixy at the moment. Ultra with a split spawn from Insight coming back to take care of the pinch.
Mercu is up top, tagged by Abuza, but still holding on to his life with help from Kleenex nearby. Abuza forced to take the gunfight, not able to win it. Over towards mid-map though, Vancouver, couple of kills, put some stress, and Toronto's gonna back up.
Yeah, this is a scary situation though, because you're giving Surge a lot of time here at P3. So now they know it's only 20 seconds left. We can start to get aggressive if we can get some kills.
Coño, mano, limpiaron.
Able to reinforce their way back in. All four dead. They're trying to set up for them to get back into this game. Let's step aside and go to listening with Toronto.
Buena. Gran respawn. ¿No tienen bala? Ya, diablo. Ya trajeron el juego. Embuste, Tito. ¿Dónde? Bueno. Buena, loco. Oh, diablo, van a romper eso.
Dead tie game for a moment. Mercury still shredding, but Vancouver trying to work on rotation to P2 as you listen in with the surge.
Toby's all even. Mid around. Yeah. I'm thinking. Yes. I don't see the big guy. I'm one now. You should go left. Okay. Nice, you go back on there. Let's go. I'm one on time. I don't see him. Nice. Time. We swear. I don't see him. Time. Probably license. Chill. 20 speed. I need to back. I'm 20 speed. I'm going cast this. Yeah. I need that. Back on me. Sit down. Nice. I'm blocking up. No more lights. He's blowing like 2 feet time. Nice. I'm taking it back. They're going to spawn in. At least 2 spawn in. Two on the back. One light. Resigning light. Just don't trust.
Qué buena insight.
Watch on the back. There's you. One more. I'm watching back. Time is low. I'm needing time. Break your bar. Nice.
Mira, si tú puedes jugar van eso.
I'm playing with you. I'm the old one. Nice. Inside. He's top cat and then one's going light. We're submitting Jimmy and one's light. Okay, we're good. Let's zoom in. One time, 2 minutes. Turn him on time. Spun out. He's here, vote me. Avender, you bad? Good tap. Okay. I don't see him. Their time. Wait, they're pillar. On the pillar. Nice shot. Don't you, Mid. Watch him go line.
Don't shoot.
Buckle up, Boca. 205, 206. Vancouver currently holding over towards the favored side of the map, but Ultra cooking numbers, looking for the rotation.
A tie game, man. Both of these guys are going blow for blow on this opening HP, but this is where you have to lock in if you are Surge, and thankfully you find 3 kills.
Oh, yo creo que esto se acaba aquí. Rotación para P4 va a estar salvaje.
It's going to have to be a mad dash through the middle of the map. Hard point at 4, not open yet. Every kill could be a big one, but Neptune, considering he's still lost, is working on this rotation. Backs up. Here come the kills from Ultra, though. They're going to get a route over towards Art, and last Neptune has something to say.
Sobrevivió, Mercury. No, challenge. Ahora sí, ahora sí.
Testing the spawns. You're gonna die if you are nasty. Now all of Toronto are surrounding the Money Hill at P4. Who's the guy up top? Abuza. He is going to fall, and this is not what you were looking for. If you were a surgeon, you were fully set up. But Ultra just worked their way through the B street, and now they can still close it out.
You couldn't tell me that this is a new kid on the block for Toronto. That is a flawless break. Lead swap late, 220 to 219. Vancouver taking some time here, trying to get some isolation, but Mercury is slippery. Now you got the play around the back simultaneously. Here comes the play from the front, but Kleenex gets the first, nothing more. Now you got to get into the hill.
You got the numbers, you go 3 for 1 last.
Oh, inside condo.
And he's able to find a double. You're still gonna have the close spawns if you're Surge, but this is ideal for Ultra. Keep them as far away as you possibly can from this P1.
Every lane is currently being watched by Ultra. It just comes down to, can they win the gunfights? Joe Deceives on the pinch for 1. Vancouver taking their time. 3v3 over the top of the old time. Joe back on in, same angle. Joe for 2. 10 seconds remaining. 0-4 provides for 1. Need to get him out of the hard point though. Kleenex is still hanging. Can you get a touch over from the top side of the catwalk?
Oh, lo mató.
Neptune for the opener. Hard point goes neutral. 245, 225. But
Mercury.
Vamos. Provide the kills. Maybe needed to win the game.
Oh, 4.
Saves it, and Vancouver are gonna have numbers.
They have the numbers. Now they're winning all the fights. You're gonna have a long route from Joe Deceives to try to win this game through bottom ball.
You have to get this read. Toronto taking their time. 240, 248. Here comes the break attempt. Joe, like whack-a-mole through the vault, not gonna work out. Nasty of Neptune for 3. The new kid up. Mercury's only gets one. You can still win it here. Kleenex, can you get one? Can you
No, tenés que tocarle ya. Sí, pueden. Vete pa'l carajo. No, pero no van a poder llegar. De pecho. Diablo, vete pa'l carajo.
Oh my God. A 1-point hard point in map number 1. Both going blow for blow.
Vete pa'l carajo.
Trade after trade. SMGs needed to have big moments. But if you are Ultra, you're just thinking, okay, at that P4, we can't allow that break to happen. You find the opening kill, you work your way around back guard, you find the last kill in towards the hard point, but then trades just keep on going back and forth. Neither squad wanted to give up that opening vault. Neptune goes 43 and 31 with 5K
5,000 de daño el chamaco.
And 35 and 30. That was just an absolute battle.
Ya, el problema ahora es que el mapa que viene ahora, Section Destroy, es de Vancouver. Si Vancouver se va arriba, Ultra se ve shaky en control. Ultra tienen que ganar este Section Destroy obligado.
They get 249, and it still looks like the clock had just hit 0. We're going to get this all over again, but Ultra had to have been tenths of a second away on P1 from getting that last second. But let's just break this all down again, Jay. Walk me through it.
Okay, so 225 to 237. You see the kill feed currently lining up in favor of Ultra. The last man standing is going to be 0-4. He's instantly traded. So at this point, you're just looking for one more wave of kills. You fly on in if you're Neptune to try to make it more mixy. Nasty finds a second kill, so now you have the advantage, but again, it's just on 0-4, catching this timing from Top Cat. Finds the double, gives himself some time to work with for the teammates to get back into the play, and then you just make it mixy from that point on.
Yeah, and the thing about this is I love the discipline from Ultra to take a breath.
Yeah.
You've got one break is all you need. You need 2 seconds, maybe even just a second and a half. So you get the full setup, you get the full wrap. You know Vancouver has to play from on the point, but Joe can't get out of vault. That's critical.
Yeah, that's massive because Nasty's sitting there in an angle just watching double doors. And if you're Joe, you have an off angle through bottom vault. You just need your teammates to find an opening kill there. But since they all fall at the wrong time, then you just continue to make it mixy 0-4 even with the team nade. Gives them the advantage and no one rotating. You just had more players on the right side of the map for that P2. Both squads are thinking, we can close it out right here.
Yeah.
But with Vancouver having the spawns for that P2 rotation, you spawn up, you instantly put yourself into the HP, and you're able to clutch up on the map
#1 by 1 point. It's got to be so devastating there if you are Ultra because you were undefeated on Volt HP so far throughout the weekend. But when you put yourself in this position to play on Championship Sunday, you got to believe both squads are going to be prepared for everything that's thrown at them.
What a battle. And in particular, you look to just the Vancouver side of this game flow. Take a look from what happens from the first P4 all the way to when we get there again. The majority of their points, 90 seconds or so, coming within the span of about 3 hard points, 2 of which are 50-50 hills. And that's kind of the thing that we've often seen on this map. Sometimes we see handshakes, P2s for P4s, but who gets the job done on P1 and P3? I don't want to say that's how Vancouver wins the game because, let's be honest, it's less than a second worth of difference between the two, but definitely critical towards being able to find an advantage in the map.
Whew. And that's an insane opening hardpoint, man. Like, we have the 3 best teams in this mode still fighting in this tournament.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like. Even with a different player, not even your full roster on the side of Ultra, just the teamwork aspect, the system that they have created to play that game mode. Just a very, very tight one there in map #1, but now Ultra looking for a bounce back, and this is where it's truly going to hurt them.
Correct.
Because you're going up against a Surge squad who obviously
Va de salida, Ena, coño.
a lot of work in
Disfruta el
control, but
dominguito.
starting down 0-1 when basically your hardpoint has been perfect, you probably weren't expected to be in this position.
Yeah, the only other thing to kind of mention in this head-to-head series is that Vancouver have held the edge in the hard points. Toronto have held the edge in the search and destroys, but that comes with beans in the picture. Now this is a totally different story, and some of the statistics.
Bueno, mi amor, voy a comer. Si escuchan comida o cosas raras, pues lo siento.
Could not be more primed up and ready to go for this match.
Pero el micrófono lo voy a poner lejos.
Haven't seen a lot of it
No me
from
escucho,
Vancouver in this major. We did see Toronto play once though.
I think both teams on this map love the attacking side, so Ultra going to be the first one to start it off. No trophy systems to work with. Joe's just going to throw his shoulders through the bottom side of the car. Vancouver taking all of mid-map away. Neptune is already isolated.
Kleenex has seen this info. He's going to back away, just kind of giving some respect to the play, but does not expect that 04 is there. Nasty follows up. 4v2 early on here for Surge.
You're thinking about getting this bomb then if you're Joe, but now no 4v2. Make sure you time this to perfection. Looking for the clutch up, but Vancouver had them trapped.
And Nasty just trying to see if there's an exit. Did he catch any?
Estoy comiéndome, caso en la ópera.
04 trying to get down. He goes by himself initially, but Neptune's right there for his break. Go up top, good shots coming through for Net. Abuza follows it up. Perfect opening for Surge.
Yeah, perfect opening. You just take mid-map away. You were prepared to work those deep pinches if they were going to get aggressive in towards that A site. You find that opening first blood. The bait and switch out of 04 is good for it. Then with the instant 4v2, you get the bottom comms. We have the numbers. We can apply pressure from every single angle, and you cannot watch every single angle, or at least find a two-piece there in those situations. Clean first round there from Vancouver.
The other thing is the mind games that's going to play with both SMGs pushing up to Grandmas like that instead of playing down low in A, something that Toronto's going to have to consider if they do want to try to have those gut rushes over towards the bottom side at the A bomb site. So put a note in that. We'll come back and revisit it if it comes through. But for now, let's evaluate, see how Surge want to set up their first attack.
Same exact thing. Throw your shoulders, gain some info. How many players are playing?
¿Están seguros?
Exactly what he always does. Sneaks his way through the
Escúchale,
spawn, finds
como
the
los
first kill.
los camellos.
The one thing if you followed Vancouver Search and Destroy, you know that 04 likes to make a route that looks like that. Neptune now
Escucha mejor ahora.
Good help.
Como quiera estar lejos, pero como quiera mira.
This round on their own right now.
Escucha él.
Palm is instantly going to get planted over towards B. This is going to be quickly 2-0 up in favor of Vancouver. Joe's going to hit the zip. You're going to hear it if you're 0-4. Not able to win the gunfight. 5 seconds. Still got a little time to work with.
Reset will come
Ay,
through.
no, viste, Joe.
Chance for
Válgame,
isolation.
Dios.
Slips away from that for a moment, but again, the clock is maybe the biggest enemy here for Joe to work against, and now we're just down to does he catch timing here? No, not the case. Yeah, this is another one. Running you down at mid. It's been good.
You got to think about it. Like with Neptune getting that early info, there's 2 players bottom comms. 04, you're going to have an opening if you can get past the AR sitting top trips window. And then by just throwing that shoulder, getting out with the zip, you're thinking, okay, most likely the play is coming over towards B. So by the time you wrap back, you're not expecting anyone to be in your spawn, but 04 is not afraid to make plays. Finds another first blood there. Neptune immediately strikes for the second. Just more polished team right now in the S&D.
Yeah. Just from playing with tempo. That's the biggest part about it. playing with tempo, playing with speed. It's working out nicely. So again, talking about this hit for Ultra, you have to pay respect to what happens at mid, and this time they're going to play with their own aggression. Clean shots from CleanX.
¿De dónde lo mató?
Trade comes through into Merclus on the other side, but this is a lot of space towards B, looking for an early plant.
Yeah, CleanX is taking a lot of space away, so get this bomb down for free. He's able to give you some information. Nasty is right above you, and he's also able to find a kill. So now you have the man advantage. You gotta ice up.
Yeah, all you have is your subs left if you're Ultra. It's not gonna work. Vancouver, do not look at all demoralized from the reverse sweep that just happened to the winners finals. No nonsense here, 3-0 up early.
Yeah, it's so tough because if CleanX has an AR in that position, he's probably able to put down shots, have him weak for insight, but that forces CleanX to be a little bit more aggressive because he only has an SMG.
Yeah.
Your teammate falls at the site, you're left in a 1v3, you're forced to reposition, and Nasty plays it perfectly off of the timing. Sometimes when you're playing against some of these established teams that we have in the CDL, the Miracle Run, especially in Search and Destroy, where the strategies aren't fully developed on the side of Ultra. You need to try to slow this game down because Vancouver are dictating it with the SMGs.
Yeah, the other thing about this Vancouver team in terms of their Search and Destroy improvements, conversion percentage,
no, yo tengo
to a win rate up this major. 5-0 start for Neptune. Once again, SMG's looking to get aggressive. No nonsense down low. Stun does come through over towards lockers. 0-4 working with this. Keep in mind, Nasty's your bomb carrier here, so this is all about creating space if you're a sub player for Surge.
Insight's at least able to spot one. Neptune is going to drop for the first blood, but you can potentially work this bomb plant over towards B, but a stun connects. Insight is able to gain the info. Just got to play your man up advantage.
That stun's going to allow Joe to really play aggressively on this long flank. He's got to get here quickly. Insight in trouble. Help from CleanX, the longtime Toronto duo, working together. And Mercules will be right there to help them out as well. The numbers advantage looking pretty cool for Ultra. CleanX, good read, good help from the teammates, and absolutely flawless Ultra on the board.
Good retake right there from Ultra. It was Insight playing impatient through the backside of gun, spots Neptune, getting aggressive through sidewalk, finds the first blood, and you basically have them trapped over towards
Acá está la moto, Ena.
Allow everybody else to get back into the play. Isolate onto the first, trap the guy over towards Heli. They were trying to push out Insight towards the back end. It's just when they have the man-up advantage, there's so many crosses that go unaccounted for.
¿Cómo vas con la madera oscura?
Yeah, I think most importantly, Insight.
Lo importante es que hay salud en esta vida, Freddy.
There's more in front of them, so CleanX can just run at it.
Lo importante es que hay salud en esta vida.
There we go, Ultra.
Vamos por 20 todavía.
Lower level. Trophy system does not get down. Nades got there first, and Ultra say, "Well, we got to get out of here."
Booz is the only guy watching over this mid-map area. You're initially able to shut down their aggressive push in towards A. But 0-4 doing 0-4 things. Already finds himself in a great position over towards tower. They might run.
Claro, Ena. Quería moto. Coge moto.
Here's the check. Oh, the timing looks away at the exact wrong moment. So first blood goes the way of Toronto. 50 seconds. Trade from Nasty up top.
Gets a 3v3. Ya no me queda menos mentalmente. Diablo. Tranquilo, brother. Todo va a estar bien.
Here's the check.
En el nombre de esta deliciosa comida.
Doesn't get his 1-for-1 that he needed to have. So now Nasty has to jump off the railing, get back over.
Te iba a preguntar cómo estabas, pero tengo un poco de miedo después de lo que me dijiste. Pero contestarte la pregunta, voy por 20, me faltan bueno, 14, pues no creo que termine el 20.
Nade gets cooked. Stun. Lands onto Abuza. Follow-up nades coming through, pushes him off. You got to find a way to start making the move. Abuza finds the first, but Nasty, tough angle with the AR, not able to do anything with it.
Slowing down the game right now for Ultra has been the key to success.
Gracias, Tito.
Ya
le pusieron el espejo que le tiraron más. ¡Coño! ¿Viste? Poco a poco.
Isolate onto 0-4. Some really bad COD timing there.
No te preocupes, yo lo saqué. Pues duro, brother. Eso está perfecto.
Instantly responded by Nasty through the middle of the map, but then just commit on the 3v1. Okay, Nasty's top window. The guy just shot from heli steps. They can only be one guy maximum in towards comms. You find that kill with no one dropping. Have everything covered. 2 rounds in a row now, Toronto.
And for Ultra, it does feel more of let's tally where everyone is first, get our information, confirm it, and then make a play. Well, Booza first blood. He has been so good at these long-range AR battles, whether it's on dealership, whether it's here on protocol, doesn't seem to make a difference. As It's a free first blood and an early 4v3 for Surge.
Yeah, as soon as nothing connects with that stun, yeah, we're going to work our way in towards this A side.
Si los lanzagranadas tiene que haber estado catastrófico. Yo tengo suerte, como han salido tantas armas, creo que las puedo obviar.
Looking to try to clutch on up. Joe's able to find a freebie, 40 seconds.
Post plant is set up though here for Surge. Joe's able to find an AR. That'll allow him to work for some angle, peeking over here towards big door. Now back to the sub. Sees the cross, stun lands, 2v2. Neptune finds one, but it's down to Joe to see it for the full.
Oh, qué buena, qué buena.
Little drop shot.
Diablo.
Off the map, and a huge round comes through for Ultra in a 2v4.
That is unbelievable right there out of Joe. Was not going to shy away from the moment. You know when you're going to break your way in towards bottom comms, someone has to do something crazy. And just forcing the repositioning there out of 0-4 allows Joe to walk away with the ace on the round. It's been an MVP mode and everything for this Ultra lineup, but that is unbelievable. 6 in a row there for Joe Deceives, 3 in a row for Ultra. They tie the game.
What a momentum shift in this search and destroy.
Tiene que sentir orgulloso ahora mismo, ¿verdad?
Felt like we were just trading pawns for a while there. Joe Deceives says, I'm taking the queen out. And now, there's a little bit of heat check maybe? No, just stun. RC is on the field. And that's going to be Ultra showing force through elevator and now rewrapping.
You know, Force doing the same thing. Booza taking space over towards tower and gonna have a Booza putting himself in the proper angle to contest this bomb as soon as it goes down.
Joe is not gonna have an exit here. Nope. And with Neptune's first blood into Kleenex and a look at Insight, all of this comes down to is can you find Mercules? Good for the first, over the top of the bomb site though. Oh, Neptune just too slippery. Hops off the defuse and gets the kill needed to put Vancouver back up by 1.
Yeah, good recover right there from Vancouver to stop the bleeding. Once Neptune finds that first kill, and then the Booza with repositioning over towards Heli, that's basically a GG.
O sea, tú aquí coleccionas puros malitos de la cabeza, me incluyo. Cuidado.
You don't see anyone, so let's just instantly try to get that objective down. But first kills goes down. Booza's able to pop on up, instantly put it into a 4v2. Also had info onto Insight. So it's just an easy retake there for Vancouver to take the advantage.
Estaba pensando que decirte, pero me quedé en blanco. La comida está muy buena.
Get this thing done. Toronto battling back. Mercules reading some information over mid. So Deceives trying to wrap out. 0-4 not able to find the kill, but wall Kleenex tried to find timing, but instead runs into both SMGs once again for Vancouver.
They're just going to completely disregard. Joe Deceives on the pinch. You're going to know that you have the numbers on the opposite side as well. So let's try to find another isolation gunfight. Insight just going to back out with his life. They're going to forfeit this B bomb plant, but they have mid-map control to make their approach easier.
And you got to boost it back over towards helicopter again. Maybe Mercules has slipped a timing here, trying to check every single angle while he's waiting for his teammates to come through. This would be a huge first win, but no! Abuza stiff arms him out. 0-4 mid-map does get dealt with by Insight, but still the issue is how do you get back to this bomb? And the answer may just be that you don't. Insight trying for it, finds the first, shots over the top of the helicopter wheel back to the land. And Vancouver will put themselves on map point.
I remember when this map started getting played in the CDL. As soon as the season starts, Vancouver were like one of the early teams to always show face through that top mid area and not just bombard their way in towards bottom com. And they have been able to escalate that play so many times. Now that we're working through sidewalk, okay, one time I'll crack the door through bottom window, but that time you have both SMGs right next to each other. So Kleenex, you're thinking, okay, it's usually 0-4 by himself in a position like this. You go to play for the kill, Neptune already saves his life. And at the same time, you gain info on Joe getting aggressive over towards tower. So now Surge at game point. Toronto need a couple rounds to make this some match.
Trophy does get down for Joe. That's all he's intended to do, though, is throw the trophy, show that we may be pushing over towards A, keep the defense interested. And now they're going to reset and actually put together whatever this play is meant to be.
And everything is currently covered for Surge. We have all of bottom comms, and Nate is able to connect. Are they going to decide to pounce on it? No, they're just going to continue to wait. They don't know how many people are actually down there.
Yeah, it's like Kleenex is looking for some information over from tower side. But he's got a sub, and that's just not the weapon that you want, obviously, to take a long-range fight, so he really can't check too much. And this, yep, good look at what the defense looks like over the A side. It's just 0-4. Does he have help nearby? He's going to have to fight for his life for a little while longer. Finds the first. Kleenex gets one onto Neptune. Help is here for all of a sudden for Toronto, but 0-4's got the regen. The reset on the fight, but no. Semtex finds the kill. Ultra with the numbers.
Ay, Kleenex.
Big win right there out of Merc. 25 seconds. Now we have the numbers advantage. We can get the bomb down. If you're inside, just play your life.
Nasty trying to chase down the isolated 1v1.
Good play.
Insight's out of there. So now it's going to have to be the hard way here for Nasty in the 1v2. Has one frag to play with. Insight Merc playing crossfire setup. Here comes the Cook. Pretty well bounced, I'm not going to lie, but just down to can he find the win? No. Insight comes through big, and Toronto stay alive.
The element of surprise so far has been working out for Ultra. Whenever they are slowing down these rounds, just catching them off guard in the mid-round with their aggression.
Estudió bien, gracias.
Found that opening kill.
Vea, diablo.
Players there from Ultra. Ready to play the trades. Kleenex finesses his life beautifully. The nade on the wall.
Que bueno, cuando eres así de popular.
He opens up with the
La vida no es fácil,
there.
¿verdad?
And extends this search and destroy a little bit longer.
Yeah. And going on to this, you know, how do you get to around 11 here if you're Toronto? You need to make sure 0-4 doesn't find a first point. He's got 4 already. So to stop Vancouver from finding early success in early 4v3. Neptune tagged up by nades. Here is that man. So slippery, and he's ready to pounce as soon as he gets info.
Just keeps on getting through.
Esa es la actitud. Viene.
In towards A.
Ni quisiera tener tanta estima.
They did not show face. So to see spotting with the
Oh, perdón.
top trips.
Ah, pero el bueno no sé, ya se acabó.
Kleenex was operating the RC that gets destroyed. Here comes
Y usted, para cuando debuta en un equipo, se está tardando, muchacho. Si no logró pasar el Dalmar, no creo que logre pasar a un equipo.
He does, but 0-4 finds the first blood again. His 5th. Trade is out 3v3.
Just got to hold. There's only 3 entrances in towards the site. Everybody iron up, clutch up on their one-on-ones.
Neptune switching back and forth. 24 seconds. Ultra have not shown where this retake's going to come from yet. Insight and Kleenex from Big Door. Hercules trying to watch the cross. Here comes the hit. You're going to get Kleenex in a little bit deeper. You got to go. You just got to find a way to get on in. Neptune finds the opener. Abuza another. And there's just no way you get over to the bomb site. Vancouver put it away 6-4. And now 2-0 up in the series.
Control, Ultra. Este es tu momento, papá.
On their search and destroy.
Este es tu momento de brillar.
When you're allowing them to just dictate how the game is going to be played, throwing early shoulders,
Taíno Clan.
creating openings.
El pueblo, papá. Nos vamos a llamar el pueblo.
Find his way through the map. He just plays it so patient. I'm sitting bottom zip. Okay, they're shooting from top windows. There's a player over towards the That means we have the numbers in the bottom side of computers. So they just flood their way in towards the site. They don't get into a gunfight. They have
Posiblemente otra vez search, este
to find that first kill. It's so much better off. Because when you make it a 3v3 with a double stack in towards the site, that was the biggest difference because Toronto, they could get the bomb down in towards comms, but they were leaving one player in there. The other 2 were playing over towards zip. If you just get overwhelmed, they only have right in front of them. You don't want to slide on in, get some bad timing. You're only playing for that cross. But Vancouver, perfect on their post plant setup with the numbers. Take the search and destroy on protocol. Now they're up 2-0 in the series.
And we stay there and we go to the control. And that's the biggest news here for Toronto. It's been nothing but ball. So this is going to be a real tough one in terms of how do they start to muster up a reverse sweep of Vancouver in their own right as we head back to the desk to consider.
If you two have a white blazer, please tweet us at COD League. I'd love to see it. Shout out to my guy. High hold shift looking good up there with Study. And so do Vancouver. We said you go up 2-0. You can't get reverse swept twice, right?
Oh, I don't know if that's a rule. But it's very, it's very similar in the sense like you came in, you stole the opposition's hardpoint pick.
Yep.
You then won your search and destroy. They could have won that a little bit cleaner. They are like the first blood demons on protocol. It's just how efficient they are with it. That if they didn't get 2v4, that could have been like a 6-2, 6-3 type game, honestly.
Right. 0-4 had 5 first blood.
Yeah. They're very good at that.
I would say that is elite.
Yes, they're very, very good at that. But yeah, now I don't know if you're thinking about that winner's bracket a little bit, that final, like, oh God, not again type thing. We'll
7 of the 10 rounds, you get first blood if you're Vancouver Surge. Let's take a look at the highlights here, Allie, because this was a very impressive protocol, and we have another protocol loading up for control next.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is 0-4 winning the 1v1 versus Kleenex, right? He rocks 4 first deaths throughout the entirety of this search and destroy, and that relieves so much pressure towards that A site, and not only that, giving multiple looks, right? Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, they were giving you looks smokes all over the map. I think that round 7 retake was like peak surge defense for me. You go up early in the first 3 rounds, Ultra start battling back after a Joey deceives ace, and then you come back in with a dominant retake if you're Vancouver Surge to put some momentum back in your favor. So just clinical, and this is what they needed to do. I said that map 1 was going to be really important. They steal that away. Map number 2 already was leaning towards Surge. This protocol works out really well for them. Now the biggest question, obviously, looking forward is going to be that control.
Yeah, I mean, I thought if they won the map 1, they won the series, but I thought the same thing last series. So
yeah, that's a good point.
I guess we'll see. Like, I thought it was that big, but
I mean, it all comes down to the control, right? Like, that's been the pain point for them. But yeah, in the Search and Destroy, I just think Surge's B push is excellent. You heard Study talking about it a little bit. They've just put so much work into that. And we've seen, like, the map sort of evolve that way. Like, who can execute the early B pushes, sort of split the defense, has the edge later on.
I gotta ask the question, if we said Joe Deceives is a top 5 player right now, where's Neptune?
I mean, he's right there with him. I mean, they're 2 of the premier SMGs.
They're killing it.
Yes, I mean, both of them unbelievable for their squads. And right now in this series, Neptune is the best player in the lobby. Like, he is going crazy right now.
Esos son de Twitch, nah.
Then, of course, dropping double digits
Yo todavía no he visto el
but
season
it all came down
2
to a
del
1
King.
second difference. We could be talking about
Ay, ay, ay. Lo escucho cuando termine, cuando me como el postre, repose, o en media hora.
This is ridiculous. I want you guys to just jump inside the mind of a pro team when it gets down to the wire, right? So we're rotating over towards P1, right? Toronto Ultra, they have the rotation here. So what you're thinking, if you're Toronto Ultra, is like, I want to get into a perfect setup, right? So we're going to try to get as much information as possible. We're going to jump to the minimap here shortly, but now if you're Surge, like, we need to find an entry. So what happens is we spot Kleenex, right? 04 spots him, mid-slide. We're going to kill Kleenex, and what that happens is it changes the way we're going to play this. If we're Surge, usually we're going to try to take routes, right? Because we know they have the positioning. But since we kill Kleenex, we're going to just burrow 3 players through mid here. And you see Toronto,
ahí te lo dejo.
They're going to all be having
Yo voy a hacer 10 en 10.
One player watching this lane.
No me importa.
Reposition the hallway, and then you got a player off spawn who's watching this direction.
Ustedes creen que voy a hacer 30 push-ups después de comer. Ustedes me quieren ver vomitando aquí.
We're just going to send 3 players right through mid, and what this allows is this makes this messy, right? So now, even if Toronto Ultra stabilize, get back, and get those kills, we then have the opportunity to take routes when they don't have favorable positions. So now you look at the Vancouver Surge. They've made it messy. Now look at this. Hallway is
por la anécdota.
go through. You're going to get a player to go through there. One's going to split off, go through mid, and then we're going to get a pinch. Whereas prior, you would have had players in layers that you had to go through. So it's like the prioritization of, like,
lo vi aquí en Puerto Rico, que mucho me reí, mano.
And now we have open lanes to make plays, and this is just beautiful. You see they get on through, they find a couple of kills, and now it still comes down to big-time plays. 04 finds a huge 2-piece.
Yeah.
This hard point was insane.
This upcoming moment, though, is when I almost had a heart attack. Like, it's the next win. Surge are going to win this fight, and it's the Kleenex spawn that comes in next, I believe. That I thought all of Ultra were to get blessed with, like, the P2 side spawns. It's like, watch, like, I literally said no effing way in the green room. So right here, Kleenex, like, you have 1 player left, Kleenex spawns right. I'm like, oh my god, they're all going to spawn there and have the free time. But thankfully it's a split. At least it's only one of them. But I like, oh my god.
It's just a literally situation because Mercules gets around and he's on the other side.
Yeah, I hear you,
he
but
goes
bro.
past, half map gets behind
if
them.
he has one more teammate spawn, like, right with him, or another one to do, they win.
It could change the outcome. But I think in that situation, Joe's thinking, I got to take a route. I have to go low vault. And when he gets down low bottom vault, he cannot find an opening kill for the team. He gets spotted, can't get the final shot in. Somebody finesses the pillar. What a hard point. That was the best hard point of the season.
That was incredible. That was incredible.
And it was a great decision by Nasty to spawn on the hard point at the end, right?
Yeah, he definitely calculated that 100%.
That's how it worked.
By the way, how does 04 win that gunfight?
Guys
lines into him. Phoenix is like, guys, I'm out of here.
They got to win a few more. We have a game 3. If Vancouver Surge wins this, we will see a rematch against LA Thieves for the Major 3 title. Our casters are ready. Let's get back into the game.
Very ready. Could not be more ready. Wow. It's been a really solid series. I love the breakdown there at the end. And it's just really fun, I think, to see this level of COD being played and just to know that it really comes down to the smallest, littlest individual decisions or sheer luck when it comes to COD timing.
It's just when you watch this Vancouver team off of those timing plays the way that they do, they just understand so well, like, all right, we have the advantage. It's as simple as that. They find the opening kill. We're not wasting any time going on routes. We have the numbers. We fly on in. We're going to be the last one standing. And if that continues to be the case, especially on a map like Protocol, it's going to be so tough because you can already see it. Neptune is getting lost in respawns and in search and destroy. Same thing could be said for 04. On a map like Protocol, if you cannot account for those SMGs and the routes they are taking, your life is going to be a living hell. But if you're Ultra, backs against the wall, everybody's expecting them with a substitute to not be in this position on Championship Sunday. Your tournament is far from over. It's just you haven't played Protocol with Mert on the lineup.
Yeah, this is a brand new question for Toronto. Not just how long can your legs stay underneath you with the fill-in, but more importantly, playing a control map that you have yet to touch. And it's going to be Toronto on the offense first and foremost. Mercury's creating some noise over towards mid. Actually pulls Nasty into a weird spot, and this is a solid break off for Toronto. First tick at B's looking likely as 04 can only find one.
Yeah, and they go 3 for 1. Now Neptune is the only one behind enemy lines. He does have an AR in hand, so potentially find another opening or at least stall out time for the teammates to get back into the play. So that you at least get one segment there at that B point, and inside isn't done here.
No, and now Iwabusa, seen by Mercules, who finds 2. Progress being made up both zones and Kleenex. That's a fiery little challenge from him. Looking for the reset, and no, not quite able to find Neptune, but Joe DeCease provides the kill. Second tick of progress over at B, looking like it's going to come through as Mercules continues to rip him apart. Second tick done at B, first tick done at A, and more happening on both zones at the same time.
Oh my God, B's already going to be done. If you're Vancouver, you need to try to stabilize over towards A, because now you got 2 minutes to work with, up by 7 lives. Thankfully, the ARs are whipped out from everybody on the side of Vancouver. They find 3 kills. Last player to account for is Joe, but this is where we got to take some space. Create extra layers to not allow them out of the spawn.
And 04 is going to be the one to start on that. Nasty one's a 1v1 through the previously captured B zone to keep the outsides of the map safe. So Ultra are going to have to just take a beat, take a moment, get themselves set up, 4 life advantage, lots of time on the clock. And the isolation to 04 is the call, pistol out. Oh, that's awkward. 04 still alive and kicking. This 1v1 is getting real mixy.
Oh yeah, wasting a lot of time trying to locate 04. The shots through the alley, everything is happening. 2 HP in a dream. 04 still able to hold down this power position. And just him being so annoying on this map is allowing his SMGs on the opposite side to just continue to be nuisances as well.
15 plays 11, minute 15 on the clock. The Mercules right at the front steps at A. Trophy system down for the defense. Good opener from Neptune.
Yo vi el video, pero nunca lo conocí.
Off the reload, looking to see if he can catch some heads over the railing.
Recuerda que yo estuve en Eden como por un mes.
Lost. What can he provide to get this defense cooking again?
Yo todos los equipos que entro cierran. Nunca me disfruto de ese sentimiento de estar con un grupo de personas. Así como con un equipo como tal.
Last man standing in this Merc. You have been able to shut down multiple pushes, but you only got 6 lives remaining.
Así pasó con DV, que era con Ador, Calao, y Saint.
In the mix.
Pasó con Eden.
On the zone. 04 seen at range by Mercules. 10 and 5.
Y pasó con Jinete también.
Neptune Nasty. Again, taking a couple of kills with them, but the clock for Ultra allows them to continue to play these long rounds.
Tranquila que no lo sabía.
They know that someone's already working behind them. So if you can potentially isolate onto this kill for Joe DeCease, just pull the focus on this end. You can attack from the front if you're over.
04 is just over towards helicopter, trying to keep Ultra away from the zone. Here comes the check over towards sidewalk. Joe for the first. Knows he needs to do some work over towards Grandma's. Trades come through. 12 seconds on the clock. This is still doable here for the last for Vancouver, but they need to get Kleenex off the zone. Now down to 11 seconds. Semtex only a momentary reprieve. Here it comes. The pinch from Neptune on the backside of the play.
Buena.
Nasty gets shut down. Now you change your focus back over to Neptune. And he's caught, nowhere to go. Ultra with the offense.
And it's a perfect break-off that gets it done for them.
Ella es una dura en Ivet, a sniper, a pistola. No la he visto jugar otros juegos, pero si juega otros juegos también va a estar bien.
The ARs are mowing them down. You're right back towards tower. Mercules is watching that cut. And just a perfect break off there with no trophy systems out of Ultra. Gives them a lot of time to work with, the live advantage to work with.
Sí, ella le mete salvaje. A cualquier juego que ella toque va a ser una dura.
Watch that happen, you go, why have we not been playing this map this weekend? Maybe a little ace up the sleeves here for Toronto. Vancouver, their attempt offensively in control, they have been really solid. It just comes by way of, well, not playing this map. It's been a lot of ult for them too.
Realistically, this is the mode that you obviously need to
Yo tampoco.
a little bit.
Y eso que tiene el Discord de Calao, y a veces los veo ahí. No he entrado.
Still here.
Por lo menos este año, yo creo que no ha entrado. No estoy seguro. ¿De quién habla? Dador. No sé cómo explicarte, o sea, ahora mismo debe estar jugando mucho Warzone. Ella juega mucho los kill race y iba a muchos torneos de nena y los ganaba. Estaba dándole.
That's a big double right there from Kleenex. You had Neptune thinking, all right, I'm going to flank the zip. I can most likely find this kill, but now Kleenex is just roaming in your spawn. 50 seconds to go. Not a single segment earned. You're going to waste a lot of time.
De PR, no. Ella... Yo nunca he entendido de qué nacionalidad es. Sé que habla inglés y español. Pensé que era mexicana. Y creo que sí lo es, pero... No sé, nunca como que lo confirmé. Porque sé que ella está en Estados Unidos ahora mismo.
Stall out over at A. Nice shots from Merc at insight. Good team shots coming through. 6 life advantage for the defense. And yep, you're spawning in hell right now if you're Vancouver.
You only got 20 seconds to get out of hell. I don't know you're going to have enough time to even earn yourself a segment on the round. Thankfully, already one player is out.
Ah, es que yo creo que sus padres son mexicanos, pero ella nació en Estados Unidos. Ese es mi pensar. Podemos decir que es mexicana. Al final el día habla inglés y español y lo habla muy bien. No, ella le mete mucho a Warzone. No sé en qué está haciendo ahora, supongo que está igual, pero... Joe. O sea que yo la conocí a ella con un clan de Sniper. Y jugaba súper bien a Sniper. Y cuando salió a Warzone, pues, parece que hizo la transición. Y lo que ha hecho es jugarle en torneo así de solo nena. Aquí los gana. Y estoy seguro que si torneos de regulares también va a estar bien. Pero encontró mucho reconocimiento. Me alegro un montón, mano, porque en verdad es una dura. Sí, ya no es chulería. Pero nada, seguimos aquí en el juego, que Ultra está... Boh. Mira para allá. Ultra con el reverse sweep. ¿Tú crees?
Unfortunately, it doesn't start off on the right foot. Nasty's gonna fall to V9, make it a 1v9. Last man standing is a boozer.
A ver si un día entro en Discord y los saludo. Por lo menos a Sentia, que ha hablado, que sé que siempre están ahí, a ver si se pasa ahí. Y Ruby. Ruby era otro, pero Ruby es español. Ruby también es una máquina. Esa gente era una máquina. Yo verdad, yo siempre he estado bendecido con los grupos. Siempre entro, como que yo a veces siento que entro a esos grupos sin nada que ofrecer. Y ellos son personas súper buena gente, exitosas, talentosas. Quién sabe soy yo, mano, es verdad. Yo vi los daños. Vamos a quedar en casa encejado. ¿Tú crees que Calao me quedaba cercano? O sea, yo no sé dónde vive. Yo sé que él es mexicano y está en México, pero no sé dónde vive exactamente. ¡Oh, qué cuchilla!
Just running for his life, is waiting for the regen. Abuza can't find the final shot, and Mercules, yep, he knows there's another player down low.
Loco, este chamaquito es la ópera. Loco, el tipo es un duro.
Oh, who is this kid? Remember the name.
Está craqueado, está craqueado.
22 and 11. Kleenex pushing forward to get some scaling done, and now all of a sudden they're on both sides again. Abuza, team kill. But at least he stops the bleeding on B. May not make a difference to A, though. 2 ticks already gone.
Yeah, Vancouver are now forced to give up that A point. You're up by 6 live again. If you're Ultra and Joe deceives the contesting the spawners, you're just drawing the attention, making them weak on their setup off of the respawn. And he just continues to dance. He's continuously finessing, and he's just waiting for someone to strike.
Ultra just trying to really pack a punch here after the quick capture onto A. First tick at B, being depleted.
Inside.
He gets that win. Kleenex chasing down as much as he possibly can through sidewalk. Lost his target. But Joe deceives, gets PC control. Vancouver still trying to work for map control. And Neptune, that's a big first, but no second as Joe finds.
Imagínate.
Keep on trading now if you're Ultra.
Aún
You're up on 5 lives, a minute and 25 to work with Joe. almost slips by
A
a
un
Booza, and
4
a
ojos
Booza
de
makes him
PR.
pay for a massive double kill.
Hombre,
At least now all four
hasta que
dead,
esta
and Vancouver
anciana.
can take so much space away.
Exactly the case with the trophy system. Make sure no.
Yo no sé, tú me estás jodiendo o si genuinamente me estás queriendo decir.
Showing shoulders, not wanting to overchow, knowing that Ultra has to chow through this position. Initial check from Joe. How does he get the win on the Neptune? And now
Ah, no te creo, Nasty. Qué buena la jugaste, brother. Qué máquina.
And Ultra still trying to battle out of spawn.
Yeah, and just continue to be annoying if you are Nasty. And continue to create those extra layers, not give them space to work out of their spawn. Basically almost tied up in the lives remaining. 40 seconds to go. Ultra trying to work their way on through. You're banking now on Mercules on this bench.
He gets the read, but doesn't find the
Go
win.
Nasty.
Nasty down low, and that will be enough to finally take him out of commission. And the follow from inside. Hold on a second. They can get here quickly. Kleenex to the pitch. No, Booza shuts it down. He's got a hold from the top side of the middle of the map.
Mercules lo
That's
mató.
not going to be enough as
Mercules puede molestar un montón.
Pinch on the way from 04. Insight can't find him, but Mercules can. Clock paused at 28 seconds. Mercules for another 3 spree. Joe with the kill. You can stack here as Booza's the last one left.
If you're Surge, you better hit a stun, a nade, something to try to find an opening here because you have to push through backside of tower. Second segment almost locked.
There was no trophy, but there's no kills coming through. Mercules and Insight getting it done. Kleenex gonna join. He finds the trade. 8v2. Second tick done. Insight
No, ¿qué tú haces? Vete, vete.
26.2
Te
seconds.
la pego.
Kleenex working on the cross with Joe Seeds.
Qué buena. Tiene ultra, sobrevive.
Damn, why did we not play protocol control this entire weekend? Because you made that one look easy. The SMG continuously getting lost, and the rookie always putting himself in the proper positions with that AR or the SMG. He goes.
No, a ver.
27 and 16 with 29 traded kills.
Sí, sí, pero
3600
ni él.
damage, and also
¿Qué?
8 objective kills. It's like every time
Pero
we think he
ni
can never
él
one
he
up it,
conocido.
he continues to
Imagínate. Ah, ya
outshine
te
that.
entiendo,
It's
ya te
unreal
entiendo.
what this guy is doing. He's able to allow his team now to force that map number 4 where they're
Pero tú no
smiling
sabes si
cheek
estaba
to cheek.
cerca de verdad.
If Mercules doesn't get picked up onto a CDL team,
That's not a question no
is
more.
he still eligible for Rookie of the Year? Just because of the one event? Oh my goodness.
Contexto, señor, contexto, señor.
This is next
Señor,
level, man.
señor.
Next level from Mercules.
A 2 horas, ya.
Like you mentioned, you framed
Que
it up.
vea, eso me
Kind of for
refería.
this protocol control. Skyline Hardpoint has been there.
Si quería,
almost every
se
single
podía.
series for you. 2-0 on it on the weekend, but the biggest thing is they've been blowing everyone off of this map. So you got to be feeling good about Toronto's chances of getting this to 5.
Oh yeah, because on the opposite side of Vancouver, they don't really like this map. You try to throw it into the mix here at stage 3, played it a couple times, driving over a record of 4-4. At least so far on the weekend, though, you are 1-0. You were able to beat the hell out of Boston with them making so many mistakes. But just the way that Ultra play their hard points, their setups are unreal. Like SMGs continuously getting lost. Mercules is always slaying an Insight with that SMG in hand.
Ya, ya,
Sometimes he's
entiendo.
always playing with that pace.
Va.
So realistically,
No
I
me
think that
sorprende.
this series is far from over, especially
Agreed.
with a clean 3-0 on a control like that.
And Jay, talk to me a little bit because
Qué sorpresa.
kind of waffling at it, but you're down 0-2 if you're Toronto. You go to that halftime break. You're sitting there like, we just didn't win the foot race to new. We lose map 1. We're right in here with the search and destroy. A couple of first bloods don't go our way, but a 6-4 tally. You're sitting here like, guys, we got to take a breath. We're in this series. You come out and 3-0 a team after that break, that's got to be boosting confidence through the roof.
Without question, man, because like you said, you feel like you should potentially be the team up in
mamá,
this series.
Dios.
And for a squad in Ultra, who realistically
Está
walked into
brutal,
the
man.
weekend
Espérate.
as one of the top dogs, but
Mi
then
hermano me
that
escribió.
situations happen when
Me
Beats
envió un
doesn't
voice.
make it.
Hombre.
All expectations really go out the window.
Yeah.
So they are just exceeding whatever they thought that they possibly had a chance of doing here with a guy on less than 8 hours of practice with.
Yeah.
And sometimes the most scary thing is a team that has nothing to lose. Like, you literally have nothing to lose showing up with this roster with the rookie, and you're still contesting for that grand final.
You know, just to kind of, again, just take ourselves out of the immediate picture and just reflect maybe a bit early here on how the history books will read. It's not just a battle of debuts. It's not just a battle of quote-unquote rookies. Neptune, not obviously a rookie, but it's been a while since we've seen him in the league. I think the biggest thing about this is, like, how quickly Ultra come back after the loss to Miami, put together a clean lower bracket run. Now you're going up against Vancouver, a team that has been, again, sharing map pools with you organizationally throughout the entirety of the year, and a head-to-head battle that has been really, really tight. And to sit here and think that not only do we have a chance at getting redemption in this major elimination finals, but a chance with a new guy to get to a Grands? Unheard of.
Definitely unheard of. These things do not happen. You are playing against the best players in the world. This is probably the first time he's
Vamos allá.
ever had this kind of
Reímos para no
opportunity
llorar.
on the main stage alongside some of the players sitting next to him. Kleenex and Insight have been a part of this Ultra organization
Ay, ay,
since
ay.
the beginning. They've had so much experience in these moments. Backs
Puñeta.
against the wall. Down 0-2 to start to continue to fight and never give on.
Vamos. Juego número 3. Adiós, fueron 4.
For them on the skyline. This is your map pick.
Este fin de semana se me pasó demasiado rápido, de verdad.
You are phenomenal in your setups. And when you're creating those extra layers, you don't even give teams opportunity
Hola, papá, bendición.
to test some of these hard points.
¿Todo bien? ¿Y
Trying to force
usted?
a game 5 as the tremendous underdog here
Qué bueno, qué bueno.
at Major 3. Vancouver, obviously, on the other end, looking for that rematch versus these.
No tienes gafas.
Ultra, I don't think they're going to allow them to have it.
Sí, el que me fui.
Lounge, our observing team is going to be on board with one man and one man
Pues
only.
no,
It's
esos no me han
probably gonna
llegado.
be
Pues
Joe
me que me
Deceased,
llegaron ya
because I'll
mismo.
tell you, his opening routes on this map have been elusive. To put it plainly,
Cuando llega al hotel,
he
yo
is
puedo
a
conectar el wifi.
difficult kill when it comes to a skyline hard point.
Ah,
Here we
diablo.
go. It'll be Ultra over from the helicopter / putting green, making their way over to B1. Vancouver trying to just get the momentum back into their corner. Here we
Okay.
go.
And they're aggressive as hell. Over through kitchen. Both SMGs attack that angle. And
pues
Nasty
dale,
finds the
está
third
bien.
kill from the top side. So all 4 kills immediately go in favor of the Surge. The Swans do not favor the plan
Ajá,
for
ya
an
ves
extra
que
layer.
es.
Sure are. 0-4. Gates out.
Dale,
Holding
dale,
it back
disfruta
at
así,
bay.
va todo
Opening
bien.
time looking good here for Vancouver.
Sí, lo
Follow-up
confía.
kills though for
Estoy
Ultra,
preguntando y
perfect. Reno
llamando.
down. Abuza last one left.
Dale, va, te
Trying
amo.
to keep his life over towards kitchen side, but he's being chased. Maybe a little bit too much so. Kleenex will drop.
Mala mía, gente, ese es mi papá. Recordatorio, llamen a sus papás. Dile que los aman mucho. Por favor, abuelos, tíos. Nunca es tarde.
So far, 20 seconds here at P1, but don't really have a lot of space to work with. 0-4 getting aggressive through the bottom side of Piano. Can he find an opening kill because spawns are going to get a little mixy?
Yeah, this is where Joe Deceased has been so good. Playing his own life.
Ah, si volvemos al juego.
Between where the ARs are set up. Vancouver, 34 points on P1. Now with force over towards the backside of P2. That's going to work out for maybe a flip Mercules.
Están de vacaciones, están en Perú.
Not going to happen. 3 for 1. Just needed to find Joe. And there's the trade. Full 4-man down in Vancouver in the hill.
Now all of Ultra got to work their way through kitchen. Thankfully, inside is already
Ay,
through.
Mercury.
His positioning is known.
Sí, ya en Perú.
5 in a row, AR in hand, watching the cross. Also has an SMG, but doesn't really have enough ammo in there. Thankfully, he got teammates and an
Oh,
M2.
qué problema.
McLeod pops 3 and allows Search to
Mercury, tú no puedes bajarla ahora, mi pana. Si tú le bajas, bueno, mira.
Nice shots from Mercules. Joe working a different angle has found himself a double, leaving Neptune by himself. And he's just going to tuck himself into a corner and see if he can maybe finesse an exit or maybe some scrap time at the end of this hill. There he goes, up toward the elevator. Nope, only 1 kill. And that's going to be enough for Ultra to get largely all of this scrap time.
Yeah, this
diablo, me
is
asusté.
going to be theirs, and the rotation might also
Vamos,
be
Insight.
theirs. The subside
Casi,
is
casi.
making an appearance, only able to take down 1, but sets up his teammate for the second. So now you have the rotation over towards New. It just comes down to 1 more one-on-one. Nasty's able to find a double. Now Surge are back in. You're simply going to get outnumbered. The rotation is won by Surge.
Now keep your eye on the middle of the map, though, because Toronto love to use this little middle pinch to open up their break attempts at P3.
A ver a Machu Picchu.
Keeping his eyes all over the map, and he's going to find almost
Buena,
everything. Kleenex gets 1.
Yeah, diablo.
Trying to get some support, and Kleenex will keep
Kleenex
this
con
one.
3.
But Vancouver find themselves in the hill with Nasty watching over towards the right. Abuza watching over to the left.
Yeah, and if you're Ultra, you got to find a way on in.
Ah, Kleenex deberá esperar un
Continues to
poquito.
go 1 by 1 because the majority of the fights are already being done by Surge. And now with a clean 4 dead, you get aggressive through Cabo. You're instantly able to flip those spawns. And now Ultra, a tall task to try to climb back in.
Look at the differential, though, in the ARs right now. Nasty's 13 and 5, Insight's 3 and 10. They just cannot get set up. The tempo that Vancouver are playing at, especially in the last 15 seconds of a hill on rotation, is just too much for Ultra to actually get their feet underneath them.
Yeah, and
Se la
every time we
pegó.
watch Ultra on
Mira,
this
¿no?
map so far this weekend, they have dominated because they were set up. But now you are scattered on your attempts. All the kills going in favor of
Ya,
Neptune.
lo que mierda.
You breached that 100-point mark. Surge looking to close
Y a
the series
diablo,
out.
Neptune
Let's
está en
step aside
flow.
and go to listen it with Vancouver.
¿Cuándo tú crees que lo cierren totalmente, este, no?
That's fine. Chad, what do you have for me?
Esto es GG, creo, loco. Al menos que ganen casi todo ahora.
going top. I'm going top.
Stay in the fucking shot, yeah. Good.
I'm going top. I don't see anything top. I'm mining my top.
Yeah, I'm coming top. I'm close up.
I'm waiting for you.
They fucking shit themselves, bro.
I said it could be down close. Yeah, it could be down close.
I'm not going to stand out.
Okay,
Just me.
Fucking rocks.
I'm a dead 18. You ready?
Listen, he's Jimmy, just push Jimmy. Jimmy,
One kiss, me. One kiss. I don't see anything on the tail. I'm tying you bed. Kitchen. Top cat.
Diablo, loco. Nasty está 17-6. Inside y Joe están en la mierda. Loco, número 4 va a tener la jugada del... Ah, tiene rotación ahora. Ya, esto es una explosión de juego. No, pero ¿por qué usted no escuchan tanto?
Nasty's got some select words about how this map is going. I think initially you look at it and say, why does Vancouver allow Toronto to get their best map in the weekend in? This is why.
Oh, man, they're dominating. They're winning every single one of their rotations. You can hear it in the communication. They're setting up the proper plays. Even if you're thinking that you're looking for one, no, you are not. Everyone is already accounted for. They just have such
Tienen que hacer el comeback de la vida si lo quieren hacer de verdad.
And for a map that they usually don't find a lot of success on, they are doing everything that they need to correctly.
It was about a 140-point game at one time. Toronto working on a near full 60 here, though, at P2. I think the biggest thing is, Toronto have not been so far out of this game. It's just a couple of the critical 1v1s on rotation that have not gone their way. They're not able to get their AR set up, but once they are, you're going to see players like Insight start to pop off. He's on 6 in a row.
It's a good time here at P2 to give yourself a chance here. Potentially fight your way back on in. Insight starting to heat on up. On 6 in a row, has both weapons for the occasion, but he knows he's going to be outnumbered. The finesse is all you are looking for. Stall on time for your team.
Qué buena, Joe.
Play, and Joe strikes at the right time for a double.
7 in a row for Insight. Objective kills could get him a Hellstorm here. And he's going to have to find this first. Not going to happen.
Loco,
There's the break attempt for Vancouver with all 4 members ready to go. Stun towards Mercules will land. He's just hanging out, waiting for help though first. Oh, or is he? Nasty able to rip him off ahead. Joe, now he's the last one standing, finds himself 2 almost snaps for the 3rd, but not going to happen as Vancouver are good with still 30 seconds to fight for a 3.
Yeah, you see the difference there. They don't get all 4 then to initially push over towards combo and flip those spawns. They are still thinking about all this time that they have here at P3. 20 seconds still to fight for. You breach the 200-point mark. This is where you start to get aggressive. If you're Kleenex, you got to play your life.
Ay, Kleenex. Vete al baño, brother. Escóndete.
Oh, and he's just going to try to hold this from inside tub. Here comes help from the front, but it's not just fully going to get there. Kleenex take it down. Vancouver's going to win rotation, and they are trying as quickly as humanly possible to get back for a rematch with Thieves.
Got to invest a Hellstorm here for your Joe. Try to find an opening, but no one should be dying once this is getting called in. Nasty finds a kill. Now everybody's turned into a 3v3 at this P4.
This is still time, though, for Vancouver.
No, mano.
Finding himself a double. Mercules from the front, doing what he can. A couple of tags into Neptune, who's now low. But Nasty's got the help, and Neptune wins the 1v1 in the back door. This may be it. The pinch is here for Abuza at the same time, and Neptune gets his 3rd. Plenty of time to still win it here for Surge.
Yeah, spawn so far out. If you're Ultra, you got to get past.
GG, yo creo que sí, papá.
On the side of Surge. They only need 5.
Yo creo que tiene que jugar son exits y ya.
Couple of seconds,
Bueno, buen intento. Buena Mercules, de verdad. Casi, men.
Unreal. Skyline HP played by Vancouver there. If you're Toronto, you were so happy to get through that control because you have basically been uncontested on the map 4. But when you don't win a majority of your rotations, you're losing your initial one-on-one gunfights. You're not finding
Surge y el Thief nuevamente.
You're just consistently going to be outnumbered.
Dale, Ana, tranquila. Sigue por ahí para abajo, chica. Vaya y no se detenga.
We traded out. Always we're going to have the last man
Ahora tenemos la final.
The hard point difference is here.
La final, gran final.
Factor, but to go back to that map, number one, if you're Ultra, you're going to be thinking about that because you had a 20 to 30 point.
No, me falta un juego.
Back over towards the P1. Just when things get mixy.
Falta un jueguito.
Control of Surge.
Jueguito más.
They were able to rotate for the W, and now they got their rematch versus LAT again.
But what a typical performance from the Toronto Ultra. And just a respectable round of applause for Mercules. One of the most stunning rookie debuts on a major stage. Again, called in to save the day to emergency situations on Thursday morning.
Como una hora, así más o
You
menos.
put together one of the best overall individual performances on the weekend. Playing with guys
Gran
that
final.
didn't really
Vamos a ver si
play
puedo
with
poner como que
all
algún
it's unbelievable. That's a heck
la
of a
foto
debut
de la
for
gran
Mercules,
final.
and that's not the last time we'll hear from him. But now the question starts to go over to Vancouver.
Un brillote, hay que ponerle un brilloteo.
Result, at least by map count and opponent win, based on what they did at Major 2. You lost a phase in the winners finals there. You dropped down. You beat Ultra in what was an emotionally charged series. And then they get back, trying to face up against FaZe again. They look drained. They got 4-0 bopped. So now, how do you get your experience from Major 2, take a breath, and actually be competitive in this Grand Finals round, this time versus Thieves?
Because they've been there already. They understand what it's like to get smacked up on the main stage in the Grand Finals. You go through those lumps and bruises to prepare yourself for the next time that you get there. Obviously, you go again to a game number 5 versus LAT. You fall short, but if I'm Vancouver, my most important thing that I'm focusing on is control. They're the best control team in the game. You take one, you stand a pretty good chance at walking away victorious.
Still a tall ask as Thieves find themselves at the advantage.
Ya tenemos todos los thumbnails.
They want to pick for controls when we get to the Grand Finals, but for now, we go to the desk to give ourselves the setup for the Grands.
The rematch is on, everybody. We in the beach.
Me gusta cómo se ve.
Sorry, Ali. And can we talk a little bit about why Vancouver Surge was able to roll this time around against Toronto?
Yeah, I mean, their hard point is absolutely insane. I mean, we talked about it like
Well,
on
they're
the
safe.
first map in the drawing conclusions. Like, they're just so
Well,
poised.
that-
They know exactly what they want to do in every moment. And, you know, these are two of Toronto Ultra's best
Ahora,
maps.
muchachones.
Talk about Vault and Skyline. Now, it's a couple of Skylines now that we've seen them just destroy teams that love that map. I mean, they just get loose, and, you know, they got players who can take over. Like, Nasty just has a generational map in this map 4, and map 1, it was Neptune with 40. Like, this team just plays such good COD.
I think it's why Joe was surprised we didn't see this map before the last series. Honestly, I think Skyline was open. I was really surprised that wasn't their pick, but yeah, I mean, Surge, not surprised. They already proved they could do this last time. They do it again. Their system is incredible. It's amazing to watch. And I thought this was Ultra sort of like their wall they're going to run into. They made a crazy run with having a fill-in, but now you're playing the big boys.
I saw a comment. Is it accurate? Did Dashy push Optic to get rid of Rambo Ray?
I don't think that's
Is that when Surge turned around? Was Ray joining the squad? Because, Allie, you were talking with your dad. He's like, they must have one hell of a coach.
They do have one hell of a coach in Ray. I mean, you're talking about a team that, like, the way it's built is just all of these players, the ceiling is so high as far as, like, KD and pop-off potential is, but also, like, all of them are just so fundamentally sound. So you know that majority of the time they're going to make the right play, and that's when you get results like that with players that are having pop-off potential.
We had 3 straight game 5s. Unfortunately, only a game 4 in this one, but it did deliver the best hard point. Let's revisit it. It's our Scum play of the weekend. Let's take a look at the 250-249 finish. Vancouver pulling out all the stops to get the dub.
What's even more unreal about this is a team kill comes in for a side of Vancouver Surge, right? And then you got Neptune. He falls down into bottom vault and is just trying to get a couple of damage and waiting for his teammates to make this push. Toronto Ultra, what's another impressive thing about this is they're an unreal P1 team when it comes to vault. Every single time comes out in this P1 and Toronto Ultra is spawned into the map, it should be a lockup, but it's the double from 04, it's the pressure from the top side into these hallways from Neptune, and then of course it's going to be that single second that Nasty's able to get from that spawn out.
No, we already broke this down in the game break.
Yeah.
You know, an incredible ending. I just want to say, like, towards the end of the year, when the top teams really start to master the game, we get these epic.
So fun to watch.
And on both sides, when you go into listen-ins with either of these teams, communication is so crisp. We're timing nades, pushes, everything. And, you know, for Vancouver Surge to come out on top here, it took everything, right? Like, everybody had to make huge plays when they were called upon. And you know, at the very end, they get that final tick. But honestly, it could have gone either way.
Honestly, it was fun to watch that. Like, I've casted a lot of those, and they're insane. But I always have to like, watch them back because in the moment, it's so much as a commentator. Like, just sitting there and watching it was like way more enjoyable in some ways. Like, the game felt a lot slower because that, you know, we've had a lot of them per se, but dude, there's nothing like it, bro. Well, 249.
It's exhilarating.
Mercury's called in less than 10 hours. He steps up to the plate, says, I'll try and get it done for you. Well, he takes you to a third place finish. Toronto Ultra have to be proud of this, but it is Vancouver Surge against LA Thieves. After seeing that first round upset, everyone knew Vancouver was dangerous. Are they a threat, though, in the rematch? The previous series went to a game 5, and at the half, they were up 2-0.
This is where you think with Ray, like what Ray said, like, you know, getting to the Sunday was a step. Getting to the final was a step. Last time they got there, they got 4-0'd. Do you learn from that? Because I think in my gut, I'm worried it's going to be the same type of thing. I think Thieves are better right now, and they might run through them. But I'm hoping, yeah, you learned something from last time you got there. You're going to get a better performance from Surge. Because they can win this thing.
I just keep going back to, like, the series that they've had against Thieves. And it's like the minor 2 where they go all the way the distance, right? And you think about the series they just had where it's a reverse sweep game 5, right? So for Surge, I do feel like they can take this series, and I think we potentially go the distance once again, Chris.
Maybe, but unfortunately, there's only enough room for 4 of us on the beach in this upcoming matchup, which means you have to leave your chair. But before you go, can you please tell me who wins Major 3? What is our final score of the best of 7 coming up next? It's LA Thieves versus Vancouver Surge.
I think Thieves like 4-1.
Really?
I do.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I just got a feeling like it's just similar to last time. Like, you really have to grind it out. You have a lot of grueling series if you're Surge. You sort of cruise a bit more. Yes, you have to pull the reverse sweep, but I just feel like it's going to be a similar outcome to what happened last time. I really do. Like last major.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching so far. We have one more match to go. It's the best of 7 for the Miami Trophy. Who will hold it at the end of the night? Stay tuned to find out. Surge taking on Dan Ghost. The LA Thieves.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate.
Diablo, 10 minutos la espera, pero ¿qué está pasando?
Fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable between winning and losing.
Porque le están diciendo que el Haití los va a pasar por encima por el simple hecho de que el control del Haití es el mejor. Como van a haber dos controles. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, no tiro push-up. Mira cómo me echo para atrás.
Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Ay, mamá. Lo hago ya mismo. Ay, 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 yo tengo la comida en la garganta, me cago en nada. Mientras la probabilidad que no haga stream esta semana completa es bien alta. So, cualquier cosa se los dejaré saber por Discord. Posiblemente en el trabajo me tenga que quedar muchos días, y por estar haciendo todos estos lives aquí, pues no he tenido tiempo de editar mucho. Y francamente el streamear mientras estoy editando no ha funcionado, porque no edito, me quedo hablando. Toma. Espérate, no estoy escuchando nada.
I was side door and it killed me. I was like right inside a side door.
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh, Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh,
¿Qué Dios está pasando?
Christmas.
I missed out on all Christmas, man. Did you guys send that one back? Do you need a receipt?
I got the receipt over here.
Yeah, receipt. What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it first.
I do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Merry Christmas! Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Yeah, he stole out time for you to get to work this pitch because you know what Hydra is capable of. Finds that kill onto Insight. Skies across the map, finds a second. Now Sid left in the 1v2 on this side of the map. He finds the first 1v3. Off the rebound.
Válgame Dios. Ya lo Sid de verdad un shooter.
I have no play.
¿Quién es este?
You don't need a play, bro. You don't need it.
Anda por carajo.
That is insane.
Oh my god, bro.
The other guy just had to put his controller down and that would have won.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
La dinastía vieja. Y la dinastía nueva. Eso quedó salvaje. Eso quedó bien salvaje.
In the city of angels, these devils have just torn Toronto.
Anda, carajo. No quiero ir, no quiero. ¿Por dónde tú vas? ¿Haz trabajo? No puede ser, Ena. Mira, diablo, ese cuchillo se ve bien.
We're winning. Keep it that way.
shot cut. Purpose uppercut for shot top.
Oh, we can't trouble this? Well, that's tragic. At least let him mill.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that side.
Nade hit a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing,
One guy's inside the
cut.
Real as well. All down to the smoke play from up high. He's going for a joke. Johnny down. 1v1.
Ooh.
And Real singing across the stage.
Hop and look over him. You can see everything.
Absolutely find it for us.
No.
Back circle weak. Yeah, back circle. Obviously. Back circle. Two bullets. Bomb. I'm ready to move. So weak.
Stop that.
Ay, vete pa'l carajo.
My bad, bro.
Been magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out. Cell first kill's good though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh, it's just down to Cell with the what?
Papi, ese tiro quedó exagerado. Asqueroso.
Are gonna reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map.
Yo, no, I have their side. You have their side. I have their side. Okay. Yo, load him. He can't jump. That's what I'm talking about. What the f*** are you doing? I hope you clowns know. You will never be in a finals ever.
Y ahora mismo está en la final.
You will never play me on LAN finals, by the way. I hope you know that.
Bueno, los push-ups de N.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Boca Raton, Florida, host of the Major 3 for the Call of Duty League 2025 season. We've been chilling here at Eleanor Baldwin's Arena. It's been a blast. People of Florida are excellent. The animals, fantastic. But the Call of Duty has been the best we've seen all year. We had a big bang to open things up at Major 1. Major 2 is kind of quiet. It's time to get rowdy once again down here in Florida. Welcome in, everybody. We have Shift alongside Rosalie and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Shift. You just cast this Vancouver team, powering their way back into a grand final. Who caught your eye in that series?
Who didn't catch my eye in that series, man? Every single one of those players came through when it mattered most. 0-4, though, in particular, so many game-saving moments. Neptune consistent from start to finish. This team's looking really polished. Now it's time for the talk to take to the stage. I think that's going to fuel this Vancouver team to not burn out like they did last time.
Rosalie, it's been a party weekend. We are on day 4 of it, and there has been a lot of good. There's been a lot of bad. What have been some of your favorite moments so far?
Some of my favorite moments has to be the Toronto Ultra run and Mercules and them kind of going through the elimination gauntlet. I feel like we have a new Thanos of our elimination bracket. You see Slasher and his squad. I feel like Toronto Ultra might be taking that after these past 2 majors.
We have a brand new session of burger and fries, and we have been cooking things up here in Florida. Let's show them the first clip.
We've had a lot of fry clips, but we've had some burger clips as well. Let's start off with a fry, though. My guy,
Who's this guy?
And their run, just absolutely insane. Mercules, what a beast, bro. I mean, I'm telling you, the phone is on fire right now. They're trying to pick him up left and right. Some of these teams are trying to qualify for champs.
Who you answering first? Carolina?
Ooh,
that's not a bad shout.
If I'm Mercules, I mean, low-key optic.
One change is going to fix that team.
They're still top 8 right now.
We've got a lot to talk about. Remember, the qualifier kicks up again on Friday. That's 4 days from now-ish. Let's take a look here at Draza, though. The vehicle, the trophy. You thought you were safe until you weren't.
Trophies only keep you safe from certain explosions. One of them not being a full-on G-Wagon. That's not going to keep you safe.
Hood to the mouth, coming in with some fries. A bit of a surprise to open things up. Vancouver Surge matching up against the 3-time land champions. Looking for the 4th beat. Vancouver says no. Abuza and friends. Brian.
This guy's been unreal. It's so funny. We have like the opposite issue as we talk about like Carolina and Gwen. Like he gets better on land. He's just disgusting. Like we need to maybe put them in a better spot.
He's so confident too. You saw him stand up and get absolutely hyped. And what we got going on here?
Did you know Semtex is sticky in?
Yes.
Yeah, put it on your shoes. That ain't the good blinky kind.
I mean, goodness gracious. What
When your own teammate is diabolical.
Yo, he's had some bad
He's had a couple of them. I actually thought when we told my production.
Whose fault is that, though? That was your ankle in my line of sight.
I mean, bottom spiral.
I wish we had the angle.
I was saying that was the one that I thought we were going to play.
Yo, we look at Miami frying Atlanta FaZe right now. Hometown upset.
More specifically, Real flying in Renford on that game. Unbelievable.
Atlanta FaZe sent home by this team. Miami Heretics getting the job. Our final fry, but we have one more. It is the athlete himself, nameless, known for his football skills when it comes to shooting with the beach ball. Oh, for what?
That's such a good throw.
Was it the thumb that just got a little aggressive at the end? What sent you off?
It's just a bad angle. Here we go.
Wait,
we got one more.
Oh, no.
Load him up.
I know it like fades a little bit to the left.
That beach ball is Vancouver Surge.
There's
you
a
hit it,
little
they win.
Hold on. Do we have
That's
grass?
crazy.
Hold on 1 second.
You're crazy.
All right.
What the?
Oh my God! I just hit Allie's mom. I'm so sorry.
Not an athlete.
Wait, I hit it earlier. I feel like that should have been the
Oh, I apologize. Listen,
I'll give you one of those.
it's a beach ball. It has too much air in it.
You got a lot of hot air in you.
That camera is
hit
done.
it 2 days ago for double
And
points.
you have saved me so many times. I'm going to move us along. Do you know we have an event coming up in just a month? It's called DreamHack. It's the 4th week of May, and we could all see your face there.
Eso evento va a estar paquetado, pero paquetado.
.com/Dallas/CDL, and guess what? You do it today, I'll give you 10% off, but I have to require that code, CDL10.
Dude, I was at DreamHack Atlanta this last fall.
Okay.
Shabuzi showed up. Lit. Dude, DreamHack is a time you gotta come.
Did you have a double shot of whiskey?
He did that, and he also sang that song twice
Uy,
back to
uy,
back.
uy, uy, uy,
Sometimes you
uy.
just got to hit the repeat.
This one banger.
Vancouver Surge looking for the rematch against LA Thieves as they are looking for the repeat victory. Ali, we look at the numbers. Both teams are safe for champs right now. You're playing for seeding, though.
You are playing for seeding, but I think if any more than anything, Surge is playing for redemption. You know, they're playing for the big win. They got kind of embarrassed in that one grand final, and then LA Thieves sitting here like, you're never making it to a final again. Who's going to tell them? Because they're sitting across the stage.
I'm telling our players out of the restroom, they are gearing up on the stage, which means we need to move on to our bracket. Here is how we got to this grand final. It started back on Thursday, our winners bracket. That's best of fives, right?
Well,
no game fives. It was
Mierda,
clean
mano.
sweeps with the 3-0 over the Carolina Royal
Prepárate,
Ravens once
prepárate.
again for LA. After that, they met up against Miami. When you watch these guys on stage in the winners bracket, though, what has
Anda
made
el
the
diablo.
Thieves so dangerous?
I mean, they just did not have a slow start like they did at the last major. I mean, that was the biggest difference, right? They steamrolled Carolina and then into the Miami series. We were wondering, like, was that even the same Miami that we saw in the online portion in the qualifiers? Everybody showed up. I mean, we saw some huge performances from Hydra early on to sort of get the ball rolling.
Be right back. Dale, Ana.
For Thieves, it's just been world class everywhere, like in all 3 game modes.
And again, I think you just look at what happened earlier today, that winners final. You start down 0-2, you come back after the break, and you just absolutely take control. Not just because of the mode, but just from there on out, it was just pretty much all Thieves through and through until we get to that map 5, very back and forth, and that resiliency, that test, that veterancy comes through nicely for Thieves.
And that's the blessing of being able to lock up a game mode in basically every series in control, right? Like, it gives you a massive edge. It's the smallest things that matter when you get down to the final matches on a Sunday. And, you know, for LA Thieves, it's just like, will they rise to the occasion?
3-0 against Royal Ravens in the opening round, a 3-0 against the Heretics, but it was Surge who took the first 2 maps against them in that winners final. What was most impressive for me is that reverse sweep, and you look across their performance here at Major 3, they're #1 in map count, only 2 maps to that Vancouver squad, and most impressively, the respawn, they have been dominant. 6-1, hardpoint is their game.
I think the biggest thing for LA Thieves is that they had a really testy series right before this against Surge, so it put them in uncomfortable situations, and we saw players like Envoy get a lot out of that. We saw Hydra get a lot out of that, so hopefully we're in for a long one this time.
Can we talk a little bit about what's up for grabs if you're an LA Thieves fan? Because you have Hydra. He's won a world championship, right? You've had Scrap. He's won tournaments, never a ring. Dan Ghosty does not have a ring right now. And
or chip,
is it time that he gets his first major win?
Yeah, it feels like it's time, right? And even when we had him here in the interview, he was just so locked, and he knows how dangerous the Surge are. You know, we talked about historicals and how many times they played each other. It's been Thieves every time that's come out with the win. Well, he still said that, like, Surge is our most dangerous opponent. We know that even in these series, some of the maps are very close. They can get going at any moment. And Dan's been so solid and consistent for these guys. I think it's his time.
And while it's year 3 for Dan Ghosty in back-to-back years, it's month 3 for Neptune on the other side. Let's take a look at Vancouver Surge and the young stars that they are hoping to lift the trophy at the end of the night. You look at that guy, 0-4, he calls himself a pit bull. He has shown that tenacity throughout the tournament. The explosions, though, going off in the losers bracket, it came from Neptune most recently. Ali, overall, who's shining for Vancouver in Major 3?
I mean, they've all had their moments. You say consistently across the board, I'll say Neptune, but one I really want to shout out has to be Nasty. He's rocking a 1.29 right now in hardpoint, leading his team, and that is a player that I feel like has been an unsung hero on this squad, and not only that, underrated across the board for the past 2 years. So for Vancouver Surge, for Nasty to be playing the way he has this weekend's been unreal, and for Surge, this was a team, you look at this lineup and you're like, okay, they're definitely going to be good at search and destroy, right? They're definitely going to maybe be good at control, but it's actually been hard point. Control's been their struggle, and that's where they could fall short in this series versus LA Thieves. But as long as they they could do it in 4.
Do not expect a clean win. They've gone to at least 4 games in all the best of 5s, and the previous one was a game 5 against the Thieves. Taking a look at the numbers, though, where could they have an edge tonight, Nameless?
Yeah, the hard points. I mean, you even think about the time they played them in the minor final where, you know, they take 2 hard points. And as Ali mentioned, it's really the search, destroy, and the controls in this particular series that gets away from them, right? So that is the focus. If you're able to take a control, you have a great chance because hardpoint, you've had so much success against the LA Thieves.
Shift.
Hi.
It's time to talk MVPs.
Sure.
We can only crown one.
Okay.
Do you want to pick the red team? You want to talk the blue team?
Oh, I can pick one of the other teams.
Who do you think?
I think if you're looking at this from Vancouver's standpoint, if they come through, they win search and destroys, I'm looking at 0-4. I know Neptune's been great, but 0-4 has provided great entries. He's provided great first bloods in search and destroy. And how many round-saving plays did he make in that last series that we just saw? He has been so critical for Surge. I'm looking forward to kind of keeping him in the mix, even though he may not be listed right here.
We had Easy Mac help us come up with some of these names as well, and he said Dan Ghosty is very much in the running alongside Scrap. Taking a look across those 4 players, though, and if you had to judge just by your eye with what you have seen on screen, who's been most impressive in Miami?
Yeah, I'm going to have a bit of an out-of-left-field answer here. Abuza, in my opinion, on the side of Vancouver. And that being said, like his search, 1.7 in the game mode, taken over multiple times, specifically on the dealership. When I think about this series, or this right now with MVP, whoever turns up in this finals gets it, right? It's very much open on both sides.
Let's see all 7 of your modes brought to you by Scuff Gaming. And Ali, you are all smiles right now. We know we're going to see control. It comes up at game 3. Will we see it twice with Protocol at number 6?
Amazing ban from the side of Vancouver Surge to get red card out of here because they are happy to take you on literally any hard point map, and their biggest struggle is going to be that red card. So I love this layout right now for the side of Surge. For the side of LA Thieves, they struggle with dealership search and destroy. I don't like that it's map number 2, but they do have one of the deeper map pools as far as control goes as well, so they're feeling a little bit confident. We should go a full distance.
Time for your Scuff pickups. Let's lock them in one final time, and I will kick things going off with LA Thieves. I said Dan Ghosty is getting his trophy. He did it in the winner's bracket after that reverse sweep. I don't see them crumbling now.
It's so tough because Thieves have such an advantage being able to essentially determine what the controls are going to be. And with a Vancouver team that does look solid across all 3 maps at times, I'm leaning towards Thieves and getting it done in 6.
Ali, catch-up time.
Oh my gosh, this is actually so hard. Can I ask the crowd to help me out?
Back-to-back grand finals for Vancouver. Second grand final for LA Thieves.
Crowd, do I go for LA? Okay. Do I go for Surge?
Ooh, split.
Ooh, that was so 50-50. I'm going to go LA Thieves. Dan Ghosty gets his first chip.
I got LA Thieves taking it.
Oh, Vancouver va a ganar.
Pressure on them, but LA Thieves have been delivering so far this tournament. They get it done.
Are we wrong? Let us know on Twitter, because it's time to get this party started. It's the grand finals of Major 3.
Vamos.
All the momentum to the Thieves boys. Can they get it done? Already in and dialed. They steal the map one.
Anda el diablo.
Is unlocked. We were just talking about in between that. They hit the slide, the headshots. Another break for Surge. Is they're starting to slam.
We're here for Major 3 in the end of the year, so we're trying to win this.
And here comes the Hellstorm. Connect. That's the goal line, boys. Send it. Lead changes looming. Down 10 and roar, and the streak is continuing. Still here.
Cacho, se ve que LA Thieves va a ganar por lo más santo. Pero oye, si ahora demostró en ese Winner Final que la tienen. Estaban ahí para cejar.
Gentlemen, we came into this weekend with the best Call of Duty teams all around the world here in the Sunshine State with one goal to hoist this trophy and become champions. But now just 2 teams remain, and they're going to have to handle the heat outside and inside to be able to do this one. Now, Florida, let me ask you this real quickly. Are you guys ready to get the grand final started? Get ready for the first team coming to the stage, looking to drown out the competition one more time. Here comes Vancouver. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Vancouver Surge! 04, Abuza, Nasty, and Neptune looking to seize the moment and get that first win of the season. The Vancouver Surge are here to play.
Oh man, they got that swag and that confidence. It's grand finals time. And Neptune, one of the best midseason pickups of all time in CDL history, looking to make a statement and potentially grab that MVP. It would be this entire roster's first championship. Truly a special moment. Can they get over the hump? They got to go through LA, guy.
It's time to find out if they can get over that hump. And so without further ado, let's bring out the fan favorite. Get ready for the Thieves.
Anda el diablo. Tú.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
Lo llevamos todo.
Run it up! It's the LA Thieves! Scrap, Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty. It's all or nothing. The Thieves are here to take everything.
Man, if you're an LA Thieves fan, it feels like everything has been leading up to this. First, it was the search and destroy that wasn't there. Then it was situations that they hadn't been put in before. And now it feels like the road is golden ahead. And the only thing
No hay break. Es ganar o ganar.
Vancouver Surge. This is a matchup they're used to. It is a matchup that they dominate. And they cannot get overconfident here. It's looking like it's going to be a Thief win, guy. But they got to do it now.
Now is not the time to be overconfident. You got to hit that flow state if you want to hoist this trophy. But Florida, one more time, help me set the stage ablaze. You guys ready to get the grand finals going?
Woo!
Miles Chance, let's get it.
Thank you, Blaze.
Uy, Malin chance.
What a tournament it has been, and we are going to be treated to an exceptional grand finals. Two heavyweights, true heavyweights, in not only Hardpoint, but Search and Destroy, about to go up against each other.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day so far, and we are expecting fireworks for the grand finals as well. It went to a game 5 when these two teams faced off earlier. We've had some nail biters at 250-249 in the Hardpoint.
Ooh.
It has been a gorgeous day of Call of Duty. Neither of those teams wants that. These teams want the 4-0. They are out for blood, and you want to strike first.
Yeah, we're not done yet, folks. One more grand finals. Our best of 7, and two teams who have gone up against each other in more than just the game. Choice words across the board. Again, a little bit of love when it comes to online, but a second chance here for Surge to take down the Thieves. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Not easy to beat the same team in a tournament. But for the Thieves, again, it does feel like their chip. It feels like their tournament to lose right now. They've got a very, very fierce competitor ahead of them.
Yeah, that is absolutely the talk of the town, but trash talk has come back to haunt many players this year. LA Thieves, they weren't quiet about it. They said, Vancouver, you will never see us in a finals on land. Well, for Vancouver, back-to-back grand finals on land. This team has brought it together. And they've played Atlanta FaZe multiple times. Vancouver has very close, very tight. When they got to the grand finals, they faltered. What did they do when they played Atlanta just a few days ago? They learned from their mistakes.
Vamos allá, gente, Hardpoint.
LA Thieves had their number today, a learning experience. Can they crack the code, break into the safe, and get that trophy? Well, Hardpoint is where we start, and these two teams incredibly comparable. Two best Hardpoint teams in the game.
By far, absolutely stellar at the mode. Hacienda to get things rolling, dealership after this, but more on that a little bit later.
For a hard point on Hacienda, it's a run it
Otra vez en la final, otra vez en la final, papá.
Vancouver, they set the tone.
Bien, empezamos. La gran final, gente. Best of 7.
By the end of his last series, might have the hot hand strapped. Can't afford to start slow. Good shooting back and forth. A couple trades out and about. Envoy is flying. And in the end,
diablo, la granada.
traded. Neither of these teams wants time.
A very interesting tightrope of a play to open this one up. Time going the way of Surge for now, but a bit of a wrap around is going to be the case for the Thieves. Not going to amount to a whole lot there, as again, you've got bullets.
Ay, me asusté.
Across Hacienda right now, and both teams fine for control. Ghosty with a nice 2, 3, now 4 dead for Surge.
After his first chip, Ghosty 4 second places in a row for when he gets to the grand finals. He is out for blood. He wants to hoist it, but a P1, where all things considered, nearly tied up. Vancouver might have the lead in the points department, but that rotation, LA Thieves, 3 players are going to be
¿Va a poner fuera el otro? No,
ponemos
poner el punto. Todos 4 no well. Ay, 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 ahora tienen que estar gritando. Todos están por well, todos están por well.
Nice work there to help out from Envoy. The feed trade's done. An avenue of attack is now on, but you got to get in there quick. You don't lose too much this time.
Yeah, 2-2 split. Hydra actually backing off the time, worried about the spawns for just a
Ah,
moment.
Nasty con 2. Qué máquina. Él sabe que lo están buscando. Qué buen break. Ah, tranquilo, papi. Llegaste en el mejor momento en la final.
Has the timing, has the reason. That 2 in the feed. This is clean. He didn't take any damage. You can slide straight in, get the chow, get the trade, and an instantaneous break.
Ay, ay, ay.
Back. A little bit mixy, but the final gunfight is Ghosty. Fortunate for him, 2 players.
Ay, loco, Gabusa se lo llevó.
Shreds him.
Los últimos 3 se van a hacer para 6, pero tienen que estar preocupándose en rotación ahora.
However, they are set up for new.
A sound 15 there in the old scrap time department. Again, keeps you afloat, keeps you a little bit healthy there on the approach towards new. 2 offenses we go. Envoy in position. Above him, a black Ghosty. A nice kill in the
look at that for Hydra, though. He spawns all the way out. He did not time his death properly. It could turn into a natural pinch, but now for the men on time, it's going to be a little bit scattered. Envoy head on a swivel, gets a kill, but overwhelmed.
Ya lo hice, mi amor. Ja, 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 ja.
Gets in, gets himself 2 trades. All once more. But this time, unfortunate teammates are reinforcements arriving.
No hay break.
There on the attack, still though, keeping this.
Ay, Mario, se siente demasiado bien. Demasiado bien, demasiado bien. Seguro que sí. Oye, me estás cogiendo de pendejo. No eran 40, iban a ser 30. Me tiraste 2. No, 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 no. No me tiraste 3 y este es el cuarto.
2 there in the feet, 3 dead. Last man 04, gone, wiped out, cleaned up. Nice time now.
And they get the rotation. Those kills are actually huge. They came that quickly. So LA Thieves will win the foot race to new 3 times. They have won the rotation, and yet it's still effectively a tied-up game.
Strong breaks against
No.
decent holds. Both teams looking
Hice evento ahorita. Ahora me tocan 10.
So on Hydra, keeping that hard point all his.
¿Vas para Search? Yo quiero que gane Search también, pero es que el AT está muy salvaje, loco. Uy, Nasty. Ay, loco. Pero te van a comer vivo. No. Ay, qué partida, qué partida. Prenda a contar tu vena, vamos.
Somebody peek their side. Somebody peek their side. Just contesting. Just contesting. Yeah, we're good. We're good. One is mid. Middle. Watch out. Their side. Wait. 3 their side. Outer and mid. Heard. 2 on time outer.
Como que rompieron. 18 va para Search. Van a rotar. Número 5 va a ser importante. Ay, se lo encontré. Mira qué buena esquina. Qué buena esquina, mano. Ay, O4 con la play se llevó a 2. Ay, scrap. Qué buena, Nasty. Así de hacer el deslizamiento para atrás. Hydra. Hydra se está haciendo la play. No, Hydra, qué máquina, loco. Hacia abajo. One bullet. Ahí está el one bullet.
Yo, hard play here. Go to the jump down time. He's gonna be well. They're gonna be well. I'll play the back. You hold the front. Nothing well yet. That's one. So we get my side door? Nothing well yet. They could be side door. Let me know when you have side. One is well on me. Let me know when you have lobby, guys. I have side. In secret, one shot. Absolute secret. Well, one well on me. In secret, let me two well. Two well on me, boys. I have to back up. They're taking space to me. Left. I'll help the back. I have left. To the right. Back door. One more close. White truck. White truck. Side door. That's one back. Also one well. Yeah, one punch.
Oh, qué buena. Se ponieron ahí con él.
Nice. One well, one secret. Side door. One shot, Nasty. Try this guy front. Dead. Side door, one shot, Nasty. Kill him. Shit up. Over in the back. I have side.
¡Ya, diablo!
Yo, listen, I'm rotating. They could be lobby. It could be lobby. I'm rotating. Could be lobby. Already front. Two. Three. 2 I'm leaving that shit. Open, one shot. Okay. There's 3 open. Close the plat. Abuza, absolute. Going plat Abuza. Really weak. Yo, really good P2 right now. Take our time. Jump the hole. People are open. Right now. Let's fight for this guy open. Open. No weak. Open, backing up. Open. Nice, two. I'm going close. Play together.
Hot comms from LA Thieves. A little bit
Ay,
frantic, but
Nasty.
nonetheless,
Bueno, se llevó a uno.
now going into the new hard point chance. It's Surge in control.
And a very interesting moment in the game. This is the first rotation Surge have actually won. They're desperately trying to hold on to the time, and they're not going to be able to. Hydra for 2, and Neptune wiped off
Hydra
the
está
board.
imparable,
The break
brother.
is in, and LA Thieves maintaining that lead.
Aunque Scrap el que está pegando duro, loco.
Opening now through the back. Plat open now. Up by fences. Can we get another third? No, this time Ghost
Uy,
gets
buena.
the life scrap with the coverage. Beautiful stuff. That's going to be a hold still. Last man through tin. About to be dealt with. The Thieves have held on to this push well.
And the Thieves are going to turn this in potential another rotation.
Ay, el número 5. Oh, qué buena, Neptune. O4.
10 seconds to scrap, going to Surge, but you had a key
Neptune. Qué buen read, loco. Qué buen read. Vete pa'l carajo.
Nearly every rotation on the map. Here's a potential money hill. Vancouver here first.
Cash register out there ready. Will it be money? Or will it be a mess? Lovely stuff.
Está abusa de un
Neptune
duro.
on the pitch, trying to take care of the last man. No, Scrap's going to be up.
Nasty te lo va a hacer. Uy, no, Hydra lo peleó.
Another spawn now towards the back. So what a moment this could be for both teams.
I mean, this is awareness that needs to be absolutely on point, and that is not going to go Neptune's way. Yep, he's going to get caught. So his scattered minimap and Thieves come out on top. The hold was good enough for Surge to retake the lead, but the pendulum swings once again, and now everybody's coming through boat. This should be a good final 20 right now, coming for Thieves.
Yeah, great pace by both teams.
Ah, si no se hubiera trepado. Oh, qué buena. Últimos 13 para el AT. Vamos para P1. P1 lo dominó bastante bien Seattle, ¿no?
Yeah, the adjustments right now being made. Last time it was Vancouver with a comfortable win. Now, well, they're having to go for the long pinches to kick off a P1, right? But this might be all four in the feed. 0-4 dialed in for the bangs. Finally finishes off the kill. Now you get a booze it in time. You get a collect and play for the next set.
How long can you keep them off of P1 though, Vancouver? You've shown us the proficiency on other maps. Oh, foresight, he slides into that one's going to slow down his battle through the open corridors now. But now checking out these players down mid, the slide is on, my word. Again, flow state for nearly everyone here in the lobby. Another 3 dead for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, he's on 4, and this is going to be maybe deja vu all over again. LA Thieves have been on point of out-rotating towards P2. 5 more seconds on this time for Vancouver to look for the extra set of kills, and Nasty, great damage being done. Scrap tagged up, 1 shot. Gone. Beautiful. 20 seconds.
No preocuparse en la rotación, esos últimos 15. ¡Ah, qué duro! Pueden entrar, van a romper por...
Buying up with space, the detonate's going to get him a few more seconds before his teammates can now get into the move now. Across map. Abuza, how much can you get?
Qué brutal, loco, ese kill.
Over to Neptune now, trying to break in through lobby.
Yeah, they just don't have the reinforcements. This is a solo play out of Neptune. Unfortunately gets caught. Too many things to check. Backspawn's being worked, but they're getting cut down. We even heard in the listening, LA Thieves so ready for the well pressure. Once you take care of that, it's all guns forward.
Nice teamwork once again. Thieves
mataron por la parte de atrás.
starting to fight back in this one. P2 is treating them very well so far. We're looking at Elite changing 10 points time. And again, Surge the breaks.
Qué buena Hydra. Diablo, loco.
And this is 30 seconds to boost.
No para los vídeos de LA, obligado. Pues LA están de por winners.
Now it's a scatter push. Now it's Hydra in prime territory. He might get cut down, but you have to chalk up all this time for the rotation. I mean, a miserable spot for Vancouver to be in it. Down by 20, going into new. For the moment, though, they have the players contained. You're only taking the long routes all the way through.
Or you might just let on.
Ay, esa esquinita ya siento que lo van a leer. Es más, yo creo que no. Yo creo que lo están jugando todo por. Neptune, qué suerte, por lo menos dio hasta uno. Homeboy. Ah, lo vieron. Cambió spawn, pero número 1 va a molestar con cojones. Que es scrap. Abusa se lo llevó, vete para el carajo. No pueden ganar aquí, pero... Oh, van a romper esto. Eso es lo que no sabemos. Número 8 y número 3, esa va a ser la pelea de la vida. Los tonearon. Jodió. Oh, espérate, Nasty. No. El número 6, si el número 6 llega a tiempo. Si el número 6 llega a tiempo. El número 6 llegó a tiempo. Pero que tú te pucheas, ¿por qué tú pucheas? Neptune con 2. No, métete. Ah, ya ven, Hydra. Vete pa'l carajo. Porque Abusa puchó. Oye, te hubieras quedado esperando.
To me, it felt like in that listening, Thieves starting off maybe a little bit slow, a little bit disjointed. The comms not quite there.
Ay.
The longer and longer the map went.
Hydra y Scrap están muy imparables. Están demasiado. Están demasiado.
Because the gameplay was not there to match it. Found it towards the end, and guys like Envoy always taking the long routes, always finding the breaks, the heads-up plays.
always there.
You needed a series of heads-up plays from both our teams just to get you that far. 250, 228, map 1, folks. Kudos again to Envoy. 20 assists. That's unbelievable work.
Yeah, an idea for the teamwork. That is about 50 assists combined there for LA Thieves. And on the flip side, maybe 32 coming in from Surge. Outperform them in the teamwork department, even though the damage, everything else nearly comparable. The teamwork will set you apart. And well, if
Todavía, hecho, como quiera, le faltaba un montón.
And the double helix.
Ellos le faltan como 4 puntos, yo creo que sí.
I can tell you only one thing, it's fantastic pedigree and good genes from these players in Hardpoint.
And I love the trading blows at the end too. You had a P1 actually for Vancouver Surge where they were able to get 51 seconds on the time, and that's a massive moment. That is a hill that is difficult to collect. So Thieves, you think they drop the ball, they bounce back.
¿El próximo mapa qué es? Dealership. ¿Qué dealership es de Vancouver?
That hill 3 times in a row. Eventually, you're gonna dial it in. LA Thieves, they figured it out.
Yeah, P4s typically across every map, they're the money hills, they're the ones who get the most time from uncontested, but P2 here on Hacienda can be an absolute dagger, and that was a great showing from the Thieves. This late on in the season, again, Nameless touched upon this in the desk before the match started, that teams are getting so good at the game now, the top teams especially, those extra percentage moments as they just push forward in this race towards champs. We're really getting treated to some good stuff here, folks. Thieves.
Pero lo último, loco, lo último. Si Abuso no puchaba y se quedaba como que con ese equipo detrás de la piedra o algo. Hacho, es una persona más que tiene que matar. Y yo sé lo que quería hacer, hermano. Quería cogerlos sprinteando.
You're feeling good because they did not need this map to beat Vancouver the first time, and Surge still on their quest to win their first map in the Grand Finals.
Yet to happen.
Mira ese kill.
First team to reach 4 will be our winners in this Grand Finals here at Major 3. And moments like this towards the very, very end, the teamwork absolutely immaculate despite the sort of shenanigans of the teammate. An unfortunate situation to be in there. Again, it all came together. It prevailed in the end. A couple of big wins from Hydra. And the rock hard point is so important. Your camera's got to be on. We're seeing the player cams here. It is a ferocity from the LA Thieves. Ferocity from the fans as well. Thieves starting things off right in the Grand Finals.
Dealership es de Vancouver, Bolt es de LA Thieves, Skyline es Vancouver y Hacienda creo que es LA Thieves y todo lo demás LA Thieves.
He played a map where it felt like he didn't miss a single bullet. In the game, LA Thieves could not crack the code, could not figure it out. Well, now they've had to for the coaches to be able to talk to their team, explain to them what they saw, and figure out what type of new approach you want to be taking. So that's the good news for LA. For Vancouver, obviously, they're bread and butter. The first team of the year we saw on this map looking dominant, and well, they have simply followed through. But now you got these two players absolutely getting after it. Scrap was always on point in S&D, but on land especially, he has been a shining light, always there for the damage output and getting a kill per round.
Yo espero, mano.
Yeah, the pair of them, unbelievable players in the mode.
Vamos para allá. Este Search and Destroy va a ser bellísimo.
Again, looking across the campaign for this major, you know, how are you going to close this one out if you're Seattle Surge, or Vancouver Surge, excuse me? You're really
¿Te va con volver?
Is at least all of the respawns.
A mí me pasa también, y no como que volver, porque como que me dan ganas de jugar como que rank, por decirlo así. Y me doy cuenta lo mierda que soy y se me quitan las ganas. De verdad, 5 meses, Fugo. Están metiendo otro juego. Ay, se cayó.
First to 6 and search and destroy. We're going to take turns attacking and defending, but this round might be a real fast. Teams are on a fast wrap, super speedy, but on the flank though, Boots watching it.
Ay, qué partida.
Nothing. The attack is still on, and the round is over.
Qué partida.
Thieves strike first.
19 seconds was that round when they played earlier. 0-4 nated Scrap with a cheeky new spot to get the first blood. 0-4 in this round nated his teammates. You start off like that, you're already in an awkward spot. The nerves for Vancouver. Hands might be shaking.
The bodies of Vancouver were barely cold before the round ended. Wow, that was so fast. A very rapid response right off the rip there. Hydra doing most of the damage there for his squad. They got things going incredibly quickly. Well, we're going to go this time. The Thieves on offense. Vancouver, they're also going for a fast hit move towards A, but not Not a whole lot of showing here from the Thieves. A little stagnant on their attack so far.
Well, Vancouver getting active. Neptune maybe toying with the idea of a flank. At least they've got the control, and Nasty able to find the first blood, and that's bombed down. And Neptune not making any mistakes, repositioning, going back to his team, because Envoy thinking about a flank.
What, you've shown enough. And now you're gone. Is that enough?
Tiene first blood, sí, ya.
Oh,
Envoy!
On a 1v1 win there from Envoy. 3 now in a row. And a 3v3 over towards A.
Yeah, Envoy bailout activated again. He has made this round a 50-50. No trophies and a lot of exploding cars.
And a slow now attack from Surge. They have to make their way forward. 04 will have to make noise to break down that vent and get into the fray. He will show his hand at the last possible second.
And look at this. They're letting Envoy cook. Put him in an interesting spot. Maybe trade out bomb. You're letting Ghosty actually go back to watch the bench. Well, he's given up on the spot.
Oh!
Envoy does get caught. So maybe a moment of awkwardness there from LA. Couldn't quite figure out what they wanted to do. And now you're running out of time. You'd imagine for Vancouver that this is going to be easy reads.
Oh, no, for his spidey sense is more than tingling right now, knowing that the move is over towards B. And here we go. He's going to turn, and he's going to spot a player. Hello, friends. Can you get a kill? Can you get any damage? No, right now, waiting for the ball.
Está bien, con el hecho de sacarlo de la bomba ya es suficiente.
The bomb site and out, still fighting for it. A true show of respect, but a headshot to clean out.
Yeah, and didn't quite catch it, but just an awkward moment by the site in the 3v3. Envoy made it interesting, but ultimately I think LA took a little too long to figure out what they wanted their approach to be. And Abuza getting
Diablo, que va a flip.
well. So you've killed the momentum just a little bit, and great damage being put out by Nasty. Did 400 in that round. Pressure's on back-to-back defensive rounds wins.
I mean, the exact opposite of the first round. A lot more slow, a lot more methodical. Not quite as explosive. Round 3, here we go. 04's going to be your bomb carrier as we make our way over towards A, and it looks like we're going to try to clean out as fast as we can.
Look at that set of thieves on the minimap, by the way. I mean, just cheeky little corners over towards B.
Ay, se jodió. El cajón va a explotar.
This round, counter strat did not work. A site wide open, no first blood.
Cajón va a explotar, cajón va a explotar.
Either you're not comfortable trying to get this down, but you open up the door, force the players back, but Brad Lay, everybody's here.
Tiny little window where they're able to penetrate there. Take care of Nasty there. So 1 man down. Oh no, 2. Wait a minute, it's getting a little bit hairy, getting a little bit dangerous. Damage there on the bomb recovery. You're still going to try to commit to this one as the Thieves now envelop the Surge.
Oh, look at this play call too. They're just getting active and after a 4 versus 2. Vancouver Surge are about to get overwhelmed.
Here we go. 3 players now through the back. Bomb plant going to get out of there fast, Neptune. You have been identified. And dare I say, yeah, that is that, folks. Abuza now in a 1v4. He's gone as well. Thieves. Second round on the board.
And every single team that has been coached by Sender seemingly has the best wall bang spots in the game. We saw them break it out on Rewind earlier, just lighting players up through walls. They might have just hard committed on defense to be initially, but coming back, they don't need to overcommit for the Chows. They're lighting up the bomb through walls and making you so uncomfortable. It's a small map. These swings are quick. LA Thieves happy to play fast.
Le está mandando, le está mandando. El Hydra.
Standout moment at Major 1 in Search and Destroy. We'll see if we can't get another one from him here. He is bringing the intensity to this matchup. Trophy in play for Abuza. Active. First blood.
No, diablo, le sacaron.
But he's trapped. Thanks, boys. They got him out of trouble, and he's alive and well. Scrap still thinking about the A-bomb plant, but now Surge are involved.
Yeah, his eyes lighting up in the feed, and Scrap just wisely backing down. They're going for a double fake, though, right? You got Ghosty maybe watching the pinch, but they're waiting for somebody to overcommit. Abuza, he's weak. Trades there. You maintain the man advantage in 04, being cheeky, but they spot him and drop him. Nasty in a 1v3.
I mean, what a 1v3 this could be. The remnants of many wallbangs there. Oh, and it's a nervy 1v3. The chances of this going down are low. Hoping for an awkward situation there with a lot of team fire. They were shoulder to shoulder.
And look at it, by the way. Hydra, motor mouth. We heard this from behind the stage when we were on the desk on the last game 5-day play. Hydra comms like a madman in between the rounds. He has the vision right now in S&D. Stage 1. One of the worst S&D players in the game. He has found him form, and he is now the best S&D player in the world. His respawn ain't too shabby, but First Blood's out and about. He's on a 5 spree with 8 kills. He's getting a multi-kill nearly every round.
Don't forget, RC XD cars on this map are lethal.
No, el scoreboard está jodido.
Cargo boom 2, folks. That's the rules. I would always be this time round, though, 4. Vancouver, and again, a little bit of a show here. We'll wait and see if the play develops.
They're trying to chow this through the middle of the map. Is LA Thieves on defense. Trophies there, but Neptune on bomb doesn't have a ton of support. Able to get it down. Neptune's pushed out the front. It's a tight setup, but Abuja also out of the picture.
Oh, he's going to get on the board here.
Salió.
Lovely damage in from Envoy. Push back, nasty. Lovely coverage. Man advantage. Hydra cleans out the close corners and manages to get away with his life.
Abuja still a little bit late to the play. He's going to be flanking towards the middle.
Buena,
He made
Abuja.
his impact. Vancouver Surge finally good to get on the board.
Nasty just playing it safe. 0-4, sent in for the kill. Can't get both of them though. Hydra.
Con calma, que es de Hydra.
Can he get away? For
Ah,
now,
ya, qué cara.
yes.
Ah, verdad que tiene racha.
Net
Ay,
cargo on the
Dios
board.
mío.
Hydra 1v2. But that is going to be that.
Diablo, te hubieras quedado vivo ahí.
Would have been great. 3-2.
Me faltaba nada para el
It's worth
Hearthstone.
mentioning in terms of mind games. Hydra on the 7 spree, he just went down, got the kill on Neptune, still sitting on a donut. We mention all the time when you're on a donut, the pros talk about it. When you get the first one, it takes all the pressure off. But this late into a game, when you don't have a kill, you can feel it.
It also feels like that on dealership is so quick. Got to be mindful of.
Pero
how
Néstor
fast
no
these
mató a
rounds are
alguien
going
ahí,
by.
pensé que sí.
Stealing a kill can be harder than it sounds.
In Hydra, 10-3. He has been good for 2 every single round.
We're going away. 2-2 split here from Surge. Trophy system round. A little cleaner. Hydra's going to commit the nade to this one. The RC car still an option. Oh my! And Dylan Hannon takes care of 2 with a car.
I mean, you just don't have a choice in the matter. LA Thieves are running you over and running it down. 0-4 Nasty trying to bail you out, and well, good damage. You gotta get that trade, and he does. So now we get a 2v2.
Unbelievable. 2v2.
Diablo.
It was poles apart a moment ago, but now they are pulling it together. Okay. Bomb plant on A. Nasty in 04. Group up. Here we go. Oh my word. Envoy now on the run. Can he keep that bomb
Vamos a ver si
safe?
la puede hacer, mano.
And here comes 04. Eyes on. Nobody home just yet. The double regroup. They're going to bang the door together, but they're not going to spot this position out. Oh my gentle Jesus. 1v1, 20 seconds.
Oh, loco. Vete pa'l carajo.
Masterful round from Envoy. One of the most cerebral players you may ever see.
Take down the Mona Lisa, put up that play. That was a 2v4 collapse. Vancouver could have gotten the momentum, and Envoy suffocates you. Take a look at that spot as well. Call of Duty timing and luck at its absolute finest, and perfectly played. Clears out the site, kills the right guy at the right time. Every micro decision Envoy just made, the man can see the future.
4-2. A round like that, though, it feels a little bit different. A nice 4 spree there from Envoy. Just unbelievable stuff. Surge not to be deterred, though, from a good attack towards B this time round. Envoy, he's going to be the man to make contact first.
They're flying through once again. Thieves being aggressive. Nasty, though, gets another first blood. He's had a few in this map. Still got to clutch up.
Yeah, nice round previously, but this time, Surge now with a nice advantage. A patient Hydra. A Neptune, gives you a massive advantage.
¡Ya, diablo!
Lovely kill.
Okay, he's not no 1v4 for Envoy. Let's not, don't get too crazy. Strikes fear in your heart.
4-3.
Nasty trying to do onto Hydra what Hydra has done onto them. He's got 9 kills as well on this map. Nasty doing everything he can. He has 3 first bloods as well to boot. So make no mistake, we expect a 1v2 like that from Envoy to be the difference maker, but Vancouver Surge bringing the dog to the fight.
Sort of moment. Yeah, nice round, guys. That was great. Don't worry, we got the next one. No broken spirits this early on in this grand final. Hi, guys. Attacking round once again for the Thieves. And we're going B this time, off the rip. But again, lots of options here on dealership.
Hydra finally has been slowed down, has 2 rounds without a kill. Uncharacteristic, but how about that get back on Nasty? The double chow rolling through. An advantage LA, but Hydra's been quelled. You got a 3v3.
Yeah, out of the picture for now. That's great. Over towards A we go for a second. Again, Abuza's going to be the guardian here for Surge. A trophy in position to save him from that car. But they're pressed up. Lovely work. Thieves are there for it.
They're running straight past. Good trigger discipline. And 0-4, big responsibility. Gets one, gets out.
Neptune now to reinforce on the pitch.
No, pero ¿qué tú haces?
Perfect discipline from the young Neptune.
Ah,
There
bueno,
we
está bien.
go. A two-piece, no, a 1v1, and it's on.
Bueno.
And it's done. 0-4.
Ay, ay, ay. Es que el compañero de él yo pensaba que lo iba a ver como que persiguiéndolo, mano.
0-4 getting on the board, and Neptune was on the donut cam for quite some time. Well, now he's getting active, getting a little bit looser on the map. And it's good trades. I mean, we watched Abuza on this map pick them apart over towards the site. We saw LA doing a much better job of having multiple shooters in the mix to drop them. But ultimately, the subs win the round. The first blood battle.
4 ella. Ford en racha. Ese carrito.
And they're going for the overnight express delivery here. The bomb towards B. Plenty of noise made, couple of shots, a little bit of a red dot to think about there. You can have a Boozer watching the flank. He's going to be there for a long time, folks. No one's moving from the thieves yet.
Well, you get the trophy out. That's a hard commitment over towards the site. Not comfortable enough yet to get the bomb down. And RC car not nearly as deadly over here, but you're certainly uncomfortable.
It's a show of force, and it's pushed them back. They've had to recognize it. You've had to move, and Hydra's now moved straight in.
And once again, Abuza is just so far away out of the picture. You have to
Ah, diablo, Ford de verdad que está a otro nivel.
No trophies to be found. Oh, a little bit of a thigh shown as Ghosty gets the kill. A 3v3 now. Scrap turns it into a 3v2. Massive advantage, LA.
Should have skipped leg day, but we got a 2v2 running for the hills, and well, Neptune has collected the bomb.
Oh my.
Abuza back down, but the plant is gonna get off.
He has to stay alive. He's got to cover the bomb planter as well. A little bit of friendly fire, a little bit of craziness now. 40 to go.
And you get it down and you reset. You know you're squaring up through the front.
Deep breath as Scrap now tries to take forward position through arches. Snap is on. Trade. 1v1.
Ah, qué buena, Nactum. Boah.
Go nuts, map point surge. We've mentioned Ghosty multiple times, looking for his first chip. Well, so is the entire team of Vancouver Surge, and Neptune is hungry. A slow start, but happened to be the lone Jackal player on the map at the end in that 2v2. Right gun for the right job, and that is 3 rounds in a row for Vancouver.
And he's cool about it as well, man. He's just going to sit there and, all right, boys, next round. Map point to level up.
And while Neptune had the slow start, well, Hydra has also been slowed down. Yet to see him get on the board in quite some time. Ghosty, bomb in hand, towards the A site. It is open, except for death.
Here it comes. They got it through the bomb site there. I think a nade dealt the final blow. No trophies there for Nasty. He doesn't eat that frag, so we're still moving. Bomb plant at A, here we go.
Perfect coverage, perfect setup. Scrap can be watching the flank. Someone needs to be worried about the car, but you got the first blood, and the man driving the car is out of the picture. You're going to be running out of time.
Yeah, now you don't have any way to get in through vent. Hydra is now going to plug that with his body. No one's getting through there. 0-4 trying to find some intel. Abuza. That's bad news. The trade, but it's a costly one. 3v2.
Envoy's back in his spot. Redemption.
Uy.
Here we go. 3v1. 0-4 down.
Bueno.
We wouldn't have it any other way. Round 11.
Ronda 11. Ave María.
Don't get any eyes on that vent. You can't tell if the player's in there from the outside. Perfect moves
Estoy
from
nervioso y no estoy jugando.
Gets the round.
All that matters is the COD played on the day, but if we're looking at advantages in the series, LA Thieves in control have been undeniable. So much more important in my mind for Vancouver to win this round.
You need this so bad. You had to give yourself a fighting chance. Final round. Thieves on defense, surge, attack. One last look here on dealership at Major 3. The double frag doesn't amount to anything. Envoy alone on this side of the map.
And it's the exact same round on the attacking front we have seen before. And on the defensive end, it is the exact same thing. The trophy's taken care of. That could be huge.
Here comes a gift, boys. Nasty takes cover. RC. Sounds like it's gone as well. Thieves now move forward.
And he's on site by himself. Those players had it back down. The nade's overwhelming. No bomb plants, but 0-4 still finds the first blood.
Down here, but again, damage in from Scrap. A tight angle to take the fight. Bomb has been dropped. Trade's complete there on the site. 3v2.
Oh, qué buena, Scrap.
We got shooters in the lobby. Hydra back down, but bomb on B. Scrap and Hydra. The duo that laughs together wins rounds together.
Starting to get a little bit dicey now. 30 seconds to go on recovered. Who will crack first?
Qué buena. Hagan eso, sí.
20 seconds. Surge on the wrap.
How quick are LA Thieves going to be to read this?
Lo vieron.
They haven't jumped on anything
Lo
just
vieron.
yet. They're making moves. They're going to swarm, and LA Thieves going for the pinch.
It's going to be a pinch. Hydra out on this one. Is any going to give me pull rear security? Neptune, you're going to get the timing. The timing, the battle. Hydra wins the front.
No.
1v1.
No.
A fair fight. Here we go. The dance.
Ah, no hay break. Ay, loco.
Neptune.
Loco.
God. Seemingly takes the pacifist route. Not a tremendous exchange of gunfire there in that 1v1. But a devastating round 11 victory.
Diablo, brother. Yo pensé que Neptune le iba.
A seemingly impossible advantage in this
Diablo,
grand
Ivana, te me
final.
quedaste ahí. Yo pensé genuinamente que se iba a echar para atrás, que se iba a meter por la ventanita de atrás. Yo pensé que se iba a meter por la ventanita de atrás.
Kept getting him tagged up, kept him weak, and eventually win. I can shoot through the windows instead. Neptune hide and seek. Well, you take moves like that to a gunfight. Can't win it with the
40 oficial.
in a round 11. That might just seal the fate. More maps that need to be won, but LA Thieves in firm control now of the series.
Diablo, vete pa'l carajo, qué partidazo. Qué partidazo, qué partidazo.
Almost feels like 3-0 at this moment in time. Surge.
Buah, qué juego. Qué juego.
Skyline hardpoint. Both teams again very, very adept at hardpoint. Great grand final so far. But
¿Dime cuánto entrenador tiene? No.
good for the LA boys.
And I know the reflection is the fact that they played those two maps earlier. That's where Vancouver was
Usted no cree en Dios.
against LA Thieves. Clearly, what they talked about behind the scenes is paying
Por ser
off.
tan entrenadora te voy a hacer 10 ahora.
Did not need. Now they got them. Huge advantage.
Yeah, big time advantage now going into this one. Very, very exciting stuff. We're going to take a quick break here and go back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and a well-deserved break for our casters and players. Another round 11. I feel like if you're a Search fan, this is your blessed event. We're getting a lot.
Yeah, that's fair. A lot of it. And I think the thing is, like, there's so many unlucky things that happen in this search and destroy for Vancouver. Like, a couple of the car bombs that go off nasty early in a round gets taken down by a car bomb. Otherwise, he's in a good position to watch that little re-wrap over for the defense. Doesn't work out for you. Same situation happens a couple rounds later. And then you have the RCXD.
¿Qué es lo que te debía? Yo no te debo 40.
You have to play off the B-tack. You find success 2 rounds in a row. All of a sudden, you find 3 straight, and you're like.
Yo creo que estuviste mucho tiempo en las clases de ejercicio, pero en matemática no, ¿sabes? Uno.
I saw just a battle of attacking teams,
Be right back.
back and forth throughout the
Uno.
entirety of this dealership.
Dos.
I am a little bit
Dos nada más. Ah, ya hice las 20, no te debo nada.
just because you have 20 seconds on the clock and you decide to rotate. That is a decision that needed to be made 10 seconds earlier before it was, because by that point, guy checks window, he looks at bomb. It is a free kill at whoever is trying to.
Diablo, Fufo, yo creo que el chamaco le hubiera dado en la cara a Scrap.
I mean, this was a battle between two very good attack teams.
Came down to a few bullets between Scrap and Neptune at the end, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's a tough call. I actually kind of like the wrap over there. I think Thieves made a very heads-up play by pinching it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they end up getting the kill. And they're in a 1v1 with a sub versus an AR. Scrap's just elite, man. Like, he wins that gunfight. Yeah. But that being said, I think Thieves, you know, after playing them on this map before, had some awesome adjustments. The biggest one that I saw was on their offensive rounds, not letting Abuza dictate the pace on the street. What they were doing was being proactive behind their nades and their tags, backing him down, and then sending Hydra up. And he was finding through the mechanical door, getting back with his life. Like early on, he was the difference, and it was the approach and how we want to deal with Abuza on street.
Confidence to shoot through the windshield. Scrap secures game 2, and LA Thieves all smiles afterwards. Neptune knows just how close Vancouver was. There's no room for mistakes in that matchup.
Las cosas de se están girando.
I think Surge should have won both the first 2 maps in the series because it is the weakest ones LA Thieves had throughout the entirety of this layout. It's only going to get harder from here if you're a Vancouver Surge player.
Yeah.
And not only that, LA Thieves made such good adjustments. Even that round 11 at the start, they were nading Nasty out so they could try and back him down because he was the first blood demon throughout all of this. It clearly frazzled the Vancouver Surge.
Shout out to the security here in Florida. Just let the beach balls fly. That's my fault. My bad, guys. I'm emptying the pool. Enjoy them while we are here for the Scuff play of the game. Hook it up.
Oh, yeah.
To the moon, baby!
Yeah, it's got to be the end of the hard point, right? I mean, we've seen some absolutely electric hard points here, and you see, like, you're faced with a tough decision if you're the Vancouver Surge. You're like, all right, we got to rotate, but we also don't want to give them all this time simultaneously.
Ellos tienen que romper, o sea, prácticamente el AT creo que tienen un récord de no sé cuántas victorias en control corrida. Ahora pues ustedes tienen que romper ese récord, no hay más nada. No tienen opción. Esa es la que hay.
Despite how good Surge were at pushing and buying time here, it's just Thieves, man. They had the advantage from the jump.
Yeah. These decisions, I think, in the late moments of both these two maps are going to be what you look back on if you're Vancouver. I mean, I get it from Neptune. You're a little bit further back because you don't know the timing of Thieves' rotation. You also don't have a trophy, so you got to worry about nades coming over the top. But it really is one of those things that Vancouver, like you mentioned, it did look like they were a little bit kind of mixed between are we committing to hit old from those wall spawns or are we rotating to new? Trying to do both at the same time.
I think it's fine if you, like, send a couple players through Spiral to try to get that kill. It's just honestly, it's just a proactive play by Hydra. Like, he just goes all the way up, takes the risk, and finds a kill.
Yeah.
Ali, we're going into a game 3 with LA up 2-0. It's first of 4 wins, but who has the edge going into Vault?
What do you mean who has the edge going into Vault? LA Thieves is 12-2 on that map and mode, Chris. That's why I said, looking at this layout, like, LA Thieves' map pool is so deep. The only opportunity that you really had, numbers-wise, was in that dealership S&D and in that Hacienda hardpoint. It does not get easier from here.
12-2 about to be 12-3. Let's get into the game. Oh, that was meant for Ed. I'm so sorry. Back to you. That was meant for me.
God. Sorry, Al, here's a life preserver.
Desk on,
dude,
he's unhinged.
Abuse, yeah?
Desk on desk violence. Okay, back to the control game. Yeah, John. The record's good. Are we going to see a Surge bounce back? Because again, a team built like this with this kind of composure. Now's the time to do it, right, boys?
They didn't win a map in the last grand finals they played, and it does not look like they've really shook the nerves off, right? We're watching them nade each other a little bit, a couple self-nades as well that we've seen. A 1v1 in around 11 where we did not shoot our guns. I am very concerned. DEFCON 1, hit the panic button and see what you can do. And if you're LA Thieves, you're going for the kill.
Crowd's got some balls.
Ya lo, mano. Mira el récord del AT en este mapa. Bueno, en control en general.
No, we saw it. No one at home did though, don't worry.
Demonios.
Here we go, in map number 3.
You got Vancouver on the attack as well to kick things off. Could be an opportunity to strike first. Go for the B zone. We saw them earlier. They were running it down over towards B, and they were endless on their approach. They turned it into war. Well, maybe not the case here. Default spread across the map. Normal routes being taken. A Booza for the first blood, and they're winning the gunfights. Get in the zone and make it all 4. Why not? Scrap, last man up, last man gone. 8 pressures there. You got a triple stack rolling through.
There we go. Capture this one. Damn, son. Can Nep hold them at bay? Sure can. Scrap on the close push. Nep's trying to get real active, and active he is, but now Scrap repositions for the fight, and okay, this time Neptune's gun's working just fine.
Yeah, it works better when you shoot at him for sure, and well, on the A zone, even with the white, they actually did not make too much progress, so we're red dot chasing. Got to make sure you actually solidify the zone, and Hydra down low, making his impact. Maybe, just maybe, should have stacked that point. Now you're back to square one, 2 ticks of progress. Need a little bit more.
Smooth moves out of Nep once again. He's coming to play now on Vault. Shots in a Ghosty, but Envoy's in your spawn as well. Bad news, boys. You got to battle out of Rugs now. It's going to be a booster getting shots. And this is such a dangerous firing squad. You cannot leave spawn, Surge, without taking a bullet or 2.
Yeah, and everywhere you're going, there's the ring and buzz of the Semtexes going away through every single place.
Loco se dio cuenta.
They are hunting you down, tracking impeccable, and 0-4 traded. You missed your opportunity. You had one good one to get the progress. Now it's LA Thieves in their territory.
That's the first sign of life you've really got, but it's 20 seconds to go, folks. Suffocating around right now from the LA Thieves on defense. Hydra once again getting his 3 dead again. And the spawns are
Sencillo.
Yeah, I think it was what you always look for the channel over towards line.
Está cabrón que te haga spawn trap scrappy higher.
But I think they jumped the gun just a little bit too early. This is sheer and utter dominance. Hydra, the last man standing, last ditch effort and opportunity.
Ojo,
You've at
espérate.
least made it there.
Llegaron, loco, y cogieron el punto.
How about that for a desperation?
Vete pa'l
effort, but still,
carajo.
not a lot of time to work with to go get beat.
And that's the way control goes. Hydra up close. Abuza better get in position quick to try to help out. Spawners now making their way forward. Lovely work there. The nade's going to slow things down a little bit. Team kill helps, but doesn't necessarily get you go. No, team kill. Back to back, bad nades.
Eso fue.
I mean, this is just not ideal. A lot of mixing moments like that coming through. And Neptune started off well, now 4 and 6. He's been iced out. Abuza trying to take the round. He made it through. So if his teammates
No saliste, no saldré, pero no había salido ya.
for Abuza, nobody on his team has made any bit of progress.
But that kill on Ghosty now gives his boys free reign to move forward. Again, 1 or 2 kills from Scrap and Envoy now don't really help the case because now you're out of lives. The clock goes red. Your teammates go dead. Capturing the B zone alone.
God, in that Semtex sound, every single place these Vancouver players stand, they're just being met with utility. 3 lives remaining. Abuza, perfect moves.
Is it?
But awkward
Ese tiro.
moment. Wow, Call of Duty timing.
Wait, Nasty's going to find a couple. One segment there done on B. Hello, Ghosty goes for a dive. Now getting into the fight. Is he going to go down? 4 tagged up with a crossfire brought to his knees. And at the very least,
Ah, pues bien, era.
with 4 segments.
Dominguito de chill.
And Scrap, 12 kills in that round. Shooting his gun, making it look good, clean,
Ay,
and
mamá.
easy. And here's a look at his best play.
Uno.
Nothing but laser beams. Ori only kills 2. Didn't have to pop off. Just nice, consistent gameplay through and through. Maybe all things considered a decent round in terms of segment progression, but if you're Vancouver, you're going to need so much more.
For the 40 solid seconds of battle that took place where, of course, LA Thieves keeping Surge in their spawn, while the trades are effective, so the life count was, relatively close. That time hurt Surge so much. On defense now, we can see the LA Thieves go for an attacking round and Scrap, see if we can keep pace.
They're letting Envoy get to work, and there's the impact. And look at
Ay, ay, ay.
Doesn't get
Ay,
better
ay,
than
ay.
that. And Envoy, one of the smartest players in the game, already towards Art. He's going to slow everybody down.
Oh, here we go, boys. Bang the door and guess right. Guess right, or nearly die anyway. Well, second segment on A closing out shortly. We'll be saying goodbye to the full zone and saying hello to B, unless Neptune finds a little bit of time there. Abuza cut down instantly, and Ghosty looking for a few.
Ah, loco, Envoy con 2 otra vez.
Spawn right back into his own Hall of Fame, and over to B we go.
Well, at least Neptune wins the 2 gun.
Oh, Neptune con 3.
We'll see that best play later, and that's just to keep things even. A team kill rolling through, and they're still trying to hunt down Hydra. And now it's a situation where 04 is spending so much time spinning in circles. At least you're picking up an errant Ghosty, but Hydra from the skies is good for 1. And Hydra behind you. Is a long-term nightmare situation, especially when Thieves have a 6 life lead.
Yeah. Beautiful
Bueno.
work, Neptune. 5 spree now. See the way Envoy plays, just doesn't want to take a gunfight, and it is exactly the way he wants to take it.
They've been ignoring Hydra as well. He's been hanging out
Qué
on
bueno.
top P4. And Hydra maybe getting a kill or 2 on the cross, but you see 04 just wants to push past, keep the map space, keep the control over, trade out Envoy.
Lo, Envoy es un walking two-piece.
Still here, and now he's causing all sorts of problems.
They've just got on the zone. 1 man at the moment. The second stack's going to be there. Scrap, lovely long-range shots with his aims. First segment to be gone, tied up in the segments department. Still a solo capture from Ghosty.
And nice shots out of 04, but Envoy, I mean, look at this funnel system. Constantly shooting you in the back. He's behind you. Envoy 18 and 10, a 3 down, nasty last man standing, traded, and Envoy in your spawn. A huge one to win, but it will not be enough.
2-man stack. This is going. We need to get some nades over there ASAP, gentlemen. Anyone there to contest this one? Anyone able to keep this one going? Nasty, you got to find a big win, and he does, but it's not going to be enough to get the contest. And
Nasty
that
con
is
3.
the round. Thieves 2-0.
Papitito, el AT, con la escolla del recogedor, mira.
Players shooting Surge in the back. SMGs, I mean, they've just
Lo están mapeando.
in their spawn. On both ends, it's been an absolute nightmare. Vancouver trying to just ignore Hydra in P4, but they're getting tattered and tagged up along the way. In the meantime, Envoy at a 9-kill round. He's been consistent, 18.
¿Tú qué querías reír? Ay, yo estoy bien con las 2 victorias que ellos tienen, olvídate de eso.
Talk about the potential MVP for the LA Thieves.
Yo te lo dije, que ellos tienen que ganar esto.
monstrous moments for this.
Este Major dice su nombre desde que mandaron a Face para Loser. Desde que mandaron Face para Loser, alguien de Ultra no pudo llegar.
Yeah, I'm thinking Vancouver might need to pick up Major Maniac for a hope of this type of comeback. You need some type of ice that right now they do not
Ese de Champ va a estar entre Seattle, Face y LAT. Pero nada, tienen que ganar esta que tengan de frente, que por lo que veo lo van a ganar. No hay break.
Scraps super hard to kill there. Brilliant now on the counter attack. Surge fighting forward. They managed to take care of nearly all the problems, but Envoy off the spawn.
Famosos son por perder cuando importa. Ellos ya ganaron 2 eventos. Y ellos ya están más felices. Todos los años siempre se llevan uno. Este año se llevaron 2.
How annoying Envoy is. Now his team have all the space in the world, and he might be working the B zone, but look at the pressure everywhere they go.
Al menos que en Champ pierdan por una asquerosidad que lleguen último. No creo que cambien. ¿Están felices si sortija? Bueno, obviamente ellos quieren una sortija, pero lo que te digo es que el equipo se prevalece. Usualmente cuando pierden así cambian y eso, pero ganaron ya 2. Al menos que ellos pierdan, qué sé yo, una asquerosidad bien fea. No va a cambiar. Por ejemplo, si el LAT no llega ni a top 4 en Champ, posiblemente cambien.
Control goes the way we expected as the Thieves continue to just prove statistical dominance in the mode and absolute devastation.
3-0 otra vez. Yo los Scrap llegué a estar diciendo, son una mierda, son una mierda.
Scrap exchanging pleasantries to the opponents on the other side of the stage. He's clearly feeling confident, and I'm watching Envoy's player cam. He's not even bothering to calm anymore. He knows what the deal is. He can taste the victory. They're trying to deliberate. How do we want to?
No me llores.
Yeah, thinking about who gets to pick it up first, maybe. But at this point in time, yeah, it's just so well played, so well rehearsed, and incredibly practiced team in the mode. Control, not a weak spot for the LA Thieves. As we said, not even jokingly, you go into every series nearly with a one map advantage just because the mode is.
Ya prácticamente para mí ganaron, porque aunque pierdan el hardpoint, pierdan el search, ellos van a ganar el control. No hay break, este equipo está final en control. Entonces no hay razón para que ellos pierdan. Ya ganaron sus 3 juegos. Van a jugar un Search and Destroy ahora y luego no, van un hardpoint ahora. Luego un search, control, search. Si Vancouver gana estos próximos 2 juegos, el IT gana el control. No hay break.
Devastating. Just over 7 minutes it took to end them on Vault there, and end them they did. Well, folks, good news. If you're a Surge fan, Skyline, a shining light right now. The Hassie and the Search and Destroy, who knows as well. The bad news, at the very least, if you get through the next 2 maps, there's another Control in this grand finals and a protocol. It could very well end there. Looking across the highlights, very much dominated by the LA Thieves. Aside from Neptune's crazy 3-piece, not a whole lot going on there.
It felt like every single time from Vancouver's point of view, Semtexes are always just landing, if not at their feet, next to them nearby, and even moments where like
Sí, ganaron el ronda 11, loco, un 1v1 entre Scrap y Neptune. Scrap prácticamente lo explotó.
It's as if LA Thieves right now can see through walls. These gentlemen are absolutely dialed in. They had a slow start in the hardpoint. They were not playing well. Thank God they were winning those rotations, because otherwise they were being outplayed. Halfway through that map, they found their form, and they have simply not slowed down.
A team built for championships, a team built for the most heavy pressured moments. Right now they are doing their very best to secure it. A single map away is all they need.
You think Nate Shot's nervous?
Yeah, he better be. He better be. Whoa!
Damn.
And that face tells it all. That is a sign of not necessarily.
Tranquilo, papi, tranquilo. Tranquilo, papi, tranquilo.
To be a realist about it, you are getting handled.
Ahí está Rambo.
Round 11 was absolutely yours to win in the Search and Destroy, a very tough scenario.
Rambo Ray.
control was never going to be good. You had to pull the hard points out. We haven't seen it yet. And now the most unbelievable hole you find yourself in, Surge.
I will say though, like they do not look defeated in the player cams. They just look like they are getting bullied and outplayed. Map 1, Hydra 1.27 scrap right there to match him in the kills. And obviously that damage out of control. Fall short of the 4K
Llevamos
plus,
6 horas.
not too shabby. And obviously their guns have been
Mira
on ever
bonito.
since.
La costumbre.
In the player
Del
cams
carajo
and whatnot,
también.
they're quiet, they're calm, they understand they're getting bullied, but I don't know if necessarily that it is over. I just don't know if they have a choice.
Ya sabes, mono. No va a haber en la próxima semana.
We're getting a nasty masterclass. Here it comes. Revenge against the
Gente para la justa. No. Yo no puedo perder otro fin de semana. Ya oficialmente sale todos los días a las 7.
The best Call of Duty they've ever played is now ahead of them. They have to turn it around here.
¿Qué pasó? Esta semana está fea, mono. Posiblemente me quedé mucho tiempo en el trabajo. Y todos los videos que no pude hacer el fin de semana, pues los tengo que hacer. No va a estar de las 7, que rico. Eso es lo mejor, loco. Pues llega a tu casa temprano. Tienes la noche para ti. Me imagino que entras como a las 11. Yo no he vivido contigo. Tú todavía eres un nene, Tito. No puedo vivir contigo. No. ¿Te van a pensar de mí?
No strong position either side, just true gunfights.
Man, talk about an open break. You wish you would have gotten it. Instead, it is Hydra opened up for 3.
Over by the gym, getting the work done there, getting a big old pump on.
Por Dios.
Before managed to find a bit of a wrap, but he's causing issues upstairs. Nice 3 dead there. So we're going to maintain position right now for Surge. Thieves. Hardpoint time not too important here on P1, but if you can get what you can out of it.
Ay, Envoy.
Now you're playing for the kills though. Envoy good for 1. Hydra taking the round. No 4 is going to get it. So as far as the skyline goes,
Dale,
Cooper
mono.
in a decent spot, ultimately winning the P1. And
La sabiduría de un viejo.
0-4 by the way, the dog that wants to step up. 5 kills on the first hill. Not too shabby.
Ay, Dios, yo tengo tantos clics que hice lo contrario.
Slow approach, lovely timing from Abuza, very weak as well. Nasty though, brought down by Hydra, so 1 hole.
Oh, look at these spawns, look at the spawns. He just got him spawns. Hydra takes the route in the timing, and he just got spawns for his entire team.
Oh dear, the thieves are in behind us, boys. Hydra, what a moment.
Oh, qué buena.
Kills, Nasty Neptune, yeah, we do. We're still fighting from down low.
Oh, loco, qué granada.
That's a nice little right hook, and now for
Loco, qué buena. Uy, scrap. Ay, Dragón 2. Ay, vete pa'l carajo. Bueno, esos últimos 8 no van a ser malos. Wow, ¿qué pasó ahí? No, ¿qué tú vas a hacer? Ay, Scrap te partió. Esa granada llega. La Scrap está final. La Scrap no Hydra. Nasty por lo menos está partiendo. Pero Hydra está que no pierde 1. Loco, Hydra está imposible. 15-5. Bueno, 15-6 ahora. Loco, con Toy Stone, como quiera lo mató. Están cojonados. Están crumbling. Están crumbling, Tito. Este es tu momento. Sí, están molestos. There's 2, bro. ¿Verdad? No está tan disparejo el juego. Pero estos 30 puntos tan heavy. Si logran matar a este loco ahora. Ah, Neptune, pero si tú sabes que está. Tacho, Hydra está imposible, cabrón. Yo soy 9-7. Cada vez que yo lo veo en el minimapa, está ganando gunfight que yo pienso que los va a perder. Que Ghosty de verdad se mató. Ghosty de verdad no tiene que hacer nada, loco. Está 21-7.
Oh, Miles, I mean, nerves from Vancouver Surge, and Ghosty in the imposter role is quite literally getting hard carried to his first chip. Hydra is 21-9. Ghosty has 3.
4.
Make it 4.
He's doing great. He's got 30 seconds to half-point time, and he's got another death to his
Cogen
name.
estos 40. Tienen por qué.
What we are seeing right now from the Thieves.
No, esta gente está
It's
en.
starting to feel like the writing was way on the wall to start this one off, and wins from Hydra.
Ay, Dios mío, Hydra, si tú ganabas eso, me ha costado dormir ahora mismo.
Straight up 3v4 in there, dominating them. I mean, big plays from Hydra as well, flipping.
Tienen que coger estos 20.
Everything Scrap has been slamming. I don't know how you stop
Ghosty
him
ya
in the
está
middle of
calentando.
this.
Sí,
And
Ghosty se llevó a 3.
got a 3-piece. He gets
Ah,
3
sí.
to feed.
Sí, Ghosty está calentando. ¡Ay, no, 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 no! ¡Ay, se los llevó a todos, cabrón!
And look at the face cam. She's going absolutely wild.
Ah, GG, papi. Toma el trofeo, Tito. De verdad. No hay break. Esta gente los rompieron. Mentalmente, emocionalmente. Mira para allá eso. Loco, Hydra está imposible. Loco, 27-12. Ya lo que diferencia.
One bullet.
Convoy tiene streak. No voy a haber catado de eso. Diablo, loco, 180-52. Si hacen un combo aquí, me verdad que apago el stream. Pártelo ahora, pártelo también. Ay, loco, pensé que se iba a ir por el mapa. Mira Hydra, loco.
One bullet.
Uy, loco, le pegó. Quédate ahí, Amboy. De verdad, quédate ahí. Abusa, 14-23.
Ghosty, the comeback he has made individually, lights out from start to finish. LA Thieves, this is their final 4.
There's no way they lose this now. 30-18, 32-19, 23-20, and Ghosty just pulled himself out. What a moment! What a tournament from the LA Thieves. Hydra, simply unkillable. Come on, man, not like that. Here we go.
I mean, look, Vancouver gonna try to fight, but it is a moral victory.
¡Ya, diablo, Nasty! ¡Qué carajo! No te tires, Abusa, no te tires, no seas loco. No te tires. Ok. Ay, ellos están por abajo, por arriba, están por arriba. Ay, ese strip puede ser que mata a alguien de ellos. Hey, ahí está.
And for now, we are witnessing Vancouver string 2 hard points together. So as crazy as things have got, we are in the throes of a wonderful run from Surge.
¿Qué tú estás haciendo un emo? ¿Qué? En la final.
Swinging that momentum back in their favor, and maybe Hydra and Scrap on a kill race together.
Pensaba que estaba en Fortnite.
Very well break the 40 bomb margin and then some if this game gets stretched out.
Yeah, absolutely should. Wow, this is a nice spree once again. Vancouver pulling these kills out of seemingly nowhere.
¿Tú te imaginas con ese emo que ellos ganen?
Fully streaked out now.
Si Abusa se saca el Easy One y yo lo tiro. Que se joda.
vibe immediately.
Dale, loco.
Performance, do what you can.
Neptune.
Trades rolling
Okay.
through. Neptune with the trades and
Ay,
on the time.
moriste.
Ghosty wins it.
Ay.
Ghosty sealing it as well. 30 points to go.
30 points for the win. Thieves now push forward.
Ghosty.
Dominate the power positions.
Vas a tener tu
Suffocate the
primer
life
chip.
on the approach.
Tu primer chip.
Time. Absolutely snuffed out.
21 and 23. What a comeback he has had, and one the team might not have needed.
Yeah, diablo.
15 seconds, and Ghosty for the first time will be crowned a champion.
Here we go, 3 spree. Gonna get number 4 on time. Perfect coverage, perfect timing, and this is it. The final seconds of the tournament. The LA Thieves, for the first time
LA.
in the season,
Viene.
taken
Viene. Tu primera victoria. Diablo Search, otra vez 0-4. Viene. Yo quiero ver el scoreboard, quiero ver cuánto terminó Hydra, porque yo lo estaba viendo, iba por 30 y pico y dejé de verlo.
Not a sign of life found from Surge in the finals. If it wasn't nailed down, the LA Thieves stole it. They ran away.
One bullet.
Another perfect grand finals. Your major 3 champions, the LA Thieves.
Se acabó, papá. Fue un 4-0 otra vez, brother. Vancouver tiene que estar revolcándose cuando vayan a dormir ahora mismo. Brother, diablo. Quiero ver el scoreboard. Uy, me dio el tri. Scrap MVP. Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí, Scrap MVP. Es que cualquiera, mano, se lo puede llevar. Pero yo creo que Scrap se lo lleva.
It feels great, man. I'm happy the most for Dan, though. Finally got him his one, and yeah, we're on top, baby. Thank you. I couldn't do another second. I'd kill myself.
Se están escuchando, pa.
Ghosty, everybody. Ghosty, you are a champion.
Qué bueno, mano.
Ghosty, you are a champion on your birthday weekend with the best team
Ah,
in the
diablo,
world,
también.
with your family in the crowd. How does it feel, man?
It feels amazing. I told everyone I couldn't get second again, so I'm glad I came out and did the damn job.
You did the damn job, Ghosty. You definitely did. Pass the mic on over to Hydra. MVP. Let me move down the line here. Hydra, man, how does it feel to be a champion yet again, bro?
I fucking love it, man. It feels good. Been onliner for fucking, what, 2 stage? 6 months? I hate being an onliner.
But now guess what? You're a champion!
A ver, sé que le iban a dar el MVP.
Talk to me about what it's like playing with this team and being on the LA Thieves and being able to get this win for them.
Oh man, it's so easy to play with them. They get every kill, I get some kills too. It's so easy. I mean, we got the best comms in the league, we got the best unk in the league, and we got the best tier in the league.
Yes,
so
you
it's
do.
so easy. It's so easy to play with them.
Make some noise for Hydra, everybody.
I get some kill too. MVP.
Well, you know what? Let me just let you know, because the crowd wants to say it. You are MVP in the tournament.
Woo! SKD. Pues Unk Nation. No, Unk se refiere a Envoy. Es el viejo del grupo.
Talk to me about how does it feel to be at top of the league yet again?
Shit, I finally don't have to lose to this kid for the next couple of years, so that's a plus. But no, it feels amazing. We've been waiting for this. It's been 6 months. Major 1 was so close, and I'm glad we got to win this one.
There you go, okay? Now, lastly, man, what do you want to say to these fans that show up time in and time out to support the LA Thieves for every single heist?
Come on now. You know I love you guys. And everyone in my stream, I know there's probably a lot of you. I fuck with all of you. I fuck with everyone that comes in. Hey, tune in to Dallas. Tune in to Champs. Let's have some fucking fun year, bro. Let's come on.
You heard it here from Scrap. We're back.
Fucking, man. Fucking.
LA Thieves are your champions. Make some
Quiero ver ese KD. Yo no sé cuánto terminó Hydra. Es un buen show, me habló muy bien. No, sí, claro. Oye, pero lo han humildado. ¿Humildado es que se dice? Lo han bajado de la nube. Y yo creo que eso fue New York, bueno, con el equipo de Hydra. Si él estuviese con la actitud de cuando él entró, ese Hydra fue el mejor, es mi favorito. Es roncar y sin importar nada. No, hombre, quiero ver este. Está de 31, ¿no? Espérate. ¿Aquí? Ah, qué bien, 41-25, loco. 41-25 se fue el pana. Diablo, loco. Vete pa'l carajo.
And they wanted to challenge, Atlanta FaZe after having back-to-back championships. They want to make a super team, and there was a lot of pressure on them. People calling them onliners. Well, they completely broke through that. They got a championship of 4-0 in that grand final. And to our MVP talk, Scrap is that guy. Big time. Most damage in the lobby. Scrap had a sensational tournament.
11-1 online. 4 straight now on LAN after a small blemish at Major 2. Allie, thoughts?
I mean, just heading into this for Scrap, I mean, he had a 1.88 in hardpoint. That is unbelievable.
1.88 en hardpoint. ¿Qué carajo? ¿Viste, Tito? ¿Ves lo que pasa cuando no está FaZe? Ok, tiene que haber un balance. Tiene que haber un balance, loco.
But there are so many moments you could look at when LA were struggling in the hard points that they needed a
Diablo, casi un 2.0 en hardpoint. ¿Qué es esto?
Even in the opening winners finals today, and it was Scrap who kept coming through with a couple of key 1v2 moments, 1v1 wins that allowed LA Thieves to get back in.
No, pero lo más brutal de este equipo es el control. El control está salvaje, demasiado. Y creo que no han perdido. Mira, este 1-1, Tito.
Especially in a grand final. And you look at the map 1, and it's like Ghosty and Envoy off to a little bit of a slower start. Well, Hydra and Scrap just go nuclear on that map. And as you mentioned, we get to a 1v1. Sub versus an AR. On a map like that, if you win, you get a massive advantage in the series. Scrap just stays so calm, wins the 1v versus Neptune.
¿Qué pasó?
And from there, you're just
Hello.
Thieves might dominate the series, in which they did.
At the start of the weekend, I talked to both Sender and I talked to
Bueno, mi
Randall
amores,
on the other side for Vancouver.
hasta aquí llegó.
Separately, and I asked
¿Qué
them,
pasó
what is
aquí?
this weekend going to come down to? They said the matchups. LA Thieves has Vancouver's number. Vancouver has Atlanta.
Esto es lo que quería ver. 1.22 de KD. Loco, está salvaje. Está salvaje, loco. Damn. 1.2 que di en general, loco. Eso está salvaje. Mañana tendrás stream. Este fue el último así. No, mañana no creo que esta semana haga stream. No creo. Yo se los dejaré saber por Discord, pero no lo creo. Esto va a ser el último. Hasta nuevo aviso. Ya, luego otra vez Vancouver perdió. FaZe le dio 4-0 a Vancouver y ahora Latif le dio 4-0 a Vancouver. Anda pa'l carajo.
LA Thieves, huge championship. Surge, they got to hold their heads up high, right? Like, these two rosters are in very different situations. A lot of young guys on the Vancouver Surge, right? and they just gotta pay their dues, man. You make a couple of Sundays, you get that experience.
Ahora se supone, mira los chavos, ahora se supone que ellos tengan ellos estén primero. El AT se supone que estén primero ahora en standing overall.
They are guaranteed money, and you can see the lion's share, $150,000 going to the Thieves tonight.
Yeah, really solid stuff. And
vamos a ver si le enseñan ahora.
Story, these have been grueling championship Sundays for them. Map 5 lost to Atlanta in Major 2. Tough 4-map series versus Toronto. Substitute Atlanta for LA in this series. It's just they're so gassed by the time they get to grand finals. That's a team though that's going to continue to be a top 3 at worst the rest of the year.
Ando perdido porque no era de stream. Es que posiblemente en el trabajo me van a explotar esta semana completa. Y todo lo que tengo que editar para esta semana no lo pude hacer porque estuve pues, viendo el juego. Esa es la razón. Yo como quiera les voy a dejar saber, porque si puedo hacer un día pues lo hago, pero de verdad no les quiero prometer mucho. Bueno, esto es Challenger, así que nos fuimos. Ay, ¿qué es esto? Y ya, Notorious. Bueno, mi gente, hasta aquí llegó. Bueno, nada, lo escuché. Total en stream, te digo ahora. Déjame yo. Eran 10 de ENA, 10 de MOA.
We have qualifiers for DreamHack just around the corner, but as we close out Major 3, final thoughts from down south.
Final thoughts. I have two things. One, I'm so happy Miami Heretics at least made it to Sunday for their home major. And two, my favorite part of the weekend had to be when Dan Ghosty was like 4-12 and Chance said, Dan's getting carried to a tournament win, and then he pops 4 in the hill. That's my unk right there.
Karma, full force. This is the unk look. Can I just wear sunglasses every turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
And just like this though?
I'm wearing them every broadcast.
Absolutely. Thanks for tuning in. What a phenomenal weekend from the beach.
It's a choice.
Fantastic.
Bueno, mi gente, se me cuidan. Muchas gracias a todos. De verdad, muchas gracias a todas las personas que estuvieron aquí presentes acompañándome en esto. Este prácticamente vendría siendo como que el deporte que veo. Y pues algo que quise compartir con ustedes. Yo sé que a algunos les gustan, pero no pensé que hayan unos que genuinamente como que les gustaba verlo. Así que lo aprecio mucho. Así que nada, les dejaré saber por Discord. Disfrutado. Ay, Dios. ¿Cuántos puchos llevo? 110. Qué bueno que voy a terminar. Así que nada, buenas noches a todos, que descansen. Nada, espero que tengan una excelente semana, un excelente inicio de semana. Cualquier cosita los debo saber por Discord. Así que nada, se me cuidan, nos vemos la próxima.